What's going on, everybody? This is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Boss Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator Coach Stradamus, and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg
Your
Greg.
third leg was just
Also
phenomenal.
the man with one trabajo, that is the Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the extraordinary Anointed One.
Acknowledge
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Matey Matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me CGA, see God Allah. And I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Malo Poppy is here. Poppy Chulo is here. El Jefe is here. The Boss is here. We're back with the best entertainment here on YouTube. We got a great show for you lined up today with the main event topic. Going back to a Times Magazine article, the Mrs. Myth, going back in time, where it was said that it's too late to meet Prince Charming. Do men and women have a harder time after the age of 30 now that they're more successful, earn more money, and also, they're over 30. Okay, let me see if for some reason, my thumbnails are gone, all right? My pictures are gone related to this, but it's the Mrs. Myth. Why college-educated women who are unmarried and over 30 have bad news in the relationship marketplace. Does it still stand the test of time? And for men, does it become harder to be able to choose a mate after 30? All right, and you're more successful and you make more money. We're going to explore that topic.
Money.
And we're going to inform you guys that there was an article that came out in the early 1980s that basically ripped feminism into shreds, and they came back. All right, they did come back. Well, let me just say this. The article was from Newsweek magazine, and it was featured almost 20 years ago. I mean, well, it was 20 years ago, so almost 40 years ago. Too Late for Prince Charming came out on Newsweek magazine, in which they said women were more likely to be killed by a terrorist than to find a mate. All right, and then they also used 20 years of data to see if that particular study was held up. So we're going to break that down on today's channel, and we're going to even talk about it from the male perspective. Is it in fact easier or harder for you to find a mate, dating, or relationship after 30 and you make more money? Okay.
I got money.
Yes, indeed. We got that coming up in today's show as the main event. We have Agree or Disagree, in which a woman says men do not really understand what sexual assault is. We're going to take a look at that video as she breaks down what constitutes a sexual assault. This is an interesting conversation, and we're going to see if you guys agree or disagree. We have a man that says, what is the secret to finding real relationship and love? Is it finances? Is it stability? Or is it status? Or what? All right, this guy's going to break down what it takes for you to find the mate that you deserve. We're also going to see lawmakers floating a nationwide basic income experiment again on you normie ass niggas that will cover the cost of a 2-bedroom apartment. Why socialism is around the corner. Could we be in the final stages of an American collapse? Are we here? Or is there recovery period coming up? We got that on Business Insider, right? Business Insider magazine. And this is new snooze. So we're going to bring some new snooze. We have Straggle Sniggle Theater, and we have Fuck You, Weak Ass Mitch's Boss Up. Last night on the Coach Greg Adams channel, I delivered another sermon to spray raid on the cockroaches testing why men are the weakest men in the history of men. Yes, indeed. We're going to talk about that. I believe that channel is going to have that new lane, and we're testing men. Oh, and I'm going to tell you, man, as a man that has been doing content on these internets, the men are taking it way worse than the women. All right. The men are taking criticism way worse than the women. All right. I'm finding this out. This is interesting. All right. This is very interesting. Shout out to the men that support the message and supporting me. But I'm going to tell you, man, men are the weakest spot. Men are the new women. All right. Men were taking some very, very easy and honest, not even criticisms, basically observations. And boy, were the Mitches mad yesterday. And boy, does it make me inspired to do content. You guys got to realize, as a content creator, sometimes you get flat. You know what I mean? You're like flat as a content creator. You're like, okay, we're talking about this again. All right. And it gets a little flat. It gets a little stale. But it's working in this, what the people want to hear. So you continue to do the content. And then what happens is you get inspired. You're like, let me try something different. Let me try something new. And you can't fault me for this. There are content creators still giving you the same content. All right, for 5 years, 6 years straight. And I get it because it works. You have an audience that wants it, and you deliver the content, whether you believe in it or not, or whether you're in a different place or space or not. You get to continue to deliver the same content. Well, as you guys know, over the years, I've been experimenting with new lanes and adding new additions to my content to really test what my audience believes and maybe bring in some new audience members. So I've been experimenting with the JUCOs. I've been experimenting with monetized dating. I've added in layers and lanes of comedy, Straggle and Sniggle theater. I've added in economics and a little bit of politics with Doom and Gloom CGA. Now with Fuck You Boss Up, we're adding in the economy plus some. And the Ask Coach Greg Adams channel, we're going to be adding in the sugar daddy element. All right. Because I am an out and out sugar daddy.
Get him, daddy.
You guys know that. All right. And so we're challenging. I'm constantly adding layers and layers to my content in order to not stay stale. I'll also have the sports channel. All right. I've experimented with gaming. Okay. I've done the vlogs, car vlogs. Nova got a channel. So I've done a lot of experimenting as a content creator. I didn't just stay in one lane and just let the lane run out. So I'm never fearful of expressing myself because I'm a multi-layered man. I'm a man of culture. All right. I'm a man of culture. So one thing I haven't experimented with too much, except for some Mitch slapping over here, is really going in and dissecting men in terms of telling men where they stand. And boy, I'm inspired. Okay. I'm inspired. I'm truly been inspired by the reactions of the bots and the men in the comment section. Boy, were they irate. And boy, do I love this particular element of it. And I think it's far due time for a man like me to go in and dissect why men are some weak ass men today. All right. AKA Mitches. So the Coach Greg Adams channel is going to explore that, the multi-layered individual. And we're going to continue to hammer to home the principles of the free agent lifestyle, because those are unchanging no matter where you are and what level you're on. We're bossing up. All right. We're not about the bait and switch. All right. Ain't no bait and switch. All right. We're challenging you Mitch ass niggas because y'all been sitting here for 5 or 6 years and ain't made a move. And now y'all waiting for the Holy Ghost to return. Oh no, ain't no bait and switch. All right. Ain't no bait and switch. We're basically going to show you where men have failed because it's far due time for you Mitch ass niggas to realize you failed. Not only have you failed yourself, you failed society and your fathers. You low T ass individuals. Oh yeah. Okay. We're going to show you what it's like to be a man in this motherfucker, right? Not no Mitch ass graphic t-shirt wearing ass men going your own way guy, right? Sitting in the cabin in the woods off the grid. All right. Nah, not that shit. All right. We're going to show you what it's like to be a man around this motherfucker, like your father should have. You know, tying a tie ass nigga. All right. Do you niggas know how to tie a tie? No, you don't. You don't. All right. You niggas will go to a funeral and a wedding, don't know how to tie a tie. Do you guys know how to tie a bow tie? That's the answer. Nope. Is no. All right. So low T ass, no excelling ass niggas. All right. We're going to break these guys down because we have a generation. We have 50% of men. 50% of men are pathetic men. They're pathetic. All right. 50% of men are pathetic out here. And 50% of the men in the manosphere are pathetic. Right? Niggas don't know how to tie a tie and shit. I mean, dudes are out here calling themselves men, and we men need to stick together. Don't know how to tie a tie. Like, this shit is crazy, bro. All right, this shit is crazy. So we need to talk about where the manosphere has led men into this hole of they just going to be out here shopping at Target wearing graphic t-shirts and shit. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle t-shirt wearing ass niggas. Nah, we ain't going for that. It's never been that. It's been the free agent lifestyle. It's been the free agent lifestyle for life. Look, we could talk about how to make men greater and how men are the prize, but not you Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle t-shirt wearing ass niggas. All right, you ain't it, man. You ain't it. You ain't the people I'm defending out here. All right, now, if you want to dress up every now and then, we're cool. You don't have to. All right, but not these guys. All right, we getting them. we ain't taking the low-level men and putting them up to the high-level achieving-ass men out here. All right, because I be getting to work. Anyway. All right, but if you want to check out the Coach Greg Adams channel, that is the flagship. That is the mothership channel. That's the channel that I made my name on YouTube. You can go over there. It still has 240,000 subscribers. I don't even know how, because I haven't posted that much in the last 3 years over there. All right, but there's people probably subscribed to me that I forgot. Anyway, to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. It is PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat. On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And yes, the rhythm, the rebel. All right, so let's start in on Ko-Fi today. Let's start in on Ko-Fi. The Ko-Fi brothers get love from the start. Shout out to Ronald, says last night's late night stream was awesome. The normies was clutching their pearls and in plain denial. Yes, they were. Yes, they were, man. Boy, the normie niggies was going crazy. I mean, men were fighting for their lives in the comment section. Not the comment section, but the live chat. Men were fighting for their lives in the comment section. All right. And I love it. I'm with the shits over here, bro. All right. I'm with the shit. I went to Mitch slapping, bro. And I think one of the guys, our supporters, was like, ignore the Mitches. Do you realize I'm here to slap the Mitches? I want the Mitches to really get in their feelings. Q the exec, how embarrassing is it to come to the internet to say my kids won't eat if I don't get my food stamps? He says the fact of the matter is these women sell their stamps for cash. They also feed their kids ramen noodles. He says they have at least $40 worth of pussy to sell. They should never be broke. They should never be broke. Shout out to Q the exec. Yes, they sell their food stamps for cash. In fact, if you go to a grocery storage, and you will see signs that it's a crime to sell food stamps. And I'm like, who's doing this? Like, you're getting free money from the government. Just use it. Tranisha says, I'm watching the replay and you have ads. Are you remonetized? He says right here, were the YouTube gods appeased by your Mitch slapping rants? He says, I even saw Mr. Lucario doing content for women in my something. He says, I think the NWO was cooking up something that has to do with women. I'm not sure. I'm not remonetized, but YouTube has been putting ads on videos of channels that are not qualifying for monetization. So they've been doing that for a few years, unfortunately. And I don't get the money. Which means, in effect, why would they monetize somebody if they're already putting ads on the channel? Right? They're like, we already put ads on your channel. Why monetize you and pay you? Slave. Shout out to our brother, no government name, CGA, the corruptor. Doom and gloom is my favorite segment of the show, but it isn't needed anymore because we are living in it. He says, do you ever get bored of being undefeated, hitting bullseyes, being right all the time, predicting the future? Hashtag the shield is in the building. New world order. I do get tired of it, but I think you guys get tired of me saying that I told you so. I don't know. All right. When I keep saying, I've been saying for years, all right, you probably get tired of that. All right, but I've been hitting the nail on the head because I am the prognosticator and I'm also the sociologist, the junior college sociologist. NGN says, since imaginary Sky Daddy salvation to the VIP in the upper room isn't free, why do Mitches and Ninjas get mad when CGA wants to charge money for its information? It seems CGA is a capitalist just like God. And CGA, the king of kings, is actually real, alive, and showing receipts. Hashtag the shield. I'm here in the flesh. Your Sky Daddy is in the cloud. I am the king of kings. I know this hurts your feelings, but it is what it is. Dethrone me. Dethrone me. All right, you won't. Tranisha, if men live their lives through women, why do women get judged more harshly for being single than men? Are you sure? I was asked at age 16, why don't I have a boyfriend, with a little bit of shade? And then women stay too long in relationships they shouldn't be in their 20s to break up at age 32 and have things assumed about us. Women do. I believe in that. Women do stay in relationships way too long, and then it's too late to get up out of it. By the time they get up out of it, they're worn out, right? Sometimes women give a guy too many chances, and they stick around for 3, 5, 6 years, and the relationship was already done, and then now they're out here floundering, all right? And they're tripping and stumbling, but I think men get more shade for not being in relationships from other men, at least from other men. And, of course, if you're a successful male, what they'll believe is they should assume that you should be able to find a woman. There's actually a tweet going around. If a guy's over 30, successful and established, why isn't he married and have children? Okay, so I think men get a lot more pain in relationship to that. That's just me. All right, that's just me, but I'm not sure. And then we got a couple of cash apps from yesterday, so we don't have any new cash apps, but it's all good. In the neighborhood, we're going to have a great show. We're going 5 hours regardless, so nigga, don't rush me. You could be like, get to the main event already, as if it's going to stop me from going from 5 hours. It's not. I'm still going to give you 5 hours of pain. And no government name SD says, let's see here. It says right here, visited my boy out west, and we are in our early 40s. The entire weekend, we hung out with 20-year-old bartenders from his local sports bar. But young chicks don't want us, coach. They don't want y'all old niggas, man. They just want to use you for your money. All right. I love that when guys talk about that, and I say, how much money do you have? Right? What money are you not looking to lose right here? All right. Have you ever been rich to men used for your money? All right. I'm actually curious about this. All right. You don't want to leave with your wallet because the women are going to use you for money. How much money have women used you for? I mean, $75, $100. How much money have you ever been used for? All right. It gets really crazy when you get a big bag of money. All right. And you will find out women just need some birdseed. All right. They're not using you for a lot of money. All right. Marriage, they will. All right. Anyway, we got it, man. It's a great show. Let's get into it, man. We're going to Dallas, Texas on Straggle Sniggle Theater, man. Let's get it going.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle Sniggle Theater. Let's go. Dallas, Texas. Sign in. Check in. We're going to Dallas, Texas on our first video on Straggle Sniggle Theater. And if you're from Dallas, Texas, you might recognize these wonderful women of Walmart. And yes, Walmart is crowded. Everybody's using up the last of their motherfucking benefits because they ain't getting no benefits coming up here in the next week. These poors are going to be acting crazy here. Dallas, Texas on Straggle Sniggle Theater.
Y'all left your cart right there now. It's in the middle of the handicap walkway.
I ain't gonna fuck what you talking about.
Ma'am, sir, what I'm trying to explain to y'all, why don't you want to have any kind of conversation whatsoever?
No, I don't give a fuck.
The next person needs to go through that area. This one says, don't put nothing, it's a double negative.
On my car, I promise you.
Promise what?
I promise.
Will you promise to take your cart back?
I promise you. You got one more motherfucking time to play with me. I'm gonna knock your bitch ass out.
Now, ma'am, I'm trying to help you be my name's Agent Cordell.
Who you is?
You just asked me who I am, that you don't care who I am? That is right in the middle of the walkway.
I don't give a fuck.
That's not what I'm trying to help you with. Why you call me the N-word, by the way? Uh-oh, you throw water at me.
Oh,
the humanity.
All right, these are y'all black queens right here. Oh my goodness, Dallas, Texas. All right, they said they got baddies in Dallas, tens in Houston. All right, come on, Texas.
Pass away from me.
It's very, thank you. That's very cooling and refreshing.
Who the fuck is this?
I keep telling you, I'm Agent Cordell. Gotcha. And you missed. Haha, dodged that one.
Oh no!
the humanity.
All right, whose SRT is this? Is this Pookie's SRT? Take a look at this getting out of the other side of the car. Is this a man or a woman or a bull dagger? What is going on here?
I've advised y'all to take your cart now. It's not blocking the handicap area.
You doing too much.
Ma'am,
Hey, go back
you're not
out.
doing enough.
I swear it's giving you got a mental problem.
Ma'am,
Your bitch ass
who has the mental problem? Agent Cordell.
You like it, bro?
Is she gonna throw cooking oil at me?
No, he ain't old the
Ma'am, don't waste.
You better find you somebody to play with.
I don't want to have sexy time with you, ma'am. I don't need cooking oil.
Get your bitch ass on.
I'm trying to tell you
You
what's
ain't
going
trying
on.
to tell her shit, move.
I know I am trying to tell you lots of things. You're not listening.
Look at that.
Oh, the humanity.
Coach, she thick. But coach, she got ass though. Is this a man or a woman? I really can't tell. All right. What is this? And she got what is going on with the neck and the beard, the buffalo hump? This is a BMW, a badly made woman. I can't tell if this is a woman or not. All right, this is really wow. All right, this is a trans woman, or I can't even tell what is going on. This is a bull dagger. All right, what in the hell, bro? This is incredibly crazy. These are your people right here.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Hey, Dallas, Texas, man. Is this y'all? Oh, somebody said South Dallas. If that's a difference, all right, come on. Is this by Oak Cliff? Is these are Oak Cliff Strags? All right, god damn.
I'm gonna call the police on you.
What are you going to tell them? That you assaulted and battered me already? Because you did.
Get the fuck. You was arrested. How we don't
No,
know
I'm not.
you.
I'm conversating.
Get the fuck away from us.
Are you going to throw your phone at me?
We don't know you.
I try to tell you 5 times who I am.
Don't give us out.
Get the bitch ass on.
Why you call?
Oh, Manny Fresh. All right, damn. Manny Fresh is still here. Manny Fresh didn't let himself go, man. Manny Fresh, how do you get a belly like this? This has to be a disease. I mean, gosh, damn, man or female, this is in bad shape. She got the cold fade, though. She got the cold Boosie fade. She got the cold Boosie fade. All right, goodness gracious.
Call me the B word.
I cut our kid, nigga.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not. The only person who's tripping is old ladies might be tripping over that car that you left in the walkway. You don't see that handicap, by the way, if you can beat me up.
I'm gonna buy your bitch ass out.
What does that mean?
I mean what the fuck I said. Because you're harassing me.
I'm not.
Don't tell me.
You can't use deadly force.
I'm gonna lay your bitch ass right where you stand.
With what?
Oh, my goodness. They threatened to kill the guy right there on video.
What?
I promise you, ho.
With what?
I promise you, ho.
Ma'am,
Don't play with me.
you have more vegetable oil in there? Y'all let you.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
Those are the people who y'all say this is the lowest common denominator right here, because when these people get harassed up and roughed up by the cops, we supposed to say their names. All right. Say their name. I don't want to say that names. Manny Fresh. All right. Goodness gracious. Dallas, Texas, stand up today. All right. You represented yourself well. All right. Straggle Sniggle Theater. And before I moved to Las Vegas, I was considering moving to Dallas. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I'm in Boss Strag Vegas. Okay, Straggle Sniggle Theater, we're going to somewhere closer to hell. I don't even know. Is this Dallas, Texas too? All right, Dallas, Texas. We got somebody's auntie out here going ham. T-shirt says YNs tap in with her phone number underneath it. Please do not call her. It's okay, girl. Here we go.
What did he say?
It say firehead, take the yeah. It say kiss me, rub me, fuck me, cover me, that disrespectful. Yeah. It say every hole needs to be cut.
Every hole need to be what? Every hole needs to be what? And look at that Duke shoe. Look at that fat coochie in the back. Oh my God. Jesus. Black people are degenerates, man.
Oh, the humanity.
Black people are degenerates. All right, let's just call it what it is. Black people are degenerates. All right, including myself. All right, Dallas, Texas again. All right, YNs tap in, and there's going to be somebody that goes in that herpes-infested fat coochie raw nuts. I'm talking about raw, unadulterated nuts, because she can't get pregnant ass niggas, all right? Yes, niggas are going to be nutting in this auntie. Oh,
I'm sorry with no kids live by
With no
myself.
kids.
and look at him. He's starving right now. He ready to go, cuz.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
He ready to go. Somebody said this is Los Angeles, home of the scandalous, all right? The 323, all right? This is somewhere around Gardena, Hawthorne, or somewhere around this area over there. Hawthorne, stand up. Okay.
Now. Now. Hey, no, right here.
All right, that is the 323 there. Don't call the rest of the number right here. Yes, that is Hawthorne, California, or somewhere around the lower Inglewood area.
What did he say?
Look at this monkey. All right, look at that monkey in there, bruh. And the panties are all dingy. Yeah, this is definitely Artesia activity. Somewhere around the Shaw, somewhere around Alondra. And anyway, all right. Hawthorne. Yes, Hawthorne. You're right about that. You got capped, but it is Hawthorne with R's, not a W. All right. Somebody's auntie is out there for sure. Goodness gracious. But this is where y'all tell me y'all get pussy for free. All right. Who likes white women? All right. It's not Friday, but
Where the white women at?
I know it's Tuesday. But who likes white women? All right, I know you like white women, and this guy likes white women right here. Take a look at him right here. He says, life changes right here. It says, she got to be sitting on something crazy to make a Muslim eat bacon. All right, so we got a former Nation of Islam nigga. All right, Mr. Rashid X, discovering flatback uncooked Cinnabons.
Used to be a Muslim back in the day. I met this white chick. And that's nothing but bacon and Becky's for me. Come here, baby.
Oh no, bacon and Becky's.
Take that.
And pink toes.
All day long, baby.
Yeah.
Love changes.
Oh yeah.
People's lives.
That's right.
Because of love.
All right, we don't need all of that. Bacon and Becky's.
Hey, where are the white women
All
at?
right, yes, brothers are easy out here, brothers. Brothers are very easy, man. It don't take much. All right, some pink toes, some pink punani, uncooked, flat pancake, Cinnabons. And yes, what is going on with all the ads here? All right, there he is right there, Mr. Rashid X.
Where the white women at?
He discovered, this is what he discovered right here. That's what he discovered. All right, he discovered the hella dick suck. All right, because black women don't suck a good dick. All right, the white women be out there down there enjoying it 30 straight minutes. All right, 30. Yes, I've had a couple of white women be down there doing it like it, not even their job. She's like, I love it. Down there, she tie that hair back into a ponytail and she just go to work. You're like, are you done yet? Are you done yet? She's like, no, I'm not finished. Whenever you want me to stop, I'll stop. All right. Yeah. You know what I mean? You leap that. You're ready to give up your God. No more Allah for you. You eating bacon and Becky's. All right. Here we go right here.
Back in the day, I met this white chick. And that's nothing but bacon and Becky's for me.
Yeah.
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow.
All right, you like, oh my God. All right, what have I been missing? I've been missing out on some pink punani, all right, and flat booty cheeks. All right, you like, I like flat booty cheeks. All right, yes, you do.
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow.
You're like, you know what? These liver spots is not too bad on the back of your back. They're target practice. All right, I'll go for it. You know, black men don't do this. They don't understand. All right, but the black man's kryptonite is here. All right, the black man's kryptonite.
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow.
Yeah, even Jameis Winston knows he's grateful that the Lord has blessed him to play in some snow. All right, it's nothing wrong with a little bit of love, baby. All right, shout out to y'all right here. I know the pro-blacks are irate already, but it's okay. How about this? Somebody said, them young girls don't want you. Them young girls don't want you. Well, that's wrong. It's get 'em daddy season out here. It is get 'em daddy season. Daddy. And yes, we going outside. Let's take a look at them young girls don't want you. That life insurance is coming soon. All right, we don't need the music, but take a look at this. Oh my goodness. All right, boy, this is, all right. This is Sweet Love. Oh, my goodness. Don't give him that, Michael Jackson. The girl just need a couple of binds fixed and rent is due.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
All right, rent is due out here, and them young girls do want you. And when you're this old, this will do right here. These plain Jane cakes will do. All right, you'll go for this. Hey, it's younger the better. Even the great Patrice O'Neal said, an ugly 19-year-old is still better than an attractive 35-year-old. Even the great Patrice O'Neal said that, and I agree. I'll take an ugly 19-year-old before I take an attractive woman in her 40s. All right, yeah, that's going to be all day, every day. All right, but Ren is always due out here, and she got to pay her bills.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
She works hard for the money. Yes, she does. So hard for it, honey. Yes, indeed. She works hard for the money, so you better treat her right.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
Yeah, man, not in broad daylight, though. Not in broad daylight. All right, look at this. All right, man. Woo, sweet love. She broke. All right, baby, you don't have to go this low. You can come over to CGA house. But at some particular point, I'm going to look like this guy. All right. So I'm still going to be out here putting hands on young hips. I don't know. It's an addiction. I'm a nasty boy. All right. I'm a good guy, though. All right. But I'm going to still be putting hands on young hips. All right, that's where it is right there. And sweet love, that looks like love. Or is that sexual harassment or assault? I'm not sure. All right, but rent is due.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
All right, rent is always due. These ladies always need a little bit of money. They always need a little bit of money. All right, Straggle Sniggle Theater, Ashanti. You guys remember Ashanti? White folks, settle down. All right, I'll help you out. You'll be like, who kind of pro-black name is Ashanti? Well, let's take you back into a time capsule here. Let me see if we can pull this up. And do we have a little bit of music for this? I haven't played this sound bit in a minute, so I don't know if I can find it. All right, we're going to take you back to memory lane for the young woman named Ashanti, all right? And you can basically say, Ashanti, Ashanti, Ashanti. There's Ashanti right there. Lord have mercy. Boy, she might be an underage right there, so I don't know. Look at that. All right, and over time, she got into her woman body. She developed a little bit. Yes, that's when she hit you with the, however she be doing it, all right? When she be like, she have her lip glop on, and she be hitting you with that with Ja Rule and Murder Inc. It's murder. Look at that piece of calico right there, man. That is a prime piece of calico. All right, let me see if we can pull up Ashanti. You see her? As a matter of fact, bro, you have hard pressed to get beat Ashanti. I mean, she's one of the most, she a hood beauty. She always gives hood beauty. She's a hood beauty. You know what I mean? Like, she ain't like a model beauty. She's a hood beauty. Like, she the baddest bitch on the block. Shout out to Ashanti. Well, here's the deal. We have an updated picture of Ashanti post baby birth, childbirth. And let's take a look going back to not memory lane. We're coming out of memory lane. Clear the fog. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ashanti today. All right. This is Ashanti today. Take a look at this. All right. This is post her first baby delivered through Nelly. Take a look at those thighs right there. Wowzer. This is now Strag Ashanti. Now, poor niggas, this is a poor nigga body. Look at them kneecaps. Holy mackerel. Ashanti making her debut post baby. And yes, wow.
Oh, the humanity.
She has her baby weight on her. Yes, she does. Nelly says he likes this. All right, Nelly says he likes this Ashanti. This proves that niggas like fat bitches. All right, that's just what it is. This is Ashanti young. This is Ashanti now. Man. All right, that's just her baby weight. We're not making fun of her, but this guy, Willie D. Yeah, Willie D says, make this body type great again. Holy mackerel, man. You can't help niggas.
Nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit. Nigga shit, 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 nigga shit.
Now, I've been telling you for a long time, the black community knows how to ruin a woman. Niggas know how to ruin a woman. Now, here's what we're going to say. Niggas like to nut in women like this. All right. This is a low grade woman, right? I mean, Ashanti will be back. Trust me. She'll be back. She'll have her personal trainer. She got enough money. Nelly got enough money to get her back right. But no, let's not make this body type great again. This is why black women are fat to this day. Because niggas.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
And dudes don't marry girls like this. They nutting girls like this. And then they abandon them when they get pregnant. All right, stop. Let's just be straight about this. This is nut material. This is a fetishizing of a woman. Bro, this is not, we're not making this body type great again. There are already women like this, bro. You don't have to wait for Ashanti to ruin herself. And guys will take a woman who's in great shape and say, oh, she looked like she need a little bit of boot. She needed something. She need a hamburger. Let's just keep her like this, bro. Let's make this the body type great again. All right, this is obesity, bro. This is diabetes. All right, this is diabetes. This gives men the opportunity to believe he can get this woman. All right, he can't get this woman. All right, because he has to have money. But he certainly can get this woman. All right, in his mind. All right, this is not good. All right, so we're going to say, bless you, Ashanti. All right, we're not making fun of you, but the Al Gore internet had you all out here exposed with your big backs out. This is baby weight. As you can see there's the child right there. And I believe she's going to have another couple late age pregnancies. So she's not going to lose the weight immediately. She might have a struggle here. She's a blimper. He certainly is a blimper. You guys don't know, she probably was giving signs of being a blimper. All right, and all women will gain weight in pregnancy. Some up to 50 pounds, some up to 100 pounds, just depends. And some women are naturally going to be like that. You can almost tell by the cankles. Look around the ankles area. The hands are going to be a dead giveaway of a blimper. All right, a woman that can have the propensity to blow up like the Goodyear blimp. And also their mother. All right, take a look at their mother. I don't know what Ashanti's mother's looks like, but Ashanti's got money. She'll bounce back. She'll bounce back. And Straggle Sniggle Theater, what do you think? They ask 70-year-old millionaires over in Laguna Beach, California. Shout out to Laguna Beach. When I see this video, boy, does it make me miss Cali. It makes me miss Cali. All right, but because Cali got that sunshine, all right? That's why you're paying a lot of money in Cali. It's called the sun tax. But they ask 70-year-old millionaire, what is their biggest regret? You know what I mean? People have made their money. They've ruined the relationships and friendships and family, all for the almighty dollar. And they got richer than a motherfucker. Well, these 70-year-old millionaires share advice for their younger self. And what do you think one man said he wished he had done more when he was, what? Rising up as a young man. Let me see if we can do this real quick. So we're going to go ahead and pull this up. You're going to see an older couple. There's an older couple right there. They made their money, and now they filthy, rotten rich. And now he's stuck with this old Blanche looking, never mind. What do you think? The man in his 70s, he made his money, says he wish he would have done more. Shout out to Laguna Beach. This is East Coast Highway, also known as Pacific Coast Highway. All right there. Beautiful shot, man. I miss Cali. What do you think they wish they had done more? Okay. Yeah. All right, we're going to take a look. You guys are having some good guesses here. Let's take a look at this guy who says, what do you wish he had done more when he was younger?
What is a big mistake you've made or a big regret you have that taught you a valuable lesson at some point in your life?
Can we say anything on this?
Absolutely.
Probably not getting laid 1,000 more times.
I'll come. Why? Tell me why. Why would you wish that you would have done that more?
Oh, because it's the most wonderful experience in the world. I mean, you cannot repeat those things. They're just great. There are no bad ones. I only wish I had more. They were great experiences.
So you're not going to share our channel with your wife, are you?
She doesn't know how to use YouTube, so.
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute.
Now, let me tell you what he means, and I have to reference George Carlin. All right, shout out to the great comedian, rest in peace, George Carlin. He definitely has influence on me and my show. I've watched him perform many, many times, and sometimes I'll drop a couple of doozy lines from George Carlin. For example, the Sleep and Fuck Motel. That's George Carlin. All right, the Sleep and Fuck Motel. That's a George Carlin riff. So I dedicate that to George Carlin. George Carlin said, all right, I should have fucked old what's her name. All right. I never should have played the game. I should have fucked old what's her name. All right. So George Carlin was saying that men often look back and, you know, when you get married and settle down or as you age, you might have a little regret that you should have fucked old what's her name. You should have hit them anyway. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you were trying to play it cool and coy and you didn't want to smash, or you didn't want to go to the strip club and put a thumb in her butt. You didn't want to go out there and pay for a piece of pussy, right? And you got older. Now you're sitting there, need Viagra and Cialis, and you're out here stuck with your old fat wife. All right. And now you be sitting around thinking, God damn. I should have fucked old what's her name. All right, that's what he's saying. That's essentially what he's saying here. All right, that's essentially what he's saying here. Let's go back and get what he's talking about here. I know people think that, but he's like, I should have fucked 1,000 more times. Like, what was I thinking? Especially he's sitting there with Mr. Limpy over here and a fat old wife. And he said, my wife can't use no YouTube anyway. But he done found a way to use OnlyFans. But it hit a little bit different when you older and you trying to fuck young bitches, right? And you should have been like, damn, you know what I mean? All it took is $500. I could have fucked any woman I wanted. You know what I mean? You get the wake up call. You be like, damn, it could have been $200 the whole time. All right. When I was in war, I was faithful to my wife during D-Day. All right. We were launching off the boat into Germany. All right. And I could have been fucking all these German bitches, but I was dedicated to my wife. Oh, hold up. Now that he about to die, he thinking of all the pussy he could have been fucking. Yes, he is. That's what he's thinking right now. Like, damn. Why is he looking like Popeye right now? Now, the thing is, you cannot turn back the hands of time. So you can't turn back the hands of time. You want to go back and you want to touch prime pussy. But, of course, when he got divorced from his first wife, he been fucking on 40 and 50 and 60-year-old women. And now he's like, damn, I could have been fucking on young bitches. So never have living regret of punani that you could have got. I always encourage you guys that just go on and get out there. You know what I mean? You know, just don't catch the herpes or the AIDS and you're good. All right, just go on out there and get your shit out.
Taught you a valuable lesson at some point in your life.
Can we say anything on this?
Absolutely.
Probably not getting laid 1,000 more times.
I'll come. Why? Tell me why. Why would you wish that you would have done that more?
Oh, because it's the most wonderful experience.
Especially with some young broads. I mean, because he ain't fucked a young girl in like 57 years. He's like, bruh, 1,000 more pieces of pussy. He walking around Laguna Beach looking at all that prime kitty cat walking up and down the beach. He like, oh my goodness. What a straggle or sniggle he is. What a pure sniggle he is. All right, last one, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. This is why the 304s are taking deposits here. You better learn how to play the game and don't have to charge it to the game. We have a young woman that says, when the rent is due, and so is the regret. Let's take a look at this particular skit here. Art imitating life or life imitating art.
Fuck, man. Fucking rent due. Just fuck. That's all right. Yeah. You cash out that?
Wipe your back off.
Huh?
Yeah. Wipe your back off.
Did you cash out it? Fuck, don't tell no fucking body either. Keep your fucking mouth shut.
I ain't effing nothing.
No, you go cash out, bitch.
Charge to the game.
No, charge these nuts, bitch. You gonna give me my fucking money. I don't give a fuck. Give me my money. No, bitch, you got me fucked up.
You know, niggas, man. And yes, religion holds you back. You've been religious all your life and you could have been fucking. Yes, you could have. But of course, this woman out here, you know, she need a couple of bills paid. She says rent is due. And she said,
your rent's due, motherfucker.
she said, don't tell nobody that I had to go ahead and get my buying fixed. But he skedaddled on her. Oh, no. Niggas always fuck up the game. He said, charge it to the game. See, ladies, you do got to get your money up front or at least midway through the mission. All right. You must have the money sitting out on the dresser. You know what I mean? You might have to see that the Cash App is made. You know what I mean? Or else when you're dealing with AAs, this is why sex workers don't deal with AAs, because niggas are bound to bounce. Because post-nut clarity is real. Post-nut clarity is real. Like, whatever you're charging, you better charge before he nut. Because if you charge that after he nuts, he is not going to pay it. Even Snoop said it. Even Snoop said it in one of his songs, all right, in Brazil, running out without paying the bitches. Yeah, bruh. This is why workers don't charge. This is why they don't deal with AAs. But let's take a look at the comment section so you can see what's going on right here. This one says, first rule of business, get a deposit. Laughing my ass off. He about to run, tell, quick. to run his mouth. Yep, AAs are quick to run their mouth. He says, wipe your back off is nasty work. This woman says, girl, why didn't you get your money first? And this guy says, charge it to the game out here. Yes.
Your rent's due.
There's going to be a lot of renegades and rookies out here. So men that are in the sexualized, monetized dating marketplace, you guys want to know there's going to be a lot of people making rookie mistakes. All right, so the rookie mistakes will be here, and people will catch cases because they don't know how to do business. But if you want to know how to do business, come over to CoachGregAdams.locals.com. Even if you're a renegade, even if you're a woman of the night, even if you're a young girl looking to get a buying fix, we teach you the ins and outs of the monetized dating marketplace, because a lot more people will be on the monetized dating marketplace. And so you want to make sure that you do not make any rookie mistakes. For the people that want to know what an AA is, that is an African American. All right. And African Americans tend to have the worst reputation when it comes to this. Join us over on CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can make a free account over there. All right. This is a commercial. We talk about the ins and outs of the monetized dating marketplace, sugar baby activity, and also all levels of that activity, because there's levels to that shit. All right. But yes, African-American men have the worst reputation. They are known for doing things like that or damaging the property. All right. Damaging the property is another thing that African-Americans are known for, AKA they want to have a great sexual performance. All right. And nothing pisses off a monetized dating woman than you trying to perform well on her. She's not there for a good performance. She's there to get paid. All right. She's not there for you to try to blow her back out and you impress her by how much dick you're giving her. All right. Yes, indeed. Tricking 101. Tricking 101. No, yes, we're here tricking. We're out and out tricks out here. All right. And I know it bothers you when I say that, so I'm going to keep saying it. All right. Anything to trigger you, I do. All right. At this particular point, it's rage baits for the Mitches. Anyway, now that we're here, we got Straggle and Sniggle Theater out. Let's kick that beautiful outro for you. Here we go. I don't know where it is. Okay. Where's the outro? I used to have a button I used to press, but they updated my Streamlabs, so I don't have the button anymore.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, oh yes, and another rule for AAs is they oftentimes try to get deposits, all right? Deposits from AAs, because you know, you got a lot of players, pimps that are AAs that do target the young women online, and they try to knock those hoes. All right, so that's another thing AAs do, is that they'll come in and they'll come in and they'll book the girl and then they'll put some pimping on her. All right, so they're like, African American men break almost all the rules of dating and relationships and then wonder why their dating and relationships don't work. All right, so some people know how to not blur the line. But typically when you look at African-American men, they blur the line. By the way, there was a great video of a guy, a young content creator, that reviewed a video that I reviewed 3 years ago on my Patreon of two dating coaches that I will remain nameless, Mr. Nocario and a guy named Max. I can't remember the other guy's name. They were going around Miami running game. Well, a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a week ago, he reviewed these guys going around Miami running game. And boy, did they get skewered. All right, did they get skewered in this particular video? Because yes, Mac Lives Matter. These guys were running around using 80s and 90s games, and boy, did the young guys come in and flame the shit out of them using the same video. Now, I put that video out on my Patreon a few years ago, maybe about 2 years ago, for pay-per-view only, because I wasn't trying to start beef. But yeah, his name is Miles. But there's a video out of a guy reviewing the same video, and man, they were going in on them. And I love to see it, man, because Mac Lives Matter, and 80s and 90s are dead. The 80s and 90s are dead. But that was a funny ass video when I review it. I might have to put it out for the freebie niggas. I might have to put that out on YouTube, but because it went feral. It went very viral. But of course, you know, when those guys saw people reacting to the video, they start saying, well, we were just messing around. We were just playing. But man, that video was funny as fuck. They were missing opportunities where girls were putting pussy right in their hand and they were missing it, running their mouth. And then they were missing clearly and then not engaging. It was the funniest breakdown ever. Anyway. All right. Anyway, somebody said re-upload it. I might have to re-upload it to somewhere. I have to find it. It's on my Patreon, but it was years ago. Anyway, let's get to the contributors to today's show. How about we do that? And God bless you guys that are contributing. Members also of the Shield are appreciated. Shout out to Rick, H-Town. Rick, coach, you are undefeated. I'm 38 years old and had some fun with the 22-year-old. And after the roar, she hit me with the "so what are we" question. I just shook my head and said, damn, I just got partied. All right. And was it a girl that was on the JUCO? If it's a regular girl, it sounds like it was a normie dating experience. So you got one nut and she hit you with the "so what are we," AKA all men pay. That was called lost leader pussy. That's called lost leader. Like, guys, you guys think you're not paying, but this is now you have to duck and dodge. All right, now you have to come with some objections to hit this. Now you got to hide. Now you got to ghost her. All right, which are forms of payment, right? Now you got to play games and ghost her and separate yourself, and then she's going to show up, and then you got to hit her again, and you're playing with fire at this particular point. Then all of a sudden, all it takes is one of these crazy bitches to do this, and then all of a sudden,
look what she did to my car. Look at this bitch did to my car. I can't stand this hoe. I can't stand this bitch. Fuck this bitch.
all right, you do this to one of the wrong women, and it could be dastardly for you. It could end bad. Now, sometimes they don't end bad because these women are harlots out here. All right, they out here throwing pussy around and lost leader pussy here and there, onesie twosies. So, but you could hit the wrong beach. Shout out to Jay McGee says, "What's up, coach? Masterclass show last night. Fuck the Mitches. Better boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
Fuck the Mitches." All right, last night, if you again, if you're not on the Coach Greg Adams channel, I'm in there laying down the fire on the Mitches, on the weak men of society. Yes, indeed. So shout out to you, man, giving a masterclass to these weak-ass motherfucking men. Shout out to JC says, "Coach, I like them young. Even Papa Smurf had Smurfette folded up in his little mushroom apartment." All right. Did he really? Was Smurfette his daughter? What was actually Smurfette? That's a real question. Because I never really watched the movies to really find out. They never really said in the cartoon. Was Smurfette Papa Smurf's daughter? Was it? Because there was only one girl. I mean, how did they populate? Maybe somebody knows. Was Smurfette not related to the other Smurfs? Like, what are we doing here? Okay. Was Smurfette Papa Smurf's JUCO? I mean, what was Smurfette? I don't know. Because Smurfette had to be getting that punani wrecked out there. Right, come on. One girl and a whole bunch of Smurfs. All right, that was Moppa. Was it? Who was it? I mean, I want to know. Because Smurfette had to be getting tossed. Even by Papa Smurf. And you know Papa Smurf was out there. If that was not his daughter, you know Papa Smurf was putting hands on Smurfette's hips, all right, all the time. Anyway. Somebody says Smurfette was created by Gargamel. Okay, anyway. Smurfette was created by Gargamel? Tell me more. Why did Gargamel make Smurfette? She was created by Gargamel. She wasn't related to anyone. All right, so now we know. Why did Gargamel make Smurfette? To get the Smurfs. Who knew?
Y'all already.
Who knew? I never knew this. All right, this is new information. So they were all male, and Gargamel created the. So she was a honeypot. So Smurfette was a honeypot. Wow, she was a spy. She was a CIA. She was a CIA honeypot for the Smurfs by Gargamel. Wow. She was an agent. Wowzers. Man, look, man, when you look back at cartoons, they was trying to tell us something. Heathcliff, Tom and Jerry, the Smurfs, the Snorkels, Scooby-Doo. They were always trying to tell us the real. And we missed it. I used to tell you Red Pill music. There was Red Pill in the music, right? They were trying to tell us she's an easy lover. She'll break your heart like you won't see it. What about Man-Eater? Billie Jean is not my lover. Okay, they were trying to tell us about this shit. So she was a plant. Who knew? I can't believe it, man. That is an eye-opener for me. I never saw that coming. They've been trying to tell us for a long time. What you doing? They were trying to tell us for a minute about what the real shit was going on, but we didn't want to hear it. We still fell in love, and we still thought she really likes us. And they were agents out in this mug. Who knew that? Gargamel created Smurfette as a honeypot for the Smurfs. What a smart guy. All right, because at the end of the day, the Smurfs likes hoes, you know?
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute.
Shout out to Dinero Tranquillo, the legend here. He's a member of the Shield. He came out to Boss Vegas, recently had a patient that got attacked by his dog that turned on him and the family. Dude told his wife multiple times not to let the dog out. They were arguing on speaker while I was putting in the stitches. She was a rebellious as fuck. A stubborn woman caused him harm, free agent lifestyle for life, and still arguing with him after he got attacked by a dog. Shout out to you, legendary Shield member. That's a co-sponsorship. Shout out to Dinero Tranquillo, man. God dang.
I'm rich, bitch.
The dog turned on him to protect who? I mean, that's an interesting story, man, amongst itself. That's crazy. LL Cool C says, what are your thoughts on vision boards and what is the purpose of having one? Shout out to LLQC. I had a vlog back in the 2019, 2018 talking about the purpose and of vision boards. But basically what you're doing is manifesting. You're using ideas of things that you like to motivate you to get what you want out of life, aka cars, money, women, watches, whatever it is that you like. And the purpose is that if you can see it on a daily basis, you'll work hard for it. So you position it in your office or sometimes on your online, Instagram, Pinterest. These are vision boards. And if you see it often enough, it will remind you that these are the things that you're looking to attain, the material things out of life. And there's nothing wrong with that. People will say, well, you don't need material things to motivate you. Some people do. Everybody is motivated by something different. You know, some people are motivated intrinsically. Some people are motivated extrinsically, according to psychology. But vision boards are a visual representation of what you want to aspire to be. It's kind of like writing down your goals as opposed to putting your goals in your head. You're taking it and you're putting it out and you're making it visual. So vision boards are very, very good thing for you to use to motivate you. You can even put women, like the type of woman that you want. Like most men don't get the type of women that they actually want. Right? The type of woman that you want, unless you're a low budget nigga, like you want the fat Ashanti version of women. But really, the majority of men don't get the woman that they actually want. They get the woman that they can get. And as a result, if you actually set a standard for yourself, a standard of living, even when it includes cars, automobiles, houses, whatever it is, watches and all these things, you will find that you're more likely to get them if you have a vision board than if you don't. But the type of women that you want, you know, you want a certain type of woman that represents you in your life, you will put it on your vision board. Now, nothing in your vision board is free. Okay, so there's a cost to that as well. There's a cost to lifestyle, vacation destinations, what have you. All right, these are all things that you should have. But yeah, create your vision board today. You could do it online too. But the best way to do your vision board is to use kind of magazines and newspapers or things that you can have physically, cut them out, put them on the board so that you can see them without having to log into the internet. Because Pinterest one time deleted my whole account. All right, I was like, whoa. And I had a vision board on Tumblr and they deleted my account. So I was pissed the fuck off because Tumblr had my whole vision board. I mean, I had a vision board like nothing. I would check on it every day on Tumblr. Then I came back and they deleted my account. I was like, what? So I created another one and they deleted that. I was like, holy mackerel. So anyway, shout out to our brother Macaroni Tony. He says, you never joined a gang in California during its peak, didn't get locked to get swole, and coach D1 without being a former D1 player. You overcame constantly. Shout out to you. Yes, my life was about avoiding. My life was about avoiding bullshit. And your life is about avoiding bullshit. So I came up during the peak years of gang activity in Southern California. That's 1984 to 1993, 1994, going into the LA riots. dude, it was very popular to be in a gang, to claim bang, as they used to say. And I was in Hawthorne, California, for the peak areas of this gang activity. And I've never jumped on Al Gore's internet to even claim that I was in a gang. I never even said I rolled in a gang. And I was right there in the middle of it. And I could have easily just jumped on the internet. Yep, man, I know these gangs and 8 Trey Crip and Rolling 60 this and Rolling 20s Lime Street, Cliss and that, and Grape Street this. Like, and Hawthorne Pyru that and Tape I, you know what I mean? I could have said that, Trag New. I could have said all of that, and I never, ever did. I never, ever really thought that that was something to brag about. And most guys that brag about it, they never were in it. They out here claiming they was in it. And then they want to position themselves like they was something. But I knew people were gangbanging. And I even picked up the dress and the lingo. I did all of that. I wore colors. I will say that. I did wear colors, right? I wore khakis for a couple of years. I did wear khakis for a bit, and I went down to the surplus store and got some khakis. All right, but I never joined the gang. I never thought it was something to, to aspire to be. My mother would have never let me join the gang. I wasn't gang banging material. Nigga, I was like 4 foot. I was like 4'11" during these years. During these years, I was 4'11" and 78 pounds. So there's that. I probably needed a gang, right? But I was a small dude during these years. I was a little nigga. I was a little peanut head ass nigga. All right. You know what I mean? I probably needed a gang, but I rolled solo. I've always been rolling solo dolo. Yep. I didn't get locked to get swole. Right. I also, but what does that mean? All right. I didn't get locked up to get swole. All right. And I also was able to get into coaching D1 basketball and never played D1. All right. I was always found a way. I always found a way to be successful. That's why I'm always confident. I restarted my life and said, dude, I'll give up everything that I have to restart my life to get the life that I want. All right. For sure, man. For sure. So you can do it, man. You don't have to have, you can make your own life out here. 100%. All right. But I had a lot of gang dudes try to pull up on me and ask me where I'm from. I had all of that. And I thought that was so low frequency. I was like, this is some low frequency activity. Even back then, I was like, this shit is not going to lead anywhere. In fact, what will happen is you will find that most of these guys, and you guys look, I'm originally from the Midwest, Chicago, Milwaukee area. I have family and friends there. A lot of them got involved in the GDs and the BOS and the Vice Lords. And a lot of my, cousins and uncles got involved in that shit. And I thought that was low frequency activity. I was like, everybody knew the gangs and the 19s and the 227s and all of these gangs, right? And I used to think these men, I want you to listen to this. This is important. What you will find is that young men that grow up into this lifestyle, they know more about the prison industrial complex than they know about the universities in that state. I want to remind you, I'm going to say this again, and this is important when you see and you're advising young men, as I do, of loser activity. These guys can tell you everything about every prison in that state, but cannot tell you about the universities that state funds for you to go to. Now, this is where you will find that you're participating in low frequency activity and why you're headed right from the public school indoctrination camp right to prison. You'll tell me everything about Folsom Prison and Soledad and Upstate, and you'll tell me about D Block and all of this shit. You'll tell me about all of these systems and where to state this and where you get sent for that and who got sent up here and who over there. And you can't tell me 5 public universities in that state, okay? So you're destined to head that way because you study it. What you study, what you put on your vision board, what you associate with, the knowledge you put in your head is where you're going. Just like we talked about with the vision board. And I would be like, I don't care about these places. I don't care if you got an uncle and a cousin over there. I don't want to know about these places. I don't care if you got homeboy that's in this city here. This is the city pen and this is where you go in the county. Who cares? That was all useless information to me. That was useless. I'm like, man, you're not impressing me because you know what happens behind bars. Nigga, that's where you're going if you want to know what happens behind bars. I tell you what happens at the next level. I'm not a low frequency nigga. You can't tell me 8 California state universities, but you can tell me 8 California state prisons. This is crazy. This is crazy. People idolize low frequency activity and they think they're cool doing it. And they jump on YouTube and they build an audience telling you what happens in the pen and how you make top ramen and how you get meals and how you get commissary and how you get money put on your books and how you get letters written to the pen. And I'm like, why are you studying this? Why would you study this material? Why would you want to know this? Well, we got to figure out how to survive. No, bro, I don't. All right, what I'm not going to do is go to jail. How about that? How about that? How about I know not how to go to jail, nigga, so I don't get caught up in the system. But you're right. A lot of people do study this so much and they do put it in their head so much that you don't realize you're destined to go there. That's where you're going. And then when you study universities, when you study another lifestyle, when you study affluent people, when you study people who got riches, you're going to go there too. But you'll tell me about some nigga that went to the penal system, pause, and then they came out and became wealthy. Who gives a fuck, bro? Most people go back to the pen. Most people don't come out of the pen and become wealthy. They go back from the pen to the streets, back to the pen. So that's low frequency activity. Same thing as gang culture. It's low frequency activity. I'd rather not know. Shout out to Macaroni Tony for the co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right. Institutionalized niggas. All right. Niggas are institutionalized before they even hit the goddamn jail system. And when they go in there, they know everything and they know niggas in there. Oh, it's just like the hood. I don't want to know anybody like that. All right. I don't want to know anybody like that. Shout out to Ghost J says, that's my problem, coach. I tried to overperform for the JUCO. Time to go to locals. Shout out to you. Yeah, you don't necessarily. Now, JUCOs are different. You know, I mean, people don't really know. Like, if you have a JUCO, all right, that is a level of a woman that is monetized. When you're talking about overperformance, that's for girls that are strippers and escorts. They don't care about if you beating the brakes off of them. They don't care. All right. Now, if you're messing with a JUCO, sometimes it is more romantic. All right. It is more of a performance laden thing, but that's too far over niggas' heads. All right. Shout out to our brother here. It is. Joshua Moon says Bacon and Becky's is despicable, coach. Shout out to the Bacon and the Becky's. All right. We love it, man. I love me some white women, man. I'm going to tell you, man. You're going to hear about all the shit. I'm going to say all the shit that triggers you. All right.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, shout out to you. And says, I now have a copy of the Free Agent Lifestyle. Shout out to Joshua Moon, man. Congratulations for getting put up on the Free Agent Lifestyle. All right, here we go right here. But there's some low-level niggas in here watching this like this nigga's a pure sellout. But you don't know what you don't know. Once you get to the suburbs, I'm going to tell you, man, get around Jewish people. I know y'all hate the Jews. There's some trend where y'all niggas think y'all gonna be the next mustache man and y'all gonna ruin the Jew system and shit. And I'll be like sitting around like, you really don't know Jews.
I'm not gonna say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Get around them, bro. You're gonna realize there's a whole nother level of life. Or you be like, wow, they really got shit figured out, bro. Now, I'll listen. How they got there, it ain't none of my problem. They got there before I was here. But get around some people, bro, that got shit going. And you're going to see, man, there's a whole nother layer of life that you're missing out on. Niggas be knowing about gangs and live in Southern California and never been to the beach. Yeah. Trust me, I lived in the South Bay. They know about gangs. They know about 8 prisons. They know about Tehachapi. They know about, what's that place? It's a young kid's halfway house out in Lompoc. They know about Lompoc, Tehachapi. They know about Soledad. They know about all of these prisons. And these niggas, man, they can't tell you about nothing else other than that. As soon as you get them around some people, they never been to the beach. They never been to the beach. They live around all this gang culture, never been to the beach. And you will see them. As soon as you go to the beach, you're going to see them. They're going to be overdressed. With white shoes, clean white shoes, pants on, and big jackets. Or they'll be in the water. These are the Mexicans, y'all. In the water with T-shirts. These are the Mexicans. All right. But they'll tell you about gang culture and anything Trece and anything Soreno. They'll go to the beach and leave the 909 and they'll be in T-shirts, no swim trunks, and do-rags. And you'll be like, especially in Oceanside, they'll be fully clothed, all right? Walking around there trying to look cool. Standing out there near that pissy ass area where you take a piss near the beach that smell like piss and shit. All right, and you're sitting there like, these niggas ain't gonna make it in life. You need to really become out of your... Shout out to Oceanside, California. This is typical scene in Oceanside. All right, anyway. All right, anyway. Shout out to our brother J. Cool says, thanks for inspiring the daily mental discipline. On another note, I do find my cheaper cigars do not drop the ash so easily. You get what you pay for. 100%. The cheaper ones don't drop that ash so easily. Yes, indeed. Shout out to you. All right, back that ash up. All right, what do we got here? Offset says, Coach, getting baby weight fat or thick is a hoax and just an excuse to not work out during pregnancy. I see pregnant women at Orange Theory work out during their whole pregnancy and come back and they don't even look like they had a kid 2 weeks ago running on a treadmill. That's typically going to be white women. All right.
Hey, where are the white women at?
You said Orange Theory. That's white.
Where the white women at?
White women typically can snap back relatively fast, especially if they have a less problematic pregnancy or a low-risk pregnancy. Of course, if you have a high-risk pregnancy, which is an advanced age geriatric pregnancy, typically, or you have a pregnancy where you're going to be bedridden early on in the first 6 months, all right, yeah, you're not going to snap back as well. But you do find that poor, impoverished people or people not exposed to health and exercise, or women that have never exercised, right? They never really got into exercise. They're going to gain a lot of weight. Now, women that are accustomed to exercising and walking and running on the corner and going to Orange Theory and Equinox, those women are going to snap back really relatively fast. And my ex-wife was an example of this. The day she delivered my daughter, our first child, she went on a jog for at least 2.5 miles, and I didn't go with her. And all throughout her pregnancy, she jogged and worked out, and she gained weight. Naturally, women are going to gain weight, but she snapped back relatively fast. All right. So, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But yes, gaining excessive weight like that, like Ashanti did, it's either genetically there or she just never become accustomed to working out. And I do find out that women who have never worked out or rarely work out before their pregnancy are going to be fatter than a motherfucker afterwards. They're never going to get rid of their body weight. Ever. They're never going to get rid of their body weight. They're always going to be fat. So it is the fact that you have to be accustomed to exercising prior to that. But also white women are genetically no hips. They really, they already have narrow hips to begin with. So once their hips widen just a little bit, they'll just get a wider booty. It'll look bigger. It's just wider. All right. And then they'll able to maintain their weight and snap back. But, black women or Latino women already have wide hips and big buttocks. They're genetically disposed for this. So it's just going to get fat on top of that. All right, that's all it is. And if they never are accustomed to exercising, it's going to be very difficult to get that weight off. And this is somebody talking as a professional. I am certified strength and conditioning specialist. I have a degree in kinesiology, master's degree in sports science. So I know what I'm talking about. All right, people that I've known as taken on as clients, even white women, if they didn't work out before their pregnancies, it's going to be difficult for them to get that weight off. All right. It's going to be very, very difficult because they're not going to exercise at an intensity to get that weight off. Their body doesn't have the muscle memory or the capacity to get it off. And they're going to be harder to break through the barriers to get that weight off. Right? They're going to do very minimal exercise and think they did a lot. And I'm like, baby, you ain't even. They'll exercise 2 days and take off 5. All right. And they're like, why am I not losing weight, bruh? 2 days? All right, fuck it. But you'll have women that are accustomed to exercise that exercise 4 and 5 days a week. All right. And their body is accustomed to it so that when they, after birth, a couple of weeks afterwards, they just snap back into it. All right. And they go 3, 4, 5 days a week, which you're going to have to do. And my basic mathematics of exercising is that you must exercise more days than you take off. Now, if you're doing less than that, you better be genetically disposed to being good with your weight. All right, you better have good genetics, good metabolism, or any of that. If you have bad genetics and bad metabolism and you're exercising less days than you actually take off, you can forget it. Good fucking luck. I'll be like, good luck. And by the way, I was an ethical trainer. I never promised how much weight a person's going to lose. I never promised, like, I'm not one of these guys that just try to sell people something. You'll lose 15 pounds in 2 weeks. I never did any of that. I say, you're going to come in here and I'm working your ass off and you're going to live a life outside of the gym that is going to not fuck up my work. If you do that, you'll be good. If you come in here and exercise 1 hour and think your life's going to change, you're going to be shit out of luck. All right, you go out there and you eat junk food and Krispy Kreme donuts, and then you come in here for a week and you got fucked up genetics. All right, you're not going to do anything. You're just going to pay me for about 5 years. All right, that's all you're going to do is pay me and not do anything. Or you're going to pay me and maintain what you got. You're going to pay me and maintain what you got. So I've never sold people. And this is why when I tell you about life, I'm not trying to sell you a bullshit. I just tell you what it is. You can like it or not. All right. But I found that being honest this way actually makes me more relatable because I don't sell you a fantasy about life. I don't sell you a fantasy to sell you something. I don't sell you a fantasy about women, dating, marriage, losing weight. I don't sell fantasies. I just tell you what it is and what you ain't doing and what you are doing and what results you're going to motherfucking get. And I'll be 99% right. Right here. Now, other people, dating coaches and all of these people, these guru fitness trainers and these fake nutritionists, they'll tell you a fucking lie to sell you something. I never tell you lies on the show. You can like it or not, but I'll never tell you a lie, okay? All right, anyway. But yes, gaining excess weight is not healthy. All right, but you need a little bit of healthy baby weight. You need a little bit. Shout out to J. Cool says, my FICO score is 770, 0 debt, 0 car payments. I love seeing those zeros on my Experian website. He says, I think this is an important part of bossing up and why I have money to enjoy things. It is. Shout out to you for bossing up, J. Cool. Thank you for the co-sponsorship earlier.
Boss up, you.
Maybe it wasn't. It wasn't. But let's get back to the show. Thank you, man. All right, boss up season is here. It's only bossing up left. All right, there's nothing else left. That's why we got the fuck you boss up segment. We've replaced doom and gloom with the fuck you boss up segment because what more do I have to tell you? There's nothing else to prepare for. We're here. We're on the decline. So here's some more information that is coming up here. We're going to tell you how to get up out of this one, but the game is to be sold, not told at this particular point. It says Amazon is reportedly planning to cut as many as 30,000 corporate jobs starting Tuesday, which is today. This is according to Spiritual Word and Getty Images. Reuters also is reporting this as well. So you have the mainstream, lamestream media. The new world order is here. Amazon is planning on cutting as many as 30,000 corporate workers starting on Tuesday. That's nearly 10% of its $350,000 strong corporate workforce to pair expenses and compensate for overhiring during the peak demand of the scamdemic. New world order. These are families. These are 30,000 families. I know when you see these numbers, you're like, oh, 30,000 people, what the hell? These are 30,000 households, whether they have children or not. This could be up to 100,000 people when you include wives and families that are going to be widely affected by this. So hundreds of thousands of people are going to be affected by this. And now they can't go back to EBT or food stamps. And this is right before the holiday season. And as I said earlier, and people think I'm lying, gentlemen, there are no stable jobs here anymore. Just get a stable job and work 25 years. Where? I mean, you better be a career motherfucker. Like you better have a super duper locked in career. But if you have a corporate job, there are no stable jobs anymore. And yes, this is a big point. The compensating for overhiring during the peak demand of the pandemic, right? People overhired, and now it's time to trim the fat. The bottom lines aren't being met. So now we're going, who do we need? And of course, I will venture to say 70% of these are women. 70% of these corporate jobs are women. And then when you count in black women and DEI and minorities, bye-bye. So this is bad news across the board. This highly affects the economy, and it highly affects the job market going forward, because you got to say, well, what jobs are available? Well, let's say you were interviewing for Amazon for one of these corporate jobs, and you were on round number 5 of interviews. Okay. Now you realize there's a hiring freeze. These corporations aren't hiring like they used to. The job marketplace is simply on fire right now. It's not on fire. It's cooked. It's beyond cooked. So where are you finding stability? It is boss up time. And they also are not mentioning that many of these jobs can simply be replaced by AI. Okay, this is going to be the case. So what'll happen is they'll say, well, AI is you're gonna make opportunities for people to fix the AI and fix the machines. Well, none of these 30,000 people can fix machines. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that right now. None of these 30,000 people that got degrees in communication can fix AI machines. It's going to create a marketplace for people who have the ability to already know how to fix machines, all right, and fix computers. But people that don't know how to are shit out of luck. So there's a day of reckoning, and we're meeting that. And this has been going on pretty much for several years as I've been doing Doom and Gloom CGA. I've been preparing you for this. I've been preparing myself for this. All right, stockpiling, income, investing, and starting businesses and creating extra streams of income and revenue, continuing to do my craft as a person that has built an audience despite being monetized, continuing to provide value, shifting in all of these things, and getting into other investment ideas and sharing them with you as well on the other platforms, namely Patreon. So we're here. So there's no more need for doom and gloom. We are past that now. You need to find solutions. All right. And I can't find the answers for you unless you schedule a coaching call, which is now $2,000 an hour. Yes. Fuck you, boss up. Everybody's prices are going up. Okay. All right. But we are here. We're here. And it's time to think outside of the box. All of your notions of what is a real job and what is not a real job has to go. It has to go. All right. And this also includes in the dating marketplace. What's a real job and what's not? What kind of career a man has and what's not? All right. Really, blue collar jobs are going to be more in demand. HVAC in these jobs, electricians and plumbers are going to be more in demand in the future. All right. The idea of going to college and majoring in some of these majors are absolutely pointless and useless. All right. They're going to be useless degrees. And these people are coming out with communication degrees in history and sociology and psychology, finding themselves to be broke and poor. And the women are selling pussy, teaching college classes in psychology. All right. And oftentimes ending up single and in a pickle. Okay. So there's going to be here, the monetized dating marketplace is going to be necessary. It's only going to be a way for women to advance out here. Okay. They have to do something with their punanis. But this is where you're going. That's 30,000 workers. Let's say 70% are women. Let's say 70% of those women are under 30. How many of those women are going to be on dating apps? Sugar daddy dating apps. All right, Larry C., what's the math on that? All right, what's the math on that? 30,000 workers, 70% are women, and 70% of those are women under 30. Do the math. How much the monetized dating marketplace is going to be in fuego? All right. In fuego. There's going to be women jumping on apps right now. They firing their apps up right now. In fuego. You got minds fixed, man. It's they're getting laid off 3 days before rent is due. All right.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
It's flooded. It's going to be crazy. So there's going to be a day of reckoning for that. But by then I'm going to be ran through 500 women. It's crazy. So 15K. All right, 15K of those 30. All right, roughly. And they're cutting a huge part of their human resources. Human resources can be done simply by AI, and also it can also be done by the word that I'm looking for is contractual HR. Contractual AR. So they don't need people to work in their actual building. They can contract that out. All right. But anyway, that's enough about that. All right, enough about that. They don't need fat Karens to be in there. And then what about older women? They're 50, 45, and they're going to get cut and laid off in a job marketplace that is very, very stagnant. Not only that, what are they going to do? They've been working at these jobs for 5 or 10 years. They have a degree from University of Phoenix. Where are they fucking going? Okay. Where are they going after this? They'll have war stories about how they used to work for Fortune 500 companies. All right. They better figure it out. All right. Anyway, we here to fix is a bind.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
And don't make me feel sorry for this. I warned you about this. This young man says the job marketplace is cooked. All right. And of course, for men and women in the job marketplace, you might know this to be true. So let's hear what he has to say.
When y'all said the job market was cooked, I thought y'all meant like 6-figure jobs. Why did I just get rejected for a job? At Walmart, bro. No. Maybe I didn't hear me right. Walmart, gang. I have a 4-year college degree. I went to college. I thought going to college was the answer. But no, this economy literally tells you after a college degree, if you don't have a direct relationship with the CEO of the company, you're cooked. I have been auto-applying on Sprout for the last 3 months in hopes to get a job that pays me anything above $15 an hour. I'm just getting rejected left and right. Moral of the story is this. If you've got a job right now in this economy, keep your job, please, because it's rough out here.
All right. Just a little bit of nostalgic, ring the Undertaker bell. Yes, for people that are in this marketplace, they know. All right, let me see if I can pull this up. Let's look at this. This is released on October 25th. So this is new news. This is new news that you can snooze. Job hugging. This is where we're at. Job hugging. What is job hugging? 75% of workers staying put through 2027. This is a study that shows here, October 25th, 2025. This is new data. Look at this. Like this young man said, hold on to your job. Hold on to your job. So what does it say here? Most people hug because they feel affectionate for someone or something, but job hugging is a current common trend amongst American workforce. It's on the uptick because of the fear of the unknown of an uncertain economy. Holding on and staying put out of security instead of engaging are not the best motivations for the future of business. But a new study shows that job huggers are staying put for 2 more years, at least till 2037. So they're calling it job hugging. As this man insinuated, stay in your job. All right, the marketplace is bad. The studies show, experts predict that the era of job hugging is here to stay for the long term. Ring the bell. And Monster.com's new 2025 job hugging report corroborates the trend, showing no signs of slowing, revealing 75% of employees plan to stay put at their job until 2027. That's if they don't get laid off. And nearly half of workers, 48%, say they're staying in the current job out of fear and economic uncertainty, which we call scarcity and fear. All right. They're also say this is, listen to this. 59% say job hugging is more common this year than last. 63% expected to be on the rise higher in 2026. 27% cite pay, and 26% cite job security as the top reasons employees stay put. 55% say older workers are more likely to job hug than younger. So you're a younger employee, but the 55% of old workers say they're hugging their job. And it says 85% of workers admit that they job hug at least once in their career. 55% of older workers, Gen X and boomers, are more likely to job hug. That's bad news for the younger workers. 25% believe younger generation, Gen Z millennials, do it more, and 20% think it's the same across generations. You want to know another boss up fact? They're also saying that people are willing to take a pay cut in the job that they're hugging to keep their job. You heard that right. They said, and I have to pull this up, I've been prepared to share this. People are willing to take a job cut in their job in order to keep their job. All right, so it's boss up season. We tell you how to do it on the Money Mindset. It is not a secret anymore. You should know this. All right, if you're in this situation, it is not too late if you're single and a male. All right, but a lot of people are what? They got families. They also bought houses. All right, they bought houses. They have family. All right, and if you're looking to level up, let's say you have a job that you're like, this is a temporary stop, or it's a launch pad to a job above this, you're going to be sitting out for a while. All right, I know women like this in this position. They're at the JUCO, and these are regular corporate women that are doing a side hustle of JUCO activity. And they're also in a position where they're like, I got the job. They didn't have a job. They got laid off, and then they got a job, but they thought this was a temporary job for them to get at their regular job, and they've been out 6 months. They've been out a year or 2 to 3 years. All right, so they can't even jump up to that job. So they got to hug on to that low-paid job to get to the next job. All right, so it's getting to that point out here. It's getting to that point. So be ready for this. And you're going to see a lot of effects of this down the line. All right, so we got new boss up information. Fuck you, boss up. It says right here, the new Xbox will reportedly cost up to $1,200 in 2027. The new gen console is going to be a very premium, very high-end curated experience. Xbox pricing people out.
I'm rich, bitch.
What you're seeing more and more, and I warned you about this, is that people are providing premium high-end services. All right, because the middle class can no longer have the discretionary or disposable income to spend. All right, so they're targeting high-end customers. We've seen this with video games, Nintendo Switch, and all of these particular games going, okay, who got the money? All right, these people ain't got the money, or they're complaining about the price. What do? We're going to price you out. We're going to price you out. So they're looking at it going, I'm not going to nickel and dime these people because they're trying to nickel and dime their way through life. So let's go to the high-end people, the people who actually have the money. So we sell less consoles. This is the same thing as what? Boss Vegas. Okay, Boss Vegas. Boss Vegas has priced people out. They're pricing out the people that expect low budget, low budget gifts and, comp drinks and, comp rooms for gambling at the regular poker table. And they're pricing out the people that were looking for the $6 buffet. And they're going into high-end deals. Now, this is also going to be what Tinder did. Tinder tried the same thing. They realized that women were shifting to monetized dating and sugar babies, especially Gen Z. So what did they do? They went to a $500 service. Whether it worked out for them or not, who knows? All right, but they went to a service in which they were like, okay, we're going to charge $500 because people are willing to pay to get access to young women. So a lot of services are doing this, all right? And you're seeing the prices being raised as opposed to lowered. So the bottom line is a bottom line. Now, I know you can say these people are going to survive or not. That's not up for me to decide, but it is true, all right? You're not getting people to lower prices. You're finding that in this economy, the prices are not being lowered, okay? Despite the fact that you're saying that these companies are going to fail if they don't lower the prices, right? Now, whether they fail or not is irrelevant, but the prices are not getting lower anywhere. You cannot find anybody decreasing prices of anything. So that is a boss up mindset to prepare yourselves that these companies really don't give a fuck about what's going on with your money. All right, we got some more information on Fuck You Boss Up. This tends to be the longer part of the segment because there's so much to report here. Feminism has been dead. All right. I've rang the bell on feminism, and I told you feminism will die a miserable death once the economy starts shifting. Once it becomes apparent that people can't survive off of one income, women are going to pivot. All right. And women will naturally pivot. All of a sudden, these strong, independent, most educated women turn to de-evolve themselves to sell pussy. Right. So what we got here, shout out to Newski here. Here's a woman that says with a bull, this is a white liberal woman. All right. A white liberal women scare me. I cannot stand.
Where the white women at?
I can't stand white liberal women. I like white women, but
Hey, where are the white women at?
white liberal women, and typically black men, you're going to get with a white liberal woman. Very rarely are you going to get with a conservative white woman. All right. Unfortunately, white liberal women are attracted to niggies, especially basketball playing niggies and low grade niggies. All right, you're going to get with, you got to know the difference between the white women you're dealing with. And very rarely are you going to get with a conservative white woman unless it's just the fuck. All right. It's rarely she likes a 6'5" with the blue eyes. But what does this white liberal woman realize that she's stuck in the hole of feminism? She says right here, you're going to hear a lot of this anti-capitalism talk. Let's hear what she has to say. Our basic human needs are paywalled.
Is so normalized in our society that people do not even realize that the concept of having to get a job, go and work every single day just to put food on the table, just to be able to put a roof over your head, means that your basic needs of survival are paywalled.
Really? Really? All right.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
What she's saying is we should have the basic human needs given to us. We shouldn't have to work to get those basic human needs. There goes feminism. All right, there goes feminism. Isn't this why you wanted a job? What did you think? Your sugar daddy, your husband was going to give you the basic human needs and you were going to work and go keep your little money? What did you think? What would you think you were supposed to work for? That's what you work for, to pay the bills, nigga. Like, what?
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
All right, let's hear what else she has to add to this. But of course, yeah, Captain Obvious is at it again. Yes, it's behind a paywall. All right, you have to pay rent. Let's continue.
The things that every single person needs just to survive, just to not die,
yes,
are paywalled.
Exactly. Yes, that's what men, listen, men know this. All right, even loser men know this. All right, they know they could go to jail and get 3 hots in a cot. All right, so they have to pay the price for freedom. You have to pay the price to live in a capitalist society. Even in a society that's socialist, you still got to put in some elbow grease. All right, I want to hear what conclusion she draws, this person here, and stop smoking weed and eating weed gummies. All right, because this is crazy.
At that point, you going out and working is just to be able to continue surviving. And then what does that mean?
What?
We operate in a society of people in forced labor. And of course, you can end up liking your job and it being your passion, but still, what it means is that you literally cannot live without your job.
These people vote. These people vote. Ma'am, that's what you work for equality for. That's what you said you didn't want to get married for, and you don't need a man. Because you could do it. But now, this is why the monetized dating marketplace is on fire. Because young women like that going to get that pussy up. I mean, listen. They going to sell that pussy. They going to let me smash. All right? They going to let me smash. This woman's going to certainly let me smash. All right? And she's going to say I raped her body in order for her to survive to get their basic needs. Also, she's very, very intelligent to realize you're participating in enforced slavery. Yes. All right, slavery has never ended. In fact, I have to ask you, you guys really, niggas get offended when I say that because they always think of chattel slavery, but that was just one form of slavery. There's all kind of forms of slavery, but slavery's never ended. All right, they just basically rebranded it for you, and then you go to work and go home and barely can survive off the basic needs. Now, here's the deal. Slavery is going on today, and none of you niggas are doing anything about it. There's still people participating in human chattel slavery, sex slavery, and so forth and so on, and you guys ignore it. And then you wonder why people have ignored you niggas being slaves for 400 years. Because you ignore modern day slavery as well. You won't even label it slavery. You'll say, well, they're happy and people get to go home and they get to have relationships. Well, they're engaging in forced or modern slavery as well. And you're doing nothing about it. You guys see Mexicans picking strawberries, all right, on the side of the road, getting paid pennies on the dollar, and you do nothing about it. So why do people care about your history of slavery when you don't even care about the modern day slaves, even yourself? Okay, so consider that for a fact. But she's even smart enough to realize you're participating in forced slavery, especially when you're doing a job you're not passionate about. And if you go back to yesterday's stream, Brian Tracy told you the keys to happiness. People are doing jobs that fulfill them. Most people are not doing jobs that fulfill them. All right, fuck chattel slavery. I don't care. Slavery comes in all forms. Just because you think yours was the worst, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't. Now, if you're not doing fulfilling work, you're participating in enforced slavery. Just like if you're in monogamy and you are scared to lose your wife so you won't cheat on her, is enforced monogamy. You're doing it by force or threat or coercion. You're not doing it because you want to. And if you're doing things because you don't want to, then that means you don't want to do it. Okay? That means you don't want to do it. That means you're doing something you don't want to do. So you're not doing it out of principles and morality. You're doing it under threat and coercion. We're going to talk about that when we get to sexual assault. Same thing as work. But of course, it's too late. Even she knows it's too late. You participating in it. And now we hear all this anti-capitalist rhetoric. All right, which is absolutely pathetic, because when the money was rolling and everybody had access to credit and their credit cards weren't maxed out, you participated in capitalism. You actually benefited from capitalism. You actually clearly partook in it. You actually got to the grocery stores and had full shelves. All right, you were willing to spend money and you were willing to extend credit, and you participated in capitalism. Now that you're maxed out, now we have anti-capitalists out here. Well, it's capitalism's fault. No, it's not. You participated in it, you failed in it, and now you're an anti-capitalist. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. This is what you're going to hear because people are losers. Let's just call it what it is. You're a loser. You lost out in the game of capitalism. You tried to win and do the bare minimum, and it cost you. You shot yourself in the foot. Now you don't have any credit to extend. Now you're fucked. That's why it's boss up. Okay, you participated in it until you couldn't benefit from it. Now you're an anti-capitalist. No, don't give me none of that bullshit. This is a typical liberal, anti-capitalist, socialist, Marxist that participated in it up to the point where they painted themselves on the corner. All right, they took out the loans, they took out the credit, and all of a sudden they lived their life drinking matchas and motherfucking boba tea and coffees and all of these things that capitalism provides for you. And all of a sudden you can't afford it anymore and you're an anti-capitalist. So here it is right here. She's pointing to it right here. Now you're against working for a living.
Rather than offering your labor to support your community or towards something you're actually really passionate about, without a fear of homelessness also motivating it.
Homelessness, the poverty class is there to motivate the middle class to go to work. That's another George Carlinism or anybodyism. The homeless population, the poverty class is there to motivate you to go to work. Or else you're going to do a slip slide in the poverty class. All right. It's not that hard to figure out. These are the rules of the game. These are the rules you chose to play and benefit from. But now that you're out here on the goddamn hamster wheel and you're in the rat race, you want to quit. You can't rage quit. You can't rage quit. You're the one that wanted to quiet quit. You're the one that wanted work-life balance. Now you want a job that you're passionate about. Well, you got to put in some years. Got to put in that work. Okay, you got to put in that work. All right, this is what you're seeing people shift to now. And of course, the losers are going to agree. All right, here we go.
Capitalism is simply inhuman, and so many people fail to recognize that.
There it is. Capitalism is inhumane. It's slavery. I laugh at this, bro.
Capitalism is so normalized in our society that people do not even realize that the concept of having to get a job, go and work every single day just to put food on the table, just to be able to put a roof over your head, means that your basic needs of survival are paywalled.
Okay, by the way, man, I mean, out of all the people who are the laziest people in America, it got to be white women. I mean, white women got to be the laziest bunch.
Where the white women at?
I mean, I know there's lazy people out here, and you can put a credit to low quality, low frequency Negroes, but white women are the laziest son of a bitches to ever exist in America. White women. All right, they have gone through years and years of sitting and benefiting from affirmative action and DEI. They went behind the pale, become trophy wife and the housewives and shit like that, only to renege in the middle of them housewifing and not giving up pussy. They don't want to fuck their husbands. White women got to be the laziest bunch ever to exist in America, for sure.
Where the white women at?
All right, they don't pick, they don't labor, they don't carry baskets. They sit up there with their fan and catch the vapors and faint at blood and any action of working. All right, they are the laziest bunch. They never really do nothing, right? They renege on marriages, they divorce. I mean, right? Anyway, but they suck a good dick at the end of the day. That's the one thing they do. All right, they know how to suck a good dick for guys that they want to suck a good dick on. But anyway. All right, we have a rapist. I'm sorry, that's called a therapist. I misread that. All right. We have a therapist here, a black woman therapist that says this. She says, this is her name, Rachel, the capacity expert. This is what Rachel, the capacity expert, says.
I get a lot of comments asking me, so are we just not going to address systemic issues or racism? So let me be very clear. Yes, systemic issues exist. Racism is real. Yes, context matters. But I think that what no one truly wants to hear is nobody can guarantee that those systems will ever change. And if your development, your healing, or your capacity depends on the world suddenly becoming fair, you could possibly be waiting forever.
Yes.
Acknowledging injustice is important. Advocating for change might even be your calling, but growth can't sit on hold while you wait for the world to align with your values.
Ooh.
Life doesn't pause for systems to evolve. Your mental health doesn't pause for society to get it right. And your capacity can't be outsourced to politics, policy, or even public opinion. Systemic issues are the context, but your development is the responsibility. So the question isn't, will the system ever change? The real question is, who will you become in the face of a system that might not ever change?
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Man, I love this shit. I love this shit. She said, you better boss up, nigga. Yo, bro, this is why I go on the attack so hard when I hear that pro-black shit. And reparations and institutional this and that. And when I hear this shit about feminism, when I hear all this bullshit about mental health, she is absolutely right. I go on the attack because I'm like, dude, you're waiting for a perfect world. For your success to be success, you're waiting for a perfect world. And then you're just going to sit back and wait and then complain about it and tell me about your mental health and tell me about your institutional rights and your chattel slavery and a fair world and equity and feminism and politics and Trump and Biden. You're waiting for a perfect world for you to be successful. There is no perfect world. It's never going to be perfect. You're not going to get what you want. You got to go get what you want. You're waiting for capitalism to be fair and to switch from capitalism to socialism. And if that's the only thing that changes, then you'll be successful. She is right. If you're waiting for something to become fair for you to win, you're going to be shit out of luck out here. She said, boss up, I love that. And I'm going to play it again for the losers that didn't hear it in the back. This is why I go on the attack when you bring that to my channel, because it's not that I don't care about it. It's that it don't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's never going to be perfect. I lived almost 50 years. Trust me, it's never been perfect. And most of the time that I had to boss up, I had to be in a non-perfect world. All right. It was everything but perfect when I bossed up. I bossed up against all odds. And somebody even brought that up earlier. All right. I had to not make mistakes. So she is right. She's absolutely right. If you're waiting for these imperfection and inequalities or history to correct itself for you to win, aka affirmative action, DEI, reparations for the blacks, if you're waiting for feminism, if you're waiting for it to be equal in order for you to be successful, for the women and the feminists, if you're waiting for this, your mental health industry to be respected, for you to be acknowledged, you're going to be waiting for a long time. You're not going to win. You're gonna fucking take a L, and you'll waste 40 and 50 years. You know how many old boomer niggas that I know are pro-black, waiting for, you know, Marvin Gaye's reality to come real? What's that Marvin Gaye song? What's that Marvin Gaye song that they always, mercy, mercy me. Things ain't what they used to be. Oh, baby. And they snorting cocaine and drinking scissor. Brothers, it ain't gonna happen. These old boomers still waiting for these niggas. They wearing Kango hats and silk slacks. They still wearing polyester suits and Adidas tracksuits, waiting for the world to correct for niggas. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? They waiting for Tupac's. They got money for war, but can't feed the poor to come true. Man, fuck all that, bro. Stand up on your motherfucking square. Boss the fuck up, you bitch ass nigga. Nobody cares about your bullshit. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Nobody gives a fuck about that shit. These old ass boomers still waiting for the hood to not get shot up. We keep killing each other. If we don't kill each other and we unite. No, we're going to kill each other, nigga. It is pretty much historic. We're going to kill each other, so you better figure something else out, nigga. What's going on? What's going on? These niggas be 60 and 70 years old waiting for their motherfucking pro-black dream to come true. One day we going to buy up the community and we going to plant gardens in the... No, we're not, nigga. No, we're not, nigga. You're going to die being a pro-black, which is the miserable death, nigga. Why don't you go get a goddamn job? These we shall overcome ass niggas marching on the Selma Bridge ass nigga. Hey man, go get a job, nigga. Go get a goddamn job. Let me play this again for the loser niggas in the back. That's really, really fucking pissed off at me right now, you loser nigga. All right, here we go.
I get a lot of comments asking me, so are we just not going to address systemic issues or racism? So let me be very clear. Yes, systemic issues exist. Racism is real. Yes, context matters. But I think that what no one truly wants to hear is nobody can guarantee that those systems will ever change. And if your development, your healing, or your capacity depends on the world suddenly becoming fair, you could possibly be waiting for forever.
By the way, this goes for you niggas that be out here on this use. The use did this and the use did that. Bro, who gives a motherfuck what they did, bro? You ain't gonna do shit about it. Let me just say this again. For you guys thinking that y'all making awareness of what the Jews propaganda was to do this and do that, y'all wasting y'all time, bro. You're wasting y'all time. All right, they got that shit organized, nigga. Y'all gonna have to do something very extreme, and I ain't gonna give you the answer, nigga, but you are fucked in that one. You're gonna have to leave, right? Or run them out the country. It ain't gonna happen, bro. They got that shit on lock. And y'all participated in it until y'all figured out that you couldn't refinance your motherfucking house. All right, now you want to quit. But these niggas run around here saying the U's did this, the U's did that. Nigga, I knew that shit in 1987, but that's neither here nor there. I went to school with them in 1991 and graduated them in 1993. A whole school of U's. Guess what? They ain't gonna do shit for you now that you uncovering that shit in 2025. We're gonna cover the propaganda. They already got that shit locked. The media, the banks, the finance system, they got the shit on lock. The housing industry, what the fuck you gonna do about it? All right. You ain't gonna do shit about it, bro. They already got lobbyist groups all the way up to the top. They got the goddamn hand of the president right now, where they can send millions and billions of dollars just like that. Nigga, you ain't gonna do shit about it, bro. You wasting your time. Don't waste your life sitting around talking about the U's did this and that, bro. You're wasting your time. I'm telling you as a man, you're wasting your fucking time. Why don't you go live life, nigga, or go move out of the country? And you're going to find out wherever you go, Costa Rica, the U's are there too. Uh-oh. So are the Chinese. Because as soon as you move somewhere else, trust me, when I went to Costa Rica, guess who was there?
I'm not going to say what race, what people, we know I can't say that. They was buying
up the blocks. They was buying up all them high rises in Costa Rica. They were there too. I went to Costa Rica and I saw U flags everywhere. I was like, whoops. All right. You're wasting your time. As soon as you leave America, you're going to realize they there too. When I was in Panama, my taxi Uber driver was like, yeah, there's a company called BlackRock buying up everything. Yep.
I'm not going to say what race, what people, we know I can't say that.
I was like, He said, is it not the truth, though? Go ahead, bro. It's the truth. But what are you going to do about it? Nothing, nigga. You got $2 in your pocket. All right, and half of it's going to the U.S.
I'm not going to say what race,
shit,
what people. We know I can't say that.
All right, go somewhere, man. Go somewhere with that bullshit. All right, what are you going to do about it? You ain't going to do shit about it. Let me just tell you that right now. You can't do shit. And China, too. When I went to Costa Rica, they were like, yeah, the Chinese built this football stadium. I was like, what? And then I went around the corner, and it was a bunch of Chinese people there. In Costa Rica. Yes. Yes. That's when I knew this is a worldwide issue. Trust me, bruh. America is just a piece of what they done got. Man, please, bruh. Y'all better wake the fuck up, man, because a lot of things you guys are doing is drifting. You're distracted. These things are distracting you from being successful, and you're trying to make an excuse about it. This woman's making sense. This woman's making sense, bro.
Acknowledging injustice is important. Advocating for change might even be your calling, but growth can't sit on hold while you wait for the world to align with your values.
Yep, dude, this is the track cons too. The track cons. The world, you can't change waiting, or you can't stay stagnant waiting for the world to change to align with your values. We need to bring marriage back. Okay, that sounds like a good idea, and here we go. Not many people are going to bring marriage back. This is the same thing. We need to bring traditional submissive women back. So I'm going to lay back until traditional submissive women come back. It's the same thing. I've been trying to tell y'all, man, it's boss up season. She's absolutely right. But a lot of guys are drifting. A lot of you guys are making excuses of why you're a loser. That's what you're doing. And I'm trying to get you to wake up. And if you don't like it, you can kiss my entire ass. Trust me. Oh, well, the U's got you. They paid you off. Okay, whatever, nigga. Right? All right, whatever. All right, you can believe that if you want. But I'm telling you, you're drifting. And young men are being sucked into this by content creators. And you can do nothing about it. All right, the only thing you could do is very extreme. But I wouldn't even suggest that. I wouldn't even suggest it. You're about 40, 50, 60 years behind. And let me just add this. All of you have benefited from these systems only until y'all ass you got your ass in a crunch. Now you want to expose shit. Same thing as men who get divorced. They get divorced, they get put on child support. Now they want to expose the system. But many of you knew the system before you went into your marriage, and you rolled the dice. And then you came up craps, and now you want to expose the system. Instead of bossing up, I exposed the system, and at some particular point, I said I can't do nothing about the courts. I can't do nothing about the family court industrial complex. I can't do nothing about marriage and divorce. I can't do nothing about these attorneys, these male attorneys that line up with these women to take money out the men's pockets. I can't change the laws. I can't do any of these things. I got to boss up. That's why I'm pivoting, and you guys aren't ready to pivot. You guys are ready to be stuck as if you're going to change the divorce laws. You're not going to change them. You're not changing the child support laws to not favor the women. It's not going to happen. It's too late for all that shit. We're not going to march to the courtroom, Tyrese. It's too late. You can choose to participate, or you can choose to not participate. That's the only thing you have. And you can make a plan to live your life outside of that if you don't want to be victimized by it. But again, men are lost. This is why I think we have the greatest generation of the weakest men out here, because you got pro-blacks wanting to change the court laws, expose the Jews, and they also want to get rid of the immigrants. And at the same time, like, what do you want? What is your fight? What is your fight? You guys want a perfect world in order for you to be successful. There is no perfect world for you to be successful. There's only one thing you can do.
Better boss up, nigga.
That's it. You're waiting for the job economy to get better and correct it. What did I tell you? You got 7 more years of this shit. I said 10 years, you better tighten your motherfucking belt, buckle your seatbelt, and find another way. It's not going to correct itself. And by the time it corrects itself in favor of the world, it's going to be half robots. Okay, you're going to have to deal with them robots. So let me show you this as to where this world is going. And this is a prediction that I made. It says right here from the Business Insider. Business Insider. New world order. Yeah, ninjas are waiting for the Epstein files to be exposed. I'm telling you, drifting, loser niggas. People are losers, man. And if you want to win, gentlemen, the bar is fucking low. Business Insider, the date this is published, October 26th, this is 2 days ago. Lawmakers float a nationwide basic income experiment that will cover the cost of a 2-bedroom apartment. Yo, we're telling you, didn't I warn you? I warned you. Losers. We live in a land of losers, and they know it. They got y'all by the short hairs, as they say, as the white people say. They got you by the short hairs. You're stuck, and people are going to bite. If you put this opportunity out here today, half of America will bite. Because they're worried about EBT. We got 40 million people that are going to bite tomorrow. But once you're stuck on this, we are now in socialism. We're cooked. So you better boss up now, because you're going to have people usher in and vote in socialism. So let me go in here. A New Jersey lawmaker is proposing a nationwide pilot program for a guaranteed basic income. I told you this was coming. I wasn't the only one, but I told you this was coming. The 3-year experiment would give 10,000 Americans a monthly basic income. The payment would cover the local cost of a 2-bedroom apartment. And this is a group of Democratic lawmakers, which I told you about the Democrats. I know you don't like politics, but the Democrats are Marxists. That's all they're socialist Marxists. I mean, that's where their programming comes from. I know they do some positive things, but they like to basically enslave you. All right. They don't give you opportunities. They basically take away opportunities, and then they lead you down this pipeline that they're going to help you. And it's going to be a renege. They're going to renege. Right. A Democratic lawmakers, and they want to test a new kind of social safety net, a monthly paycheck provided by the federal government to spend however you want. Please. Please. New Jersey Rep. Bonnie Watson Coleman. Give me a second.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Said she is reintroducing a bill to establish a 3-year guaranteed basic income pilot program that would offer a cohort of Americans across the country a no strings attached monthly payment enough to cover rent for a 2-bedroom apartment. Events like the coronavirus pandemic, which they pushed to you, the Democrats did, economic fluctuation, which they caused by stimulus checks, that was during the Biden and the Trump administration, and increasing automation and job loss threatening to wipe out the little savings they have, to finally push them into homelessness, to reinforce the fact that the wealthiest nation in the world, too many families are just a single mishaps away from financial devastation, according to Watson Coleman in a press release. The legislation is called the Guaranteed Income Pilot Program Act of 2025. Okay. New and a guaranteed basic income, which is bad news for hustlers, is when the government distributes recurring and unrestricted payments to certain demographics, niggas. All right. And it differs from universal basic income, which would provide payments to an entire population, which is coming. Many U.S. cities have already experimented with this. Atlanta and guaranteed basic income pilot programs to various degrees of success. All right. We actually exposed this, and no, it has not been successful. It has been fearful, even for the people who own companies that are ushering in AI. The studies are very, very devastating that these people never improve themselves, essentially. According to the bill, which is co-sponsored by 9 other lawmakers, New world order. The pilot program would involve 20,000 people between 18 and 65 years old. Of that group, 10,000 would receive monthly payments equal to the fair market rent of a 2-bedroom home where they live, or a similar amount to be determined by the Human and Health and Human Services. The other half would be the control group. The lawmakers said the proposed basic income would not only insulate Americans from economic instability, but also from the potential impact of the AI revolution. As I said, 2032, they know this is coming, guys. There's no way out. AI leaders such as Tesla CEO Elon Musk and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. Well, let's go back again.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
They have long supported the idea of universal basic income in response to AI. Altman helped fund a large basic income study that ended last year, and it was devastating results. It scared the hell out of them, by the way, because they want to push AI as much as they can. Elon Musk has suggested that there must be a universal basic income, and I agree. There needs to be something. All right. I can't I don't have the solution. There needs to be something because people are going to be very much put out. All right. But you're going to have a lot of people clamoring for this, which I'm going to tell you what the end result is they're not going to have enough to sustain this. All right. So this is going to be the pitch. All right. So they're going to do this and they'll pilot program that. Once they make this a norm and people start going there to put their paw out, they won't have enough to sustain this. And if this particular week doesn't prove this, the government doesn't have enough to sustain even the food benefits. One crisis put them out of commission to where they couldn't guarantee this anymore. And that's where the pull is. All right, that's where the pull is. I don't mind supporting people that can't be supported and low frequency niggas that I'll never compete with and people that I'll never live around. Go for it. You can do whatever you want. You'll never live around me. There will be restrictions of your movement. You'll never move from Gary, Indiana. Good. You'll stay there and be slaves. But the point of it is that this is unsustainable. That's the point. Okay, they're going to get you locked in. And once they get you locked in by that liberal white woman here, let me show you this woman. Once they get you in the program, there's no getting out. And all they have to do is say, well, we don't have enough to continue paying for the 2-bedroom apartment or equivalent to market price. How about a 1-bedroom? How about a studio? Okay, this month we can't give it to you. We'll be backed up. Okay, the government closed up. Now we can't give you your. Okay. So this is where the rip is, or the rift. This is where the pull is. This is where the rug pull is. All right. And so this is why I always warn people, yeah, this is not good overall for people like you, because you're going to see this as a means to an end or a way out. But then you can't you'll never rise above this. And all they have to do is pull the rug one time and you're shit out of luck. You'll be outside. You'll be hungry. Or you'll be lining up at food banks. It'll look like the Soviet Union. It'll look like the Soviet Union for bread. And at that point, you're shit out of luck. All right. You'll never travel. You'll never leave the country. You barely will ever leave the state. You certainly don't have an automobile. And if you do, it's going to be electric and it's going to be a capacity. You're going to have a mileage restriction and you'll have to comply. They'll tell you to line up for shots. You'll have to comply because they'll be like, we're not going to give you your 2 months of universal basic income or general income. We're not going to give you this unless you take these shots. I mean, now for me, I'm a hustler. I'm aggressive. All right. I don't want to be part and parcel of this. Now, if you want to participate in this, please go for it. I just don't want you to push this on me because I'm a go-getter. Right. I want to be above this. So whatever I have to do to sustain being above this, AKA vote in Donald Trump, where he gives money to the Jews. Okay. I'm in. Okay. I'm in. All right. Sign me up. All right. Anything to avoid that. All right. Anything to avoid that. So if you didn't know, it's boss up season out here.
You better boss up, nigga.
Anything to avoid that. I don't want to be around low frequency niggas. All right. I don't want to be around losers and underachievers. I want to be around winners. You can win. All right. We do have some support. And some of you niggas don't leave the block anyway, so this is not a threat. So some of you guys never leave the block. So you never left the blocks around Philadelphia. So to you, all of these things that I just named are your life today. So you're like, what? What's the difference between that and what I live today? Oh, man. Ooh, man. That plan will not work. People need to struggle. Yes, it's not going to work. All right. It's not going to work. And they don't have enough to sustain 40 million people under that program. They don't. Shout out to our brother. It is Andrew AA. He says, I noticed you mentioned fitness in midsection a lot more often. It reminds me of a story that I heard from Hall of Famer boxer Bernard Hopkins. He said that if he ever ran into someone from his division outside, he tapped their belly to see if they were being disciplined between camps. All right. So if he ran into someone from his division outside, he would tap their bellies to see if they were disciplined between camps. The number one way you can see if a person is disciplined or not is their midsection. Your midsection tells all. If you got excess belly fat, if you're, over shape, if you tuck your stomach in your pants, or if you let your stomach hang out of your pants, if you're bloated, if you can't take a punch in the midsection, if you do not have any abdominal development or abs. All right, this is a weakness. This will tells you where you're weak. All right. And you probably lack discipline because you have to be an undisciplined individual to let your belly hang. Okay. Your core area. This allows you to have strength. All right. It allows you to increase your testosterone level and get your dick hard. All right. When your stomach is hanging out, your little chubby can't get chubbed up. All right. So people around there, you'll see boxers training that area. Why? Because they're going to get punched there, not the face. All right, they'll get punched in the face. They'll be able to hold a punch. They ain't got a glass jaw, but they get hit in the midsection. They lose their breath. All right, they get a kidney punch. They got to protect that midsection. They got to take punches there. So that area, for me, is going to tell me who you are as a man. All right, and certainly as a woman. This is done to mean man or a woman. Your midsection is going to tell me how disciplined you are in life. All right, it's going to tell me what you do and what you don't do. Shout out to our brother Double A. That's a co-sponsorship, and we're just teaching you man shit. You don't got to agree.
I'm rich, bitch.
As a woman says, I can bring value to your life, but she has a fat stomach. She can't. There's no way. Not if you got a good stomach, right? You know what I mean? Not if you're disciplined. That is an undisciplined woman.
Do you have the stomach?
She's fat around the midsection. There's no possible way she has discipline. How can she bring value to your life and she's fat? And I don't want to hear about genetics and, you know, the beauty standard of white Europeans. Yeah, whatever. But that woman cannot bring value to your life. What you're going to do is you're going to find out, you're going to get with her, and she's going to sit her fat rear end on that couch. And she will sit there and her fat rear end on that couch and not move a goddamn single solitary inch. Now, she can get nuts put in her belly. All right, I can drop nuts to her belly, but she got to go. Right. Shout out to Kaylin. Kaylin said, I watched the World Series last night, all 18 innings, and I fell asleep. 7 hours of baseball while the Dodgers and the Blue Jays fans were stressed. I couldn't help but think, I'm sure a man would rather be stressed through all of that than deal with a woman. Do not cohabitate. Shout out to the Doyers. Shout out to the Doyers. All right, and Offset wants to continue by saying this. Is the final form for a Pookie a pro-black? Yes, we showed you that yesterday. The final form for a Pookie is a pro-black. Pookieism runs out around 24. All right. When you see a Pookie past the age of 24, he looks like a pathetic human being. All right. Especially if you're a high frequency individual, right? He looks pathetic to you. But for a low frequency nigga, a Pookie seems to be, you know, cool. And we're seeing street culture die. Street niggas, like, you know, and I'm not saying these guys are low frequency niggas, but Steven Jackson saying he's checking in around the O Block. He looks pathetic. Right? He needs to be called out for that shit. That street culture dying. Jim Jones type niggas that never grow up, stunted adolescents. These men tend to look ridiculous. They look ridiculous. They sound ridiculous. Niggas be sounding like, you know, they speaking, you know, Long Beach gibberish and they're 40 and 50 years old. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I mean, this shit looks terrible. So what'll happen is because a Pookie becomes a loser and he done fucked all the skeezers by 24 and you think he won in life, he'll become a loser. He'll either die in a gunfight, he'll go to jail, or he'll become a pro-black, where he'll make up for its excuses of why the system was against him. I've showed you several videos of men doing this. All right. And it looks pathetic. All right. We seen a Pookie nigga at a funeral, or he was at like some little, you know, civic center meeting. And he was like, you don't understand our struggle. You don't understand our struggle. It's hard to be black out here. All right. But they was out there doing Pookie activities, the stanky legs, drinking scissor. And yeah, they was out there doing that shit. All right. But now all of a sudden they're 35. And we don't understand their struggles and the shit that they had to do and go through to get where they did to survive. And everybody knows your struggle. You a dumb nigga. Shout out to our brother, Dr. Thunder says, take some of my sandwich money. Hashtag sandwich gang. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. Shout out to Mr. Gregory M says slavery equals slavery equals indentured servitude pay to live in this. Yep. That's all slavery means. It doesn't mean chattel slavery and getting whipped and shit like this. All right. Y'all adding that shit to it. All right. But what is sex slavery? Sometimes they get whipped. Sometimes they getting fucked 8 times a day. I mean, all right. It doesn't mean that they're living in slave quarters and picking cotton. All right. You guys are trying to Really protect slavery for your own definition. It was worse. We had it worse than everybody else's. All right, did you, Niggly, did you walk from Florida to Oklahoma in the Trail of Tears? No, nigga. You were sitting on a plantation doing the stanky leg and ding, nigga, ding, nigga, ding, ding, shuffling. Meanwhile, them Indians walked from Florida to Oklahoma in the dead of winter, dropping like flies, all right? But so everybody had it bad. Fuck you mean. Shout out to Joshua Moon says, I've been hugging my yob. Too late, coach. All right, and Joshua Moon says, bossed up at the job. You have now saved 10K. You saved 10K. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. He done saved $10,000. Did you guys know that white people didn't want to end slavery because y'all niggas look so happy doing it? That was the whole book of Uncle Tom's Cabin. They said, why should we end it? They look happy. Well, there's a whole breakdown in that. But think about that for a second. I want you to think about that. They were like, well, what's the problem? They look happy doing it. They're singing and dancing. All right. That's a whole nother story. Like, think about that shit. They wasn't like, Niggas was like, we happy doing this shit. Y'all niggas happy doing the low poverty shit you doing today. So why should I make your life better, nigga? You happy doing low frequency shit? Oh my goodness. Anyway, you know, it's just, you got to look at things like this and go, that's an interesting part, Tate. This is interesting. All right. Yep. Niggas didn't even want to leave. They were like, you're free to go. They was like, we don't want to go. Prove that I need to leave. We ain't leaving until you prove it. Juneteenth. Yeah. They told them niggas they can leave and they didn't want to leave. You lying, nigga. You lying. They freed us. Where we supposed to go? Well, we ain't leaving until you can prove the shit. And then it took a whole year, Juneteenth, and they was like, so we really got to go, huh? Yeah, you free. Fuck. Where we gonna get our food from? Anyway. Niggas talking about Black Wall Street. Oh my Lord. Please don't. No, don't go to Black Wall Street, please. I've already destroyed Black Wall Street myth. It's a myth. Most of them niggas was not Americans, but oh. All right. Now we got Black Wall Street niggas. All right. What about Harlem? All right, anyway. Now we got Black Wall Street. They destroyed it. Have you ever been to Tulsa, Oklahoma? Never been to Tulsa, Oklahoma in your fucking life. Now, what I want you to do is go to Tulsa, Oklahoma. And go to where there was Black Wall Street. Go to that 1.5 blocks of what they call Black Wall Street. And you're going to see there were Caribbean niggas running it. But there's a whole nother story there. You niggas with your Black Wall Street shit. All right, where's your Black Wall Street today? I'll wait. Well, the reason why we're not going to do one is because they're going to blow it up. All right, anyway, look, I don't even want to talk about that. Those are mostly non-Black Americans. Those are Caribbean niggas that had Black Wall Street. And then some black dude was in the elevator with a white woman, and there you go. And then it got blown up. If that's what you want to know that happened. It was a black man in the elevator supposedly harassing a white woman, and then kaboom. So the moral of the story is do not touch the white woman. All right, that's it.
Hey, where are the white women at?
It wasn't because they were jealous of the economics. It was that a nigga was touching a white woman allegedly, and then kaboom. Drunk history by CGA. I could take any historical event and flip it on its head with a little bit of alcohol. But have you ever been to Tulsa, Oklahoma? What a shitty area. What a shitty place. Tulsa, Oklahoma is one of the shittiest cities in America. All right. And you can find a lot of niggas with fat white women in Tulsa, Oklahoma. If you want to see niggas with white women, go to Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right. This place is a terrible place to live. All right. You wouldn't want a Black Wall Street if it was located in Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right. This is a terrible place. Tulsa, Oklahoma is a garbage area. So, guys, today, let me see, all you pro-blacks, if you want to go to Tulsa, Oklahoma right now and start a Black Wall Street, I'm pretty sure they will welcome you with open arms and they won't destroy it. There are no white people with planes. They're all trailer park trash and meth addicts. All right. A lot of meth addicts. All right. They'll let you have a Black Wall Street. If you want to go right now, go start one. But they got a lot of pimp niggies down there and low grade, low frequency niggies. You can start Black Wall Street today in Tulsa and nobody will harm a hair on your chinny chin chin. But guess what? Okay, you won't do it. You're just going to tell me about 1920s Tulsa, Oklahoma, or some shit that's some black economic entrepreneurship when they were Caribbeans and shit. Like, come on, man. Half of them were Caribbean niggas. They won't tell you that. All right. Anyway, and trust me, I've been to Tulsa like 5 times. Trust me, they wouldn't even know you started one. All right. Yeah. They wouldn't even know you started one. They will welcome you with open arms and you can have all the fat white women you want. I mean, nobody will blow it up over the white women anymore because nobody cares. But anyway, you're welcome to right now. Fuck history. Start it right now. Guess what? You won't. All talk, no action. But I know about these niggas, victims, eternal victims, that they never gonna start shit in real time. They're just gonna tell you how great they were in the past and show you none of these great things today. They can't do it, bro. They got real estate in Tulsa. You can buy up a whole city block in Tulsa right now and put up a Black Wall Street today. And you won't do it. All talk, no action. Look at these niggas scrambling out of the door. Look at this. Look at this shit. Dude, what's stopping you today, bro? What's stopping you today? What's stopping you today, bro? Start a bank, nigga. Start a little juke joint like in Sinners. Come on. Where you at? Take your little money. Go today, nigga. They'll do it. They'll let you do it. But guess what? You won't. All talk. You're going to tell me about how good you were in the 1920s and how you were going to get over on the next Black Wall Street. You ain't going to do a goddamn thing today, bro. Yeah. All right. Anyway. Shout out to our brother Dark Side Foundation. Epic show today, coach. I was looking at my investment accounts, and as of today, I can afford to buy a whole Bitcoin. Let's go. He says I have around 2% Bitcoins today, or less than 2% of Bitcoins already. He says, should I do it? LOL. Train Yang style. Well, I won't give you any advice on that one. This is not economic advice.
Train Yang.
Shout out to you right there. Get you some Bitcoin. Really, Bitcoin will be at $1 million at some point with some ups and downs. All right. Anyway, the pro-blacks are mad. Hey, man, I'm here to piss people off. All right. So I'm not going to get here and start agreeing with you niggas. All right. At all. And that goes for all niggas. That's white niggas, you white MGTOWs, you white Red Pill Rangers, all of you guys. I don't care who you are. Niggas, if you ain't talking about boss up, go sit the fuck down. That's all I'm saying, bro. Let's talk about today and into the future. I don't give a fuck about none of this shit, victim bullshit you want to tell me about in the past. That goes for the women. None of you niggas. That goes for you traditional conservatives. I don't want to hear shit about how it was good in the 1990s. Go shut the fuck up. Bro, it ain't the 1990s no more. Even you dating coaches and game niggas back in the 90s, who gives a fuck? Most people that are adults today weren't even born in the 1990s. They weren't even alive, bro. Certainly weren't alive in the 1950s when so-called traditional women exist. See, what we're talking about is guys rest on the past as if it's perfect, as if history was perfect. You guys rest on this as if it came into today's world and it would make today perfect. This is false. Because you have to realize, in the 90s, we dealt with bullshit. The 90s weren't perfect. The economy wasn't perfect. Certainly wasn't in the 70s. They had 17% interest rates. I mean, nothing was perfect in the past. All you're doing is framing society by something you never experienced, and you're going to try to place it in today's world as if it's going to solve your problems. It is not. Sorry to tell you, burst your fantasy bubble. Taking away women's rights and putting them in the house is not going to solve your problem of not getting any pussy and making these bitches fuck you. Taking away their OnlyFans is not going to make these women fuck you. They're not. Okay. Everybody generation has problems. What we want to do is make your today and your tomorrow better by reframing your mindset financially, reframing your mindset socially to be able to overcome the losers that are drifting, talking about Jews, talking about women, talking about all of this shit. Let's talk about these weak ass niggas today. Y'all don't want to talk about that shit. These punk ass, weak ass Mitches. Right here. Let's talk about these fat feminists today. Let's talk about these loser bitches that and niggas that are going to line up because they can't get food stamps. You see, that's what I'm talking about. This is the real manosphere. This is the after pill. Y'all want to change the laws. If this change, it'll be better. No, it won't. There's always going to be some bullshit. For every problem you fix, another piece of bullshit is going to come through. We better worry about your today into your tomorrow. If you don't want to do that, please do not be here, bro. Don't be here. We ain't going back to the past. Now, eventually I will bring up history, but that is to frame something. That's not to say it was better, and we need to go back to that. So that goes for the trad cons, you Jew haters, you pro-blacks, you lesbian bull daggers. All right, all of you people, man. For real. You guys that want women to take their rights away and then cancel out the 19th Amendment. This is all garbage talk for incels and loser men. The 19th Amendment ain't going nowhere. Why? You would have to get the women to vote it out. Because women outvote men. So it's going nowhere. Okay? Women outvote men 60-40. That's in the Caucasian population. In the black population, it's like 75-25. It ain't going nowhere. The 19th Amendment will stay, and it will stay solid, and they will vote you into socialism before they get rid of it. So you can take it or leave it. They're going to vote you into socialism and Marxism before you get rid of the 19th Amendment. You heard it here first. And you heard it here years ago. It's the truth. Now, that's the truth you don't want to deal with because I'm bursting your fantasy bubble. I will say it again. You will have women vote in socialism before they get rid of the 19th Amendment. And that's obvious. That's obvious. It should be obvious as plain as the nose on your goddamn nigga face. The fat nose on your nigga face. All right, that's obvious. All right. And they're doing it now in real time in cities near you. So you better get it right and better be prepared for it. But you're preparing for the past to come in and shine through, or Jesus Christ to part the clouds, riding the right horse, holding the thunderbolt. You niggas are going to be waiting till you're dead. You're going to be waiting till you die. You're waiting for OnlyFans to go away, for morality to present, but you then want to fuck these hoes for free. You're going to be waiting till you're dead. You better come up with another plan, you loser ass men. Come up with another plan. What is socialism? It's legal slavery. That's what socialism is. Legal slavery. The government runs your slavery. That's basically what it is. And people vote that shit in willingly. All right. Now, capitalism is use of slavery to get rich. All right, but it's not legalized. All right, so you have a slave class in which you pay low wages, and then I get filthy rich. Look at any country or any company that has used that. That's what they use. But you can choose to be a slave, or you could choose to be middle class, or you could choose to hire slaves. All right. All right, but you know, slavery exists on either side of it, so you're never getting rid of it. But I'd rather the government not dictate my slavery than to actually be able to choose if I would choose to be a slave or not. So it's your choice, niggas. Essentially, this is what you can do right here.
Better boss up, nigga.
Yeah, the Sharia law, niggas. Sharia law. Haram. Guess what? None of that's going to happen. Again, this whole male space has weakened men to the point that I'm talking so much truth and you're mad that I don't defend your weak ass manosphere points. It ain't going to happen. Your reality is never going to happen. My reality will happen way before your reality happens. Okay? My reality will happen way before your reality. Don't be mad at me so I don't support your fake ass manosphere talking points. That these manosphere content creators keep giving you this manosphere porn to make you believe haram, these fake ass manosphere content creators being fake Muslims, putting on headdresses and railing at the Jews as if something's going to happen tomorrow. And it ain't. You're going to bring in Sharia law. You're going to get rid of the 19th Amendment. You're going to do all of this shit. You're going to make women great again. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You better boss up and buy some pussy out here.
Boss up, nigga.
You're going to bring pimping. Pimping is going to be back in full effect. And you had a whole pimp in Colombia the other day that supposedly got his ass beat by street Colombians and Venezuelans. Yo, come on, man. Come on. The manosphere got to die at this point. The manosphere has to die. Because they got you guys thinking that a reality is going to hit. Tradcons are going to come in here and save women, and y'all going to make these women traditional wives. Come on, bruh. Come on, man. This ain't going to happen, bro. This is not going to happen. You're going to make black women more submissive and feminine. Come on, bruh. It's not going to happen. You're not doing this. We're going to build back the black community. No, you're not. It's over. Just know when you lost. It's not happening. The black community being beyond cooked, right? It's no recovery. It's beyond recovery. It's FUBAR. It's fucked up beyond all repair. Your job is to get out of the black community. It's cooked. It's in flames. And the CIA has done a number on it. Now, I don't care who did it, but it's not coming back. It's not a place to come back from, by the way. All right, but I know. And if you don't agree, I can give less than a fuck. I'm going to be on the right side of history. And it's not that I want to be on the right side of history. It's that I'm going to be on the right side of history. Okay, there's no chance. There's only one thing you can do is save your motherfucking self. That's it.
Better boss up, nigga.
Save yourself, man. And by the way, you're not going to take down whitey. You're not going to take down the white people and make them pay and then make them the new slaves. It's not going to happen. The white people will basically go extinct over time. Europe. All right, they'll be pushed further and further and further back into rural areas and country areas. Europe. All right, we can see what's happening in real time. I mean, just take what we see today. Okay, what happened to white people in Europe? They got liberal. They voted in socialism, and they got immigrants to come in. The immigrants took over the inner cities, pushed the white people back into the countryside. That's all that'll happen here. And then they'll go extinct, one sperm at a time. So take time. All right, but you'll be dead by then. You won't get your ancestors. You'll be an ancestor at that point. All right, you won't even be alive to see this happen. This will take about 150 to 200 years. All right. And they'll just get less and less and less and less. All right. They'll just be less and less and less white people, but they'll still kind of run things here and there, onesie twosies, but there'll be niggas in politics and migrants, and All right. But you'll be dead by then. All right. You won't even get to enjoy the demise of Whitey in America. So if that's what gets you going, if that's what you're waiting for in order for you to get your comeuppance and you say, that's it, Whitey, you deserve what you get, you'll be dead. And you'll be dead and broke by then. All right. You'll have a prison number. I'm just giving you reality right here. I'm just giving you reality. And plus you'll be broke and socialist in the city. Look at Europe. Like, guys, go to Europe. Go to any European city. The people that took over the cities, they're just slaves. All right. Most people standing around all day doing nothing. They're broke and impoverished. The white people have fled the cities. White flight. This is what white people do. They run back to their cave. All right. They spread out to the countryside and get away from niggas and minorities. The Indians set up their curry restaurant and they live in slave dwellings, low quality living. All right. Their women sell pussy. All right, there's no marriages. There's gypsies and poverty everywhere. Smells like piss all around these good old white cities. The white people flee to the countryside. All right, and you'll be still broke at the end of the day. Nobody's going to be rich. Black Wall Street will not take over. The white people will take all the jobs and the careers and the businesses to their areas in the countryside. They'll retire out there and die. And you'll live in slums. It's pretty straightforward. All right. We've already seen this in that demographic there. All right. That's how it's going to be. You're still going to be impoverished. You're going to have more minorities move into your area. They're going to be selling kebabs and curry and motherfucking Chinese food everywhere. All right. And you'll be still broke. This is going to be New York, Chicago, Baltimore, D.C., L.A. Take your fucking pick. Bitches will be selling pussy on the corner. The white women will come from the countryside to sell pussy in high-end motels. New York. This is what's going to happen to America if you keep going the way you're going. All right, who's loving this part of the show? I know you guys hate this part of the show, but this is the show. Forget these fucking segments. I'm dropping knowledge here. All right. You'll live in compartments and low quality living. This is not even a stretch out of the imagination. Sorry to burst your bubble. All right. That's what's going to happen. All right. But anyway, agree or disagree is the next segment. Oh, man. This is happening right now. This is essentially what you're looking at right now. All right, but people out here be thinking that shit gonna be otherwise. We're gonna have dream in a Black Wall Street when we get rid of white folks. Okay, yeah, nigga, yeah. All right, yeah, nigga, yeah, nigga, yeah. All right, anyway. Let's get into this agree or disagree. We have a rapper named Mile YZ. He warns guys to stop crushing on the prettiest women on social media because things they're doing behind closed doors are, as you get higher in the industry, will break your heart. Okay, so we got to agree or disagree. We're going to play Miles YZ saying stop crushing on women in the industry specifically because the things they're doing behind closed doors will break your heart.
Come with it. You got to understand at the highest level of this shit, bro, it'll break your heart. It will break your heart if you know what's going on. The more levels that you get up, like the women that dudes is wifing to be the 8th girl in an orgy for a lit dude, bro. Like
just nasty.
The eighth one. Yeah. See what I'm saying? So that's somebody's bride, but the dude decided like she's gonna be the 8th one I clip.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? I know what's going on in the world, so you gotta focus on yourself, man. Dudes be focused on girls that camp out in the NBA players' lobby, bro.
That's why I mean,
camp out for days, bro. Like how I camped out at the BT Cypher for my dream. They'll camp out for an NBA player, and this is the girl that dudes will. This is the girl that dudes will put all their time. Is gonna come in and brain power into and resources into, and she's just a kill to somebody else. You see what I'm saying? And a low level kill, the 8th kill in that orgy.
Damn.
All girl orgy. Because they taking girls trips.
That's
And
that success talk.
I'm
It's
not
a
even
different
gonna,
world.
I'm not even going to blow this spot, man. It's going down and it'll break y'all's hearts, man. It'll break a lot of your hearts, man, for real.
I have a saying.
It'll break your fucking heart if you knew.
He's talking to y'all niggas.
God,
listen.
It'll break your heart if you knew. Huh?
Oh man, it sounds like he got his heart broken for sure. He fell in love with a skeezer. All right, this is when you're dealing with certain women. All right, IG models, OnlyFans models, JUCOs, whatever. Right, you know, baddies, hotties, you know, college girls, co-eds, and this. Yes, bro. You're going to get your heart broken. Even if you're buying and leasing it, sometimes you'll catch feelings for these girls. Don't fall in love with a stripper. She will break your heart. And also, even when you go down to the women that experiment with it, they dip a toe in it. Don't fall in love with these women. You're option number 8. They'll be number 8 man in an orgy. You have women that say this. They'll take a high status man that cheats as opposed to be with a average regular guy. But yeah, man, shout out to this guy right here. Do you agree or disagree with this one? Do not get your heart involved with women. It's just your turn. All right. And especially when you get on the monetized dating marketplace, you guys make it seem that just because you have money, you'll be able to easily deal with women. No, you're going to deal with apex predators. So you better be on top of your game. You're going to be dealing with women that are survivalists and they're trained to manipulate either at the high level or the no level. But yeah, you're dealing with very, very strategic, manipulative women that prey on men, even high status men, millionaires. All right, NBA basketball players where they, you know, they're 8th woman in the orgy and they'll come down to you and say they love you. All right. So yeah, man, this is true. And so you do have to have the stomach, even if you're over at the JUCO. It is not a place for the weak. You got to be strong-minded. The woman will give you raw guts and she'll be having an orgy in Caesar's Palace Suites the next day. All right. I mean, with no problem, and come back to you kissing your mouth. Oh yeah. I mean, it's out here. It's active. Is active. So if you guys want to avoid this, you're going to have to find a woman that, you know, you really grow with. Even ugly women, don't think because she's ugly, she ain't out here. Okay. Because it's active out here. This is why I always say women over 30 are pretty much useless. They're survivalists. They're manipulating you and believing that they love you. All right. And they've been out here active. They've been out here active statistically. So now they're just using you and manipulating you that they like you, AKA.
And that's you.
So it's bad out here. It's really, really bad out here for men because they get their heart into it. So do you agree or disagree? 94% of people polled agreed with Miles YZ. If you like hoes, treat women like hoes. All right. And a lot of women like to be treated like hoes. You know, they like to be choked, whooped, and spanked and dominated. All right. They don't like nice guys. All right. We got this woman out here. We have a flat back black woman. All right. A rare treat. All right. We have a small flat back black woman. She is not, as Tariq Nasheed would say, not, what does Tariq Nasheed say? What do they call it? What do they call black people? That FBA. This is the non-FBA. All right, but we got a flatback black woman that says, I look like I only date white men. Do you agree?
In my comments saying that I look like I only date white men. Y'all, I hate to break it to you, but everybody in my personal life has been telling me that I look like I only date white men. My friends have told me that I look like I only date white men. I don't know how you can look like you only date one race, but this is what people say that y'all, all I gotta say is I don't discriminate. I've only dated one white man in my life. The rest were black men. But I don't discriminate. I like Puerto Rican, I like Hispanic, I like whites, I like black, I like brown, I like dark black men, I like Asian men.
All right, so she doesn't discriminate here. You see the poll. Does she look like she only dates white men? And a couple of comments in the comment section. It's your hair in your tiny frame. It's the way she's wearing her hair, her tiny frame. She doesn't look like a complete strag. She doesn't look tattooed out. And she has a small, tiny tummy and small hips. But typically black men are avoiding of this type of women. So it does look like, and even she talks proper, and it does look like she doesn't date a lot of niggas. All right. So I would say it's not her targeting white men. I would say it's men probably avoiding this type of woman. All right. So she's saying she's universal. She doesn't discriminate. Another woman says, it's because you look like a woman who loves herself naturally and not accepting anything less than value. Another one says she really thinks it's a compliment. Face palm. All right. This one says body count through the roof. That's a guy. Sadly, I think it's because you're thin and you seem pretty bubbly. You don't seem to have an attitude. This one says, no, it looks like you have standards no matter what race you date. This one says, it's the hair. Sorry to tell you. So the women have pointed out it's the hair. It seems like the women are focused in on the hair being the telltale sign that she dates white men, while the men are saying, well, you're a bed wench or a ghetto gagger for white men, all right, because you're petite and you talk proper. So as you can see, the niggas' expectations are very low. All right, what do you think? Do you agree or disagree that she looks like she dates white men? All right, and it's because she's also polished and put together and not all savagely tattooed and this type of thing. So she looks polished and put together. And wearing her hair, I would assume this is natural. And it looks very good to be natural. It looks like it's curled, all right, but I can't really tell if that, it could be a wig. All right, but I don't know. But I like her particular physique. All right, I like petite women, all right, namely because I like to pick them up and toss them around the room. All right, women heavy Chevys, I can't really toss them around the room as much, and it might throw on my back at this older age. Okay, 60% of people agreed with her, so that was almost split down the middle. That was interesting. We have a man that says, what an 80-year Harvard study has revealed about dating life. What is the secret of dating? All right, I would love to hear this. Here it is right here. What 80 years of Harvard study reveals about dating. The secret of finding love and romance, love and happiness.
Yeah, Harvard research study tells us something super interesting about your dating life. They found out that the one key ingredient to satisfaction in your life is not wealth and it's not status. Before I tell you what it is, have a think and comment below. It's not casual sex and it's not validation. It is sharing a meaningful connection with your partner. Therefore, rather than trying to win over women, focus on building that connection. Had you ever heard of this study before? Comment yes or no below.
All right, so in case you missed it, he said the Harvard study revealed that the key to happiness in relationships is not wealth or status. It is building a connection, a meaningful connection with your partner. All right, do you believe or agree or disagree with this particular study? To me, that is not an answer, okay, because, yeah, that sounds nice. I built a meaningful connection. That doesn't mean I have success. All right, that could end in a divorce 2 years later. It could. All right, we know people that get divorced had a meaningful connection. All right, so he's saying wealth and status or any of these things that men tend to focus on, or sometimes women tend to focus on, does not mean you're going to have a sexual relationship. All right, it's building a connection with a meaningful partner, which I think is very subjective. Whereas you have intangibles and an objective criteria. They say, boom, the Harvard study has said, no, it's the meaningful connection that matters the most. Yeah, somebody said, what that mean? Yeah.
What that mean?
Well, first of all, if we don't understand that, then it's going to be difficult for us to have it. Okay, so that's the truth. But of course, I just think that's what? What does that mean, to be honest with you?
What that mean?
Okay, can we define that? You can't define it. So this is kind of saying love is the answer. Well, what is love? If you ask a person what is love, baby, don't hurt me. If you say what is love, then you would actually have to have a definition that everybody would have to universally agree to what love is. But we have no universal agreement. So it would mean love would only mean what it means to your person. So maybe it's true, maybe it's false. We have 63% of people who disagreed with that because it doesn't answer the question. Really, it doesn't answer the question. All right, how many more agree or disagrees do we have? We have two more. We have a man that says the best relationships is when a guy loves the woman more. Okay, here we go right here. And it's always the man bun, the hipsters, the hippies. All right, it's always these guys. All right, so let's see what we got right here.
Best relationships is when the guy loves the girl a little bit more. Like, she loves him 100%, but he loves her 120%. Now, vice versa. The relationships that are the worst, that just do not work out, is where the man has the princess. If the guy thinks he's the prize, if the guy thinks he needs to be pursued, if she's into him more than he's into her, baby girl, I'm sorry, but it just ain't gonna work out. My wife and I's relationship is like Gomez or Morticia. I love to worship. The best relationships is when the guy loves the girl a little bit more. Like,
okay, do you agree or disagree with this one? The best relationships are when the guy loves the woman a little bit more. I'm going to wait for you to vote on this one because I don't want to sway your opinion on this one. I'm going to wait for you to vote. The poll is up. Wow. Okay. We got, at this point, 5% of people agree with this guy. All right. The vegans, it's always the vegans. I'm just going to tell you that this is going to end in a disaster if you follow this. This is going to end in a disaster. This is going to lead you to the point of no return. It's going to be the song that never ends. This is going to make you end up hurt as a man. Now, again, doesn't mean you can't show any level of love or sacrifice or commitment, but this is going to end poorly. Okay. The only way you sustain this is to keep simping, all right? And she will use this against you in a highly manipulative fashion, and you will be doing the happy wife, happy life until she shows up and she says, "I'm not happy." Okay, and then you're cooked, all right? Just like the previous guy, all right? You have a connection with the woman until she disconnects, and now you're left holding the bag, just like this guy, King. What's his name? Miles YZ. Now you're getting hurt out here. All right, and men tend to crash out more in relationships. What there's a saying that says a man can only love once. All right, and once he is that love is expired, he can never love again. All right, because men typically are extra guarded about who they socialize with and who they love. All right, they might have sex with a lot of women, but who they love is going to be the one who dictates their love choices down the line. Now, if he recovers from that over a series of years, and he is mentally prepared to entering into another relationship in love, that can happen. All right. But he'll typically have that one love. And if that love crushes him, he cooked forever. All right. So 94% of people disagree vehemently with this particular man about relationships work better when the guy loves the woman more. I will disagree with that to the end of time. All right. I will disagree with that to the end of time. There's no way you're going to win on that one. You're going to get used and abused. It'll be bad. And you know, she'll keep the relationship going, but the sex will dry up like the Sahara Desert. All right. It's going to be bad news. All right. This one is an interesting one right here. This woman says men and women have different definitions of grape, sexual assault, if you will. And I want you to hear this one. This should be interesting for you. This isn't an agree or disagree, but this could require even a very much deeper breakdown. This woman says boys need to listen and know the difference between sexual assault and a woman consenting. Here we go.
Part of the disconnect between men and women on the issue of sexual assault is that men have a very different definition of rape than women do. In concept, men agree that rape is wrong. The problem is when men are picturing rape, they're picturing a strange man in a dark alley holding a woman down and assaulting her very violently. That's why the Brock Turner case is almost a unifying rape case among men and women, because Brock Turner assaulted that woman while she was passed out on the ground behind a dumpster. And that is a visceral image that most men can point to and say, well, that's bad, and I don't do that, so I don't rape women. But that is not how most women experience sexual assault. For starters, most women will be sexually assaulted by somebody that they know. For me, it was a close male friend when I was a teenager. Most women experience sexual assault in the form of a man in their lives being very pushy, sometimes aggressive, and just not taking no for an answer. But men think that if a woman says no 10 times and then finally relents and says yes on the 11th ask, that he did not sexually assault her. But women experience that as a man who did not take no for an answer. What I'm describing is coercion, and that is not a genuine consensual encounter. As a woman, when you're alone with a man and maybe it's getting intimate and he is asking to go further and you're saying no, or not tonight, or I don't want to do that yet. And he keeps asking or keeps touching you, ignoring your clear signals that you do not want to go further. As a woman, that's very scary. You start to wonder, if he's ignoring my nose right now, what's going to happen if I try to physically stop him? What's going to happen if I reject him more aggressively? A lot of women in this situation will just say fine, and they will relent, and they will give you what you want to avoid the situation potentially getting worse or more dangerous or more violent. And that is not consent. In that situation, you have intimidated a woman who did not want to have sex with you into doing something she never wanted to do.
Let me stop her right here. This is definitely some white liberal woman stuff. You will find this in also birds, girls that work in the monetized dating marketplace typically will pivot and shift the definitions based on the results that they get. This is the difficulty of relationships going forward. And I want to read something here. Sexual assault resulting from coercion involves using pressure, threats, or manipulation to compel someone into a sexual act without their consent. All right, this can include verbal or emotional pressures like guilt or emotional manipulation, as well as more severe forms like intimidation, threats of violence, blackmail, or using power dynamics like job leverage. All right. Unlike physical force, coercion relies on making the victim feel like they have no other choice. Now, because men do not typically believe coercion involves or can be involved in sexual assault, what'll happen is, all right, may not believe we're aware that a woman has consented or not consented. She is just relented. And this then leads you into cases, especially with young women. And then when you involve alcohol and drugs, then you have this particular situation. This does also indicate that men that use this particular situation or strategy, game, overcoming objections, running past no doesn't mean no, right? Pressuring a woman once you get her into your lair could constitute sexual assault. Even though she doesn't feel like you were going to beat her up, she might feel that the pressure you put on her was going to give her no other choice. You guilted her. You shamed her. You said you gave something to my homie. You fucked my homie. You might as well fuck me. All right. Power dynamics. This includes wealth, job leverage. All right. JUCO. This includes all of this. All right. Then you have situations where you say, I'm going to tell other people if you didn't do this. She might have sent you some naked pictures. I'm going to show my friends. All right. These are all things that low quality niggas continue to believe that is going to get you sex and good results. But now we're learning that this includes also sexual assault. All right. So when men get accusation of sexual assault, doesn't mean he violently raped her and choked her and beat her and whooped her and spanked her. All right. It could mean that she felt coerced into the act. Now, this is where it gets confusing because women tend to act coy. They tend to say no and mean yes. We know this. They tend to say, why do men give up after the first no? You see what I'm saying? This is when it gets confusing because women will not immediately agree to have sex with you initially. Sometimes you got to reel her in and act like you're going to do one thing and then get her on the couch and she says, let's wait a while. And then you go for the damn belt line and you unbutton the pants and then you start feeling the titties for the young men. All right. When you get older, they just get naked and jump into bed, just to let you know. All right. There's no heavy petting and kissing. So there are women that act coy and want men to progress further, and then they want to be able to say, yes, I finally give you some. So in this day and age, you're seeing clearly that the mouthpiece misdirected to the wrong woman can lead you in the woman feeling coerced, especially then when you hold it above her head after the fact and you kick her in the booty and you don't get her a taxi cab and you don't feel like you should give her a ride home. She then could say, I remove consent. Okay. Yeah, women say you should apply pressure. Men don't apply pressure anymore. So this is where you get into the confusing, perplexing world where some men say, don't worry about it. I've never had these cases. She really likes me. She really doesn't feel like, I really don't feel like I sexually assaulted her. Whereas other men will try and attempt it and they will get accusations. Okay. And then women will say these men are not men anymore. They don't cold approach. They don't approach in public anymore. They don't apply pressure. They're princesses. They want women to approach. They want women to set up the dates. They want women. Well, there are some men that are going to go into that and say, well, listen, man, look, I'm not going to be accused of anything. All right. So, yeah, this is the need for aftercare where men don't practice aftercare and they begin dismissive and ghost the woman. And then she could go back and say, well, you coerced me. Some women have even said and insinuated that a sexual assault would mean that you promised her a relationship and you didn't give her a relationship after you had sex with them. All right. So this is where we get into the dynamics of women having the ability to verbalize when they've been victimized, but at the same time play a confusing game. Do you agree or disagree that men and women have a different definition of sexual assault? That's an easy one. I agree, we do. Men don't see it as that. We also don't see, when we hear sexual assault, we hear force. All right, we don't hear manipulation. We don't hear coercion. All right, and plus women practice manipulation on coercion on men, where I've said when men practice coercion and manipulation on women, it's a crime. When women do it to men, you charge it to the game. Oh, well, you know, she coerced you. She got you to pay for the dinner. It's your loss. Whereas then where women are victims of this, even on the dinner, not even sexually, when women are manipulated into paying for dinner, now it's a crime. He dined and dashed. This man left me and I had to pay the bill. Okay. So this is why when I get into the monetized dating marketplace, yes, you can experience this over here, but you make it difficult because now you have money. Now she's got to say, I got paid for the act. Or part of the act in the relationship was financial. So it's hard for her to then say she was coerced into it. Now, there's going to be down the line, women are going to say, I was forced into doing it economically and he took advantage of it. Yeah, there's going to be that down the line because there's going to be a whole bunch of regret. There's always going to be a pivot. Women are always going to move the goalposts. So, you know, I'm not providing a perfect solution. What I'm saying is this is what's good now. All right, but down the line, they'll eventually say that, you know, I've heard women say, well, I was forced to let men rape my body for money. Yeah, listen, it happens, and you're always gonna see women living a life of regret. And the reason why, and let me just say what it is, the reason why this happens is ultimately women see that they should have benefited after the fact. All right, I didn't get what I thought I deserved 5 or 10 years down the line. All right, I didn't get the marriage, I didn't get the relationship, I didn't get the kids. He won, I lost. So that at that point, they look back at the years and go, damn, I let this guy win. Well, if you reframed it and you took it back in their time where she was doing it, she thought she was winning. Oh, he's a trick. I'm taking advantage of these guys. I'm getting paid. All right, this is a great situation. I'm paying my bills and my rent. But when all of that is taken care of, they'll look back in retrospect and go, wow, I actually lost. Then there's regret. All right, I didn't get what I wanted. Or that guy that did that to me, he's still rich and I'm broke. I slept with that rapper, that actor. I slept with that millionaire. Well, look at his life. He's still rich and I still live in a hovel. Well, that's what you did for $500. It was $500 from him and you thought you were finessing him, but he's still a millionaire. But you're $500 with some stank pussy. And that $500 ain't $500 10 years later. You see what happens? It's mostly the problem is where legally men cannot put their word on this one is most of it is regret. Most of it is regret. So they'll say they twisted their arm and he pressured me and I felt I didn't have any way out. Yes, we will continue. We will continue to have this disagreement. Unfortunately, women have the leverage. They get to say so. They typically have the last say so in this one. Yeah, Cassie, it was regret. She drank up all the drinks. She smoked up all the smoke. She fucked all the guys. She had all the parties. She took all the charter flights. She stayed in the 5-star hotels. She didn't get the baby in the marriage in the end. I got to sue you. $30 million. That's just a case of her saying she was coerced, but it's just regret. All right, it's just regret. But of course, you know, we don't get a say so in this. Unfortunately. So yes, we will continue to agree or disagree on this notion of what is a sexual assault. And it will be always until we come to a common definition. All right. So shout out to 84% to say, yes, we agree that men and women have a different definition of this one. That was a fun show where you guys got to participate and share your voice into this one. Yes. And I can't change this. Again, I'm not inviting solutions to change this. Men want me to change this. And let me tell you, man, we're dealing with feral cats. We cannot change this. All we can do is see what's available to us now and then what happens later. The Me Too movement was a bunch of regret. Harvey Weinstein. These women were willing to do what they wanted to do. They weren't forced into it. And then years later down the line, oh, I was a victim. I got taken advantage of. I don't have any more acting. You know, they got a new 21-year-old blonde bitch. All right, I'm 42 years old. I'm out. Bill Cosby. All right. They knew Bill Cosby was married. They was at Bill Cosby's house. Like, come on, man. All right, where's Joe Biden? Come on, man. You was at a married man's house, knowing what time it was. You showed up, pussy wet, and then guess what? Now you living a life full of regret. Bill Cosby's still rich, and you broke. That's the bottom line. All right, now he did spike their drinks, but that's how I look at it, bro. And nothing can change my mind. You can't change my mind on it and look at it because that's how I see it. All right, you can't tell me to look at it differently. I'll look at it as different as I can. I'll give it a second look, and I'll be like, I still believe them women were volunteers. All right, them women was doing what they exactly wanted to do in that moment, and 40 years down the line, they look back at it with regret. Similar to women who get older. All right, they're 14 and 15. They're rolling with older dudes that are 16 to 19 to 22 years old. They fuck these guys. Then what'll happen is they'll get older and they'll have a daughter. She'll turn 14, 15, and 16, and she'll look like a deer. She'll look like a doe, all right? And she'll look like a child to her. And then these women will reflect back on their years between 14 and 19. They'll look at their daughters between 14 and 19, and they'll go, damn, I was a kid. This is why you have people that are infantilizing adults. Well, 18-year-old's still a child. Well, it is to you because you're 40 and used to fuck the whole football team when you was 18. Now you looking back at a life of regret and 5 abortions, and now you want to say that's a child. Don't infantilize adults. These are adults. Let them women fuck because you fucked at that age. Let them fuck, and let them fuck whoever they want to fuck. 50-year-old niggas, whatever. All right, but don't live a life of regret because you didn't get what you wanted out of it, and now you want to infantilize these women. Same thing as women that get trains ran on them. They were 16. They got a train ran on them for some chicken, some potato chips, and some dope. All right, they let the football and the basketball team run a train on her, but then when they turn 40, they say it was a sexual assault. You're hearing that commonly. Well, they forced me into it, and I was a child. And nah, nigga. So were the boys. They were a child too. All right, don't say that you got a train ran on you by force. You wanted to be with the popular niggas, and they had weed, and you got a train ran on you. You willingly said, I'll take all of you on. Now you're 40, and you're going, well, it actually was sexual assault. No, bro, don't reframe that shit now. Yeah, I was scared, and I didn't know what to do. Don't. I don't see it that way. Now, if you want me to see it that way, tough titty. Tough motherfucking titty. All right, I'm not seeing it your fucking way. Don't reframe that shit now. And don't infantilize these adult ass women. All right, these motherfuckers is pure ass adults. Well, they brainstem wasn't developed. That don't stop people from fucking. People with undeveloped brainstems fuck. All right, so shut the fuck up. All right, people do a lot of fucking in the history of the world without a fully brainstem developed. All right, don't come in here now. Right? Don't come in here now talking about living a life of regret. Well, people shouldn't fuck until they 25. Get the fuck out of here, bro. People fuck between 13, really 12, all the way up to 25. They get a good decade into fucking. Now you don't want niggas to fuck them. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I ain't hearing this bullshit. Stop that little liberal propaganda full of regret ass bullshit. All right? Don't come in here with that bullshit. Shout out to Joshua Moon says, I didn't save 10K, but that's my goal. Shout out to you. Let's go get it. And if you got a motherfucking sensitive heart and you got a sensitive mind, this channel ain't for you, bro. All right, I'm demonetized for a reason because I hit you over the head with this truth. Don't come over here with this pity bullshit. Living a life full of goddamn regret. You got a train ran on you on a high-ass day by the basketball team. Fuck the bullshit. Because I've been a part of that shit. I've been in that world. Them bitches wanted to toot that ass up. Toot that ass up, baby, make it work. I don't want to hear this brainstem bullshit. Y'all let 18-year-old people do every goddamn thing but let an older nigga fuck on them. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get out of here, nigga. Right? Now all of a sudden y'all draw the line at fucking. But they can buy dope. They can go to war. Niggas can play in the NBA. I don't want to hear this bullshit. Just say you broke. All right. All right. Niggas be living a life full of regret, all right? You can't turn back the hands of time. You can't roll down the hodometer meter. Shout out to Eric Scott Sermon in the building. Your daughter be tooting that ass up 25 years later. Yep, they can have a credit card. They can stake out student loans, open a bank account. All of a sudden, when the old nigga want to fuck on them, oh, man, this is crazy. They're a child. Okay, they a child across the goddamn board then. Fuck that. Everett says, no more normie dating. 40-year-old woman said she wanted to take it slow and suggested an ice cream date. I didn't even respond. Out of there. Out of there, bro. Everett, I'm out of there. Normie dating is the pits of hell, bro. I'm out. 40-year-old wants to take it slow and have an ice cream date. Bye-bye. I'm going to be like, meep, meep. No. Absolutely not. Ladies, if you're 40, we fucking on the first date. Now, we don't have to because I do have to see you crazy, if you're crazy or not. But if we not fucking, we don't have nothing. Now, you can go find you a simp or a lukewarm Christian if you want to, some God-fearing man. But if you're 40 and I take you out, we fucking the next moment, like as soon as possible. I don't have to, but I'm just going to see you, meet you. Okay. I guess I can fuck you. All right, come on. All right. That's just the point of it. I don't have time for you old broads to be out here stretching this shit out as far as you can, only to pat me in the head. No way. Let's wait a while before it's too late. Yes, wait a while before things go too far. All right, but if you don't want to fuck, please don't deal with me. I don't want no platonic relationships. I don't need female friends. We fucking. All right, that is the objective. That is the objective. I'm not interested in no 40-year-old plus female friend. We can be friends after we fuck. We can be friends after we fuck. I mean, not good friends though. I mean, don't annoy me and shit like that. You can check in, but 40 plus is pussy for sure, right off the top. All right, right off the top. And I might not even talk to you again, but I'm just letting you know we fucking, all right? I don't need a friend. No ice cream dates, no romantic dates. I'll treat you good as fuck. I'll take you out once every blue moon. All right, I'll take you out somewhere where we sit in the back of a dimly lit restaurant where niggas don't see me and shit. All right, and I don't care. Well, 40, I still got it, and young niggas be after me. I don't give a damn what them young niggas be after, because I'll be after your daughter at the end of the day. But let me just let you know, I'll fuck with you here and there, but we fucking right off the top. That got to be, that's on the menu. All right, but you know, I'm a gentleman archetype, so they just assume, okay, he the type of nigga that'll wait for pussy after 40. Like, hell no, bro. They stopped going for the nucks and pojos and them and the knucklehead braid ass niggas and the niggas that wear do-rags, and they'll be like, he seems like a nice guy. He seems like he'll wait for some pussy after 40. Not me. You got the wrong nigga. You got the wrong nigga. Pussy gonna have to be up front. And free, by the way. I'm not paying for no 40-year-old pussy. All right? I'm not paying no bills, no nails. I'm not buying you tires. All right? I ain't fixing a bind. I'll fix your daughter's bind. I'll fix your daughter's bind. Your daughter needs something? We could do a daughter mama deal. All right? I'll fuck you and your daughter, but you ain't getting a goddamn thing from me. I mean, that's, you gonna be on the practice roster. Right? You got the wrong nigga. I know I'm a good dude and all that, but I know I'm a gentleman at the end of the day. I know you need a man with sensitivity. You need a man that'll listen to you, but you gonna have to drop that pussy right on my dick. That's what you gonna have to do. I'm just letting you know you got the wrong one. And don't expect a goddamn thing from me but a slap on the ass at the end of the day. That's just the rules. I know y'all think I'll be out here tricking on anything because I got to. Man, please, I can get 35 and up pussy for free all day long. It just ain't top on the menu. Like, I eat high off the hog. We talking about women that are 19 to 26. They'll get paid easily. Not no 40-year-old broad. All right. A 40-year-old broad ain't getting shit. Nigga, I might buy her some drinks. She ain't getting taken to the concert or no shit like that. She ain't getting taken to the goddamn suites at the Raiders game. That's only for prime young pieces of calico. I thought you niggas think I'm tricking on everything. I'm not tricking on everything. Just young piece of pussy, prime pussy. Prime punani is getting tricked on. Not no old broads that been ran through by Belle Biv DeVoe and Future and New Edition and Bobby Brown and KRS-One and Nas, Rakim, Cool G Rap. All right, all of these niggas. Nah, I ain't paying for no 40. Please. Prince, Michael Jackson. The 1995 Houston Rockets, O.J. Simpson. That shit, bro. You guys got it wrong, bro. It ain't like I'm that desperate that I gotta fucking pay for some 40-year-old pussy. Nah, nigga. Cool in the Gang, motherfucking Earth, Wind, and Fire, Boogie Wonderland, Cool Mo D, LL Cool J. Shit. Freddie Jackson. Yo, no, guys, you guys got it wrong. Junior college means older man, younger woman. Older man, younger woman. That's the JUCO. Not no old washed up broad with some roast beef pussy. Drop. Stop. 3-6 Mafia nigga. All of them niggas done took it backstage underage. Oh, no. That's not what we doing, bro. You guys got it all wrong, you cheap ass niggas. Go over the locals, man. We over here talking about 19 to 26 and an occasional 30 early 30-year-old. Early 30. And they at the bottom of the menu, nigga. The bottom of the menu. Tupac, Lil Wayne, leftovers? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, bro. Absolutely not. That's not what we doing. That's not JUCO. Urban Dictionary done defined it what it is. I'm 50 years old. We talking about somebody's daughter. Let me see here. Let's see what we got. Urban Dictionary. People got the shit wrong and twisted, bro. This is just crazy. What does this say right here? Wait a minute. Urban Dictionary says the JUCO, junior college. Scroll down. Code word for a woman that could work at a strip club or daycare workers. Junior college is a metaphor for women who are openly available to a man to indulge his sexual desires in transactional relationship. This term right here has been made popular by YouTuber Coach Greg Adams, who runs several YouTube channels. And it says right here, it's literally older man provider, younger woman prime. That's what it means. Older man provider, younger woman prime. I'm paying for her prime. I'm not paying for her leftovers. Right? Come on, bruh. I'm not paying for leftovers, nigga. I don't pay for doggy bags. We're only going to prime. And I ain't got time to go to nightclubs and bars and discos and shit like that. All right, but when I do, trust me, they be out there purring like kitty cats. They see me. They see me out here. So it ain't that I have to, it's that I prefer to. Okay. And if I gotta pay a girl cell phone bills, if I gotta pay a girl's give her some motherfucking comforter and a blanket and some sheets, it's a really cheap deal for me, because when I get outside, they be purring like kitty cats. All right, they be ready. All right, they be like, get them, daddy season is here, bruh. And I be like,
are you a freshman at the university?
No.
You look like a freshman.
All right. Yes, they look like a freshman. So it is what it is. But nah, taking a 40-year-old woman out on a date seems absolutely counterproductive. Let's go off for drinks and let's see if we want to fuck later. Right. Where the 40-year-old women, press 1 in the chat. Because I know you're here watching me. He said I should have kept it on the low. What? All right, I'm the culture. I am the culture. Hey, ladies, are any 40-year-old women in here? Let me just tell you from a successful 40-year-old man. I'm in my 50s now. If, in fact, you want to know what a 40-plus-year-old man thinks, or a logical 40-year-old man, there is no need for a 40-plus-year-old man to take a 40-year-old woman any goddamn where. What we're doing is to meet to see if we want to fuck. That's it. Same thing as in the 50s and 60s. It doesn't matter. 40 and up, really 35. I'm meeting you to see, do you want to fuck? I want to fuck. Okay, you look like you're clean. We have STI results. You want to see it? Okay, good. All right, we're both fucking. This is mutual agreement fucking. You're getting nothing more from it. I'm getting nothing from it. All right, let me see. You want to do this or not? Okay, cool. Okay, let's go. That's it. There's no relationship. What are we afterwards? All right, I'm not that type of girl. I don't want to hear none of that shit. I don't want to hear none of that shit. None of that shit is going to be mattering. Okay, I don't care about none of that. I don't care about no lost leader pussy, and I normally don't do this. Who cares? All right, listen, let's get to it, man. We know what we want. Just get undressed. Get in the bed. Get in the bed. All right, when we hit the door, we're going to go to the bedroom. You're going to take your own clothes off. I'm not about to do any kissing and heavy petting. Your pussy should be ready to go percolating because you want to do this. All right, go to the bathroom first because I'm going to be in them guts for a good 25 minutes. Just take your clothes off. All right, take off your clothes. What movie is that from? I'm not taking your bra off. I'm not going to do any heavy petting. We're not going to make out on the couch and then walk you to the bedroom. We're going straight to the room. Leave your shoes right here where these shoes are. We're going to hit. And then as soon as I'm done, I might want to hang out for 10 extra minutes. But probably I'm done with you at this particular point. So it's time for you to hit the door, whether you Ubered here or whatever you need. All right, I'm done. Conversations are pretty much over. No, I don't want to talk about remember the time. All right, I have no interest in you and what you think and your desires and what job and what your career motives are. If you're in a bind, I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. I might act interested. Oh, really? Yeah, that's interesting. But I'm going to be walking you to the door. I'm going to be walking you to the door. I'm going to have one foot pointed that way. All right. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Taking 2 steps towards the door and shit. Oh, you trying to wham bam? Thank you, ma'am. Bitch, who do you think you are? You've been doing this for 25 years. This ain't a wake up call. All right. You knew what time it was. Okay. All right. And if you want to come over, you're going to have to get in between this 19 and 21-year-old woman that's coming over the next few days. Because, yeah, bruh, I need a rest day in between that. So I might see you in T-minus 5 or 6 days. All right. You're in the rotation, though. You're good. All right. We don't have to meet for drinks next time. Just come on over. All right. All right. It's time to go. Don't you got to go to work tomorrow? All right, I got to go to work tomorrow. All right, it is what it is, bruh. And you're going to be fucking more dudes after me because we're probably going to fuck like 5 more times and probably can't even get our schedule together to fuck because we got kids and other shit and other adult responsibilities. So we probably going to fuck about a good 3 or 4 more times before we figure out our calendars aren't competitive and our you don't fit in a rotation well. All right, so, you know, I ain't the last one to fuck you. All right, you gonna fuck more guys after me. All right, so, and I know this, I'm fully aware. Big fucking with deal. All right, I'm not hooked romantically on you. I don't think I can be romantic with a woman over her 40s. My sister asked what your zodiac sign is. Libra scale. It was just my birthday. Libras, baby. All right, I'm bringing the balance to the conversation always. Man, I can't be romantic with no 40-year-old woman looking across the table and shit, knowing that she got ran through by cash money and shit when she was a teenager. And I'm sitting across from her getting romantic and shit. You know, I really value you as a woman of God. knowing that the whole No Limit army was in them guts, saying, nah, C Murder and Silk the Shocker and Master P had you hemmed up and folded up and shit. I can't be romantic with a person like that. There's no way. There's no way I can look at you and be like, perhaps we have a future together. All right, anyway. Shout out to the ladies here, man. Yo. I mean, at least I'm being honest. This is practice. All right, anyway, stop. She writing letters to C Murder in prison, hoping he get out one day. Meanwhile, she trying to throw me some lost leader pussy to get a relationship. No, thank you. Your practice. All right. I might have to go over this again. The 7 layers of women. Like, you got to put them in categories, because guys think I'm just tricking on anything. Coach can't get none, so he got to pay for. No, for prime pussy. Right? Prime girls. Right? Because I don't have time to go out to the nightclub and stay up late hanging out with these bitches. These prime women are nocturnal. They wake up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and they go to bed at 2 a.m. That's not my hours, bro. All right, I ain't gonna be hanging out with these bitches. I gotta get prime. I gotta pay for access to them. All right, not no old regular skeezers, retired skeezers. All right, come on, man, get it right. Shout out to DG Seymour, says blessings. I love the rants. There are lessons and blue chips in the rants. Please tell pro-blacks that the biggest slave trade was conducted by the Arabs in East Africa. Biggest slave rebellion was in present day Iraq. Keep slapping these bitches and pro-blacks because they don't do anything about modern day slavery. So why are they worried about what we're doing about slavery in the past? Like, it's terrible. And ladies, if you want to listen, if you're 40 plus and you want to be with a man like me and a successful older guy who you think is an easy lick for your relationship motherfucking quest, this is what you do. You basically line up young pussy for me and I'll keep you around. I'll keep you around. You can stay. I'll keep and hit you and smash you 2 to 3 days a week. Your job is to line up young pussy for me. Whether it's your daughter, your daughter's friends, your nieces, girls you know, skeezers you know today. If you do that, I'll keep you around. Let's make a deal. All right? That's an easy deal. Don't get in the way. Bring some young bitches I can fuck in front of you. I mean, that's... You know, young girls in a bind. Your daughter's friends got binds. You know, bitches in college. You know girls. You know, new skeezers. You know me. Okay, look. Because you want men to tell you the truth, but when a man tells you the truth, you get mad at him. You can't be mad at me. I'm telling you directly what time it is. Look. They messing up the stream now. Look, ironically, they must be reporting the stream. Gentlemen, this is how it works. Ladies, this is how it works. I'm being upfront with you. This is how we're doing it, okay? I'm not marrying you, no. Hell no, I'm not marrying you. I'm not building a future together with you. I'm not moving in with you. All these things are off the table. Off the table. Right from the rip, we're not even discussing it. Can you guys hear? You know, they messing with my stream now, of course, because I'm giving you this real. You're going to have to refresh the stream because they messing with us. All right. All right. So they on to me. And people, you can see they hating on the stream. All right. Because they don't like me giving you this message. But you can be lined up young girls for me if you want. It is what it is. All right, but I'll keep you around. Shout out to our brother here. Junior says, what's up, coach? My 44-year-old cousin told me she's in a lavender marriage. When I Googled what it was, all I can say is, what the hell? As a matter of fact, yes, a lavender marriage. Lavender marriages are when older women marry gay men. That's crazy. You guys got to know that, and I'm going to tell you this real quick. Okay. Older women have no options. They have very limited options for marriage and relationships. So they do things, lavender marriages. They make deals with guys. They marry foreigners, gays, whatever they are, young niggas. They don't have options. This is what I want to tell you guys. As a man, if you're in your 30s or 40s, never marry a woman in her 30s and 40s. Never give her that deal. Nobody's trying to marry her. No one. Now, there are men trying to sleep with her. There are men acting like they're going to get into a relationship with her. I'm talking about mid-30s and on. There are men acting like it. There are men that'll tell her that, but that comes with controls that she doesn't want. And she knows that. So that type of guy, even though that guy wants to marry her, he wants to control her, meaning that he wants to keep tabs on her and make it hard for her to cheat on him and double dip. So she doesn't want that. But I'm going to tell you guys, do not fall for it. Save yourself. Be free. Single mothers, 36 and 39 and 40 and 41, and they want you, oh, you look like marriage material. Do not do it. Nobody's trying to marry them. Nobody. There's a lot of dudes trying to fuck them. Okay? Don't confuse the men that they have as options as marriage options, so you rush her to the altar. Do not do it. They got nobody trying to marry them. And even if they tell you they are, ask them why you didn't marry them then. They'll tell you, I got a lot of men proposing to me. Why you ain't marry none of them then? Why you trying to marry me? Why you putting marriage on the table with me? Nobody trying to marry them old heads, them old clucks, them old roosters, them old hens. Well, I think you're a better option for me. I think you're just perfect for me. Okay, if they're so good, why ain't you marrying them? All these options. Marry them then. All right, don't marry me. Just let me be the one that hit them guts behind his back. Nobody trying to marry them. All right, nobody trying to marry them. And if indeed, they done got me. They got me. Oh. They tried to snipe me, y'all. They tried to snipe me. Yo. New world order. They trying to snipe me, y'all. Who mad? Who reporting me, y'all? Who's reporting me? Ooh, they mad. Ooh. New world order. They are upset, guys. We got a lot of hate watchers watching me. They are upset. Hey, listen. Listen, I'm trying to save you guys. I'm trying to save you. Ain't nobody trying to marry them. Do not jump on that deal. Men, your power is this. And we're going 5 hours regardless, so buckle your seatbelt. This is men's power. And unfortunately, because of the system we live in here in America, we have been stripped of our power. And not only in America, we've been stripped of our power in Europe as well. This is the power. This is the power. Your power is procreation. Your power is your ability to climb the ladder and become someone from nothing, smoldering ashes at 18. You're a loser. Everybody knows that. You're a bird-chested, skinny-ass loser. And then somehow you rise to the ashes and they hand you a monogamous 40-year-old once you hit 40. A woman that has been past her prime. She had her years. All right, she had her years to pick from the top of the heap. I'm trying to stay in. I'm trying to stay in on this one. All right, we staying in. Look. They don't want you to have it. I'm trying to stay in this one, bang. If the stream ain't ended, I'm not letting them end it. I'm not letting them end this stream. I'm not letting them end this stream. We gonna stick here. I'm here. I got it on auto stop. I'm preventing them from stopping this stream. I'm preventing them from stopping this stream. All right, because they can't stop it. I got it on auto stop. That means I got auto stop turned off. All right, so I am keeping this stream going. But let me just tell you, your power is the ability to attract as many women as you want and have as many children as you want. That is your power. And everybody knows this. This is why the first thing they get you to do is give that power up. That's the first thing they get you to do. Give that power up. Give up all your women. Give up your ability to get women. Give up your ability to have kids and more kids. Give up your ability to procreate and be fruitful and multiply. They get you to give that up first to get access to her. Once you realize that that's your power, then you will realize you have the position of leverage here. Now, let me just explain this. The system, the financially supporting your children, where they get you in a situation where you can't win, where you made money but you weren't present, or you were present but you didn't make money, that gets you out of your power position. Somehow you got to be super dad, be present, tuck them in the bed, and also be a provider and pay for your family. Those things don't exist. I either provide and you're present as a mom, or I'm present as a dad and you provide as a mom. Okay, so you can't win with them. That's why they have the system designed for them to pull the rug and take your kids. Thus, when they take your kids, you're financially slaved to support those kids, even though you don't have access to them. Now, watch this. Your power would be to have more kids. That's your power, but it's financially unfeasible in Europe and the United States because it's expensive. Okay, to support another family. But the power would be, okay, go ahead and take those kids. I'll make more kids. I have the ability from 35 to 90 to make more kids. They don't. So a woman that is now hitting to the point where she can't even find a mate to have kids, or it's too late for her to have kids. She's already had kids. She doesn't have more. She doesn't want to have more. She now has to take kids from you. She can't make more of them. She can't find another mate to have more of them, nor is she willing to put up with having more of them. But you have the ability to. You have the finances, the system of support. They just have an angry bitch. You, on the other hand, you can do so to whatever age you want until the end of time. This is why I'm going to tell you, a guy that marries an old woman and wants to start a family with her, you've given up your power to have as many kids as you want, because now you got to in vitro fertilize a 40-year-old woman. Then if it comes up, she can't have kids. Now you got to live with the fact that you're never going to have kids because she can't have kids. This happened to Erin Andrews and her husband. This restricts you of your power to procreate and have as many kids as you want to be fruitful and multiply, as long as you can afford them and take care of them. This is where they strip you of your power. Same thing overseas. Why go over there and mess with those 20-year-old Japanese women? Because I can. Because I'm a man. Because I can't afford it. That's why I can do it. That's why they don't want you to date younger women. Because you're giving them, they want you showing your power. You're exercising your power. I can afford to. I'm able to. I don't have to settle for you. I want to have more kids. I can afford them. Now that I know I have kids that are adults, I can make more kids. They can't. They're 40 and 50. They want you to settle for them and just what? Live miserably for 30 years? I could go to Colombia. I could go to Thailand. I could go to the Philippines. I could go to Costa Rica, and I could get me a young fertile woman and I can impregnate her. I can. And they want to take that away and make you feel like a predator or a creep. Oh, these women are children and you're taking advantage of these women. No, I can. The fact is, by nature, I can. You ain't going to shame me for not doing something that you don't want me to do because you can't. I can. And that's the bottom fucking line. I can do it. You're not going to take that goddamn power away from me. Nature has blessed me with the ability to do that. Nature tells us men become more financially successful later in life, and he can afford to. I can do it, therefore I will. You can't take it away because you can't. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? As a man, you got to start defending yourself. Don't let these motherfuckers who can't tell you what you can't do. I can. And that's it. Settle for that shit. You can't, I can. That's the difference. don't make it criminal because it's legal. I can do it. And until you get leverage, you can tell these people to fuck off. You get leverage, you can tell them to fuck off. Fuck you. Just because you can't do it because you broke, just because you can't do it because you old, doesn't mean I can't do it and gotta follow your rules because you can't. But I can, so I can do what the fuck I want to do. If I want to pay for the thrills of a 19-year-old woman, I can. It's not illegal. It's not immoral. It's that you can't. That's why. Anyway. Now. Now that you know. That's what the fuck is up. We boss up over here. We do what the fuck we can do when we can do it. Fuck your rules because you can't do it. Don't put us in the life of misery because your motherfucking ass done ran out of time and space and money. Just because you ran out of time, space, and money doesn't mean you got to keep me to your fucking loser rule book. Now, we do have another segment here. All right, but we do have the main event. What's in the other segment? Is it important? No. It's not important. You boss up, you can do whatever you do. The rules don't apply to you. The loser rule system doesn't apply to you. As long as you're doing everything fair, beneficial, mutually, and legal, you're not doing anything wrong. You don't have to settle for people who can't. You don't have to do it. Okay? Just people who are restricted and they can't do it, so they tell you can't do it. Never believe that shit. You got the power as men, and this is why I call today's men, generation of men, weak, because they don't realize their true power. They don't. They don't realize their true power. They will tell you, well, money don't matter. Get the fuck out of here. Are you crazy? He who has the goal makes the rules. They'll tell you life is not a competition. Are you crazy? It is a competition. Every single day is a competition. Nigga, who stays alive wins the next day. The next day, some people die. They lost. That's how life works. Tough titty. The people that live at the top of the mountain survive the flood. You live at the bottom of the mountain trying to get out here living a life of loserville. When the flood happens and the hurricanes, you get flooded the fuck out. That's how life works. It's a competition of survive and advance. Whoever can spread their seed and procreate, they stay alive longer. They're immortal. You get no pussy and a loser, and you're in the working class schlub, and you're below poverty level, and you got dumbass kids you procreate. You have losers. All right, it's that simple. That's how it works. And you get to dictate what you could, should, and do. That's what you get to dictate. You get to say that. And you get to earn that by what you put into this world. Period. If you don't want to do it, you get to choose not to do it. But if you want to do it, you can do it. Period. That's what life is about. The winners win and they get the spoils of war. The losers get to not tell their story going forward. You could be a winner or a loser. Are you a winner or a loser? That's what life is summed up. The winners are remembered. The losers die. Their entire traditions, language, social mores, and all of that die. Somebody got to lose, and it's going to be you if you come up and face me. I'm going to try to take you out and make it so that you don't advance. That's what life is about. You produce children that are going to be better than you, or you produce children that are going to be bigger losers than you. I win, you lose. That's what life is about. We don't help each other up. We help others up that are related to us. Everybody else can die slow. All right? That's what life is about. And it has always been about that. Life ain't about community. It ain't. It ain't about helping the weakest of the weak. All right. You get rid of the weak. This is why animals get rid of the runts of the litter. They shun them. They like, look at this shit. Run of the litter. Get away. Because if we let your goofy ass procreate, then my whole lineage is screwed. Get away. They kill the weak. They let the weakest links die. They send the weakest links off the war in the front line to get blown away. All right. Depends on where you want to be. But we got a lot of losers out here waiting to be picked up and propped up. It don't work like that. The most attractive young women get to survive. The ugly fat bitches get to die, all right, and not procreate, old maid. But we live in a new world where they supposed to have a chance too. Nah. Everybody get a chance to find a mate. No. That's not how this works. All these weak recessed chin men get a chance to procreate and fuck. Nope, not unless you're paying. Or you go to war. You go to war, you get to go get the people who y'all whooping they ass, you get to get they pussy over there. All right, that been working for a lot of thousands of years. All right, we can't get no pussy from our backyard. We gonna go somebody else's backyard and get theirs. All right, so that works too. That been working forever. Native Americans have ambushed many of other Native Americans to go get the vaginas over there. All right, we can't get no vagina over here. These women, we done ran out of women. These women don't want us. Let's ambush them over there and take their vagina. That's been part of life. That's life. That's life. All right. Life is cruel, man. Nature is cruel. Life is cruel. Hey, all's fair in love and war. All's fair in love and war. You just don't want to be the victim of it. Don't be the loser. All right. I can tell you stories after stories, bruh. I can tell you stories after stories of how the life really works. It ain't this whole harmonious bullshit and kumbaya. Life is cruel. It's cruel to people who are losers too. It's cruel to women. It's cruel to men. But always remember, I didn't make this world. I was given this world. I didn't make it. So don't blame me for the world you live in today. I'm only going to play by the natures of the rules of natures and the laws governed by God, Allah, and Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints. Survival of the fittest. I'm competing to win. And if you don't want to be a winner, please stand in the middle of the street so I can run your ass over because I get points for that. So losers stand in front so I can sweep your ass right off the street too. Just to develop a sense of pride and accomplishment. Because I love losers. I love to beat losers at their own game. While they're thinking I'm going to help them, I'm going to release their hand and let them drop off a goddamn cliff. All right. And then look at them and say, you should have fucking came in here with a right mindset to win. Now, we need more men to think like me. We need more conquerors. We need more leaders. But unfortunately, we got a group of generation of weak men out here that think somebody going to give them something and the money tree going to rain on their head and women are going to like them for them. That's not how life works. Period. Life works by being cruel to other people and winning and taking more and giving others less. This is life. I didn't make this world. I was given it. Waiting for handouts and food centers. These are losers. You have to understand, these are losers. They've chosen to be losers because you got to understand this. This is the main event. These people chose to party, drink, smoke weed. They weren't just sitting at work, toiling away and couldn't make it. They partied, they drank, they smoked, they went out on the weekend, they fucked, they spent money recklessly. They sat there saying that they don't need to hustle, work-life balance. These are motherfucking losers. If they're able-bodied, these are motherfucking losers. Don't feel sorry for them. They chose that shit on a constant daily basis. They chose to snort lines of coke and drink, smoke weed and fuck with loser niggas, and they're getting exactly what they're getting back what they put in. Some people have an unfortunate event. Some people are disabled and elderly. Some people are children, and some people didn't know. But most of these people chose to be goddamn losers, and they want me to feel sorry for them. But fuck that, okay? They chose that shit. They made conscious decisions on a daily basis to choose to live under a system where the government gives them a free $1,000, and they tried to hustle the system and get cash out of the food stamps, and now they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and they want you to feel sorry for them. Well, don't fall for that shit. This is a world where you got to protect yours, nigga. You got to go win. Fuck them losers, man. Fuck them, man. They made their own bed. I ain't got time for this sob story shit. I got my own sob stories that I've overcome in life. I don't got time for your sob story bullshit. Nobody cares. I'll volunteer my time at the food bank. But guess what? They don't want my time at the food bank. They just want my motherfucking money. Nah, bruh. They want me to just give them all my hard-earned work. No. I'll hand out bags at the food bank. Line the fuck up. All right, I'll spend my time at the food bank on a Sunday for 2 hours to give you motherfuckers some goddamn stovetop stuffing and top ramen noodles. Okay, but that ain't good enough. All right, well, kiss my ass. Kiss my whole entire ass. All right, nah. Again, I'm maintaining my power. I worked hard for this. I'm going to keep it, and I can. Whether I should, whether you think I should, is your motherfucking problem. I will do what I want to do, and I'll work hard to get that position, so kiss my ass. All right? Woo-wee! Y'all not ready for... See, this is traditional men. What you're hearing is a traditional male. What you're hearing from today is a traditional male. If y'all want traditional males to come back and traditional women to come back, you need more men like me. Because this is how traditional men had to survive, with this mindset. Not you punk ass motherfucker sitting around with your mental health bullshit and your motherfucking what do they call it, where you got empathy and sympathy. You're looking at a traditional male. You're listening to one. Not that empathy, sympathy bullshit. That's not how we got here and survived. That's how losers stay losers. You're looking and listening to a traditional male with a traditional male mindset of how to survive and fucking win for your family. That's what you're listening to. And if you're sensitive about this, you ain't ready for this motherfucking life. Go ahead and be out here, you empathy, sympathy, mental health losers. That's loser shit. You want to be out here with a winner? Come to a traditional male and win. And ladies, Isaiah 4:1 says, and in that day and time, 7 women will come down and bow their heads and close their eyes to a man like me. Adams 3:16 says, bring it on, ladies. I'll take care of as many as I can afford. Get in line. This is traditional males. You're looking at it right now. If you got feelings in this more than you got motherfucking facts and fight, you're going to lose as a male in this world. You're going to get your ass kicked. You got more feelings and goddamn feelings out here. And all right. But y'all don't want it. Y'all don't want it. You want it handed to you like the pussy males you are, period. You want it handed to you. You want women to just hand you pussy just because you're a man. You want men to just give up their hard-earned money to you without doing no work or providing no value. This is why men are out here losers, for real, bro. And I cannot stand it because the manosphere has propped up these loser males, giving them hope that they're somehow going to get traditional women by being pussified men. Like just trying to debate these women to be submissive. Please. You need facts and fight more than you need feelings out here to be a winner. And when you win, show off to these bitch ass niggas. When you win, show them why you a motherfucking winner and they a loser. Yeah, now you show them. You show them why you a bitch ass nigga. We show you why you a manosphere loser. We gonna show you to the victor goes the spoils. We gonna show you the treasure. Nigga, we gonna show you the wins. Don't tell us to hide our wins. Because you can't handle it. Because you ain't got the stomach to see what a winner does. And you don't think, well, what you doing ain't winning. But look at the motherfucking trophies. Look at what I got. You can't do it. You ain't got none. See, we got too many men in their feelings. We got too many men in their feelings. You know why? You were raised by women. Well, you need to be raised by some men. And you have these women talking men out of being men. They're giving you to give away your power. They're talking you men out of being men. You're asking women to tell you what it's like to be a man. And all they need to know is how to take dick from a man. And instructions. That's what they need to know. You want to survive? Bitch, you want to eat or you want to be in the food bank line? What you want to do? You want to listen or be in the goddamn food bank line? You want to listen or be doing DoorDash by 46? You want to listen or you want to be on EBT? What do you want to do? Because your choice, those are your two choices. And I don't want to hear shit about y'all out here buying houses and starting businesses. That has been proven to be a myth. So don't tell me you're out here winning when I got women out here throwing pussy for $250 every single night and week, and they got career jobs making $70K a goddamn year. I don't want to hear you guys with that bullshit. Stop selling me that mythology when I got the real life sociology in front of you. I got it in front of me. I got the data in front of me. You job hugging ass women. I don't want to hear shit about you out here winning. I don't want to hear shit about you. You're out here basically a woman winning is basically bare minimum for a man. That's what that is. Anytime you hear a woman say, I'm doing good in life, that's the bare minimum for a man. She wouldn't even date a man that's living the lifestyle she lives. So that is not a win. That is basically dragging yourself into the abyss. It's cope. If a man lived your lifestyle, he would be a loser. Let me say this again. If a man lived the lifestyle of what a woman classifies as a win, he would be a loser in the modern dating marketplace. Do I make sense? You can't fool me over here. If a man jumped up and say, I pay my bills, I got my own apartment, and I pay my car note, that's a loser nigga. He would be literally like, that's what you supposed to do, goofy. He still will be not getting no pussy that night. This shit is incredible, bruh. I pay my bills. Okay, congratulations. You're a loser male at this particular point. What else you got? I bought my own house. Okay, good. All right, a 1-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom townhouse that you'll never be able to resell and is going to get foreclosed soon as the federal government closes their offices. Congratulations. All right, what are we talking about here? You can't fool me. You can't fool me. You got to get a second job. Congratulations, you're a man now. You now are an ugly man. You're living the life of an ugly male now. Congratulations. Now you got a second side hustle. All right. What the world does is fool you with fancy words to confuse you about what's real. And I break through the whole goddamn wall. And I tell you what's real. And whether you like it or not, it's not my problem. I'm giving you the real. Nobody can deny what I'm telling you. All they can tell me is they're an exception to the rule. Why that doesn't apply to me? Well, that proves the rule if it doesn't apply to you, you jackass. Look at what's happening to the world right now. Look at what the world is doing on November 1st. They're threatening to rob Walmart and Target. Don't fool me with these fancy words and glossing over and coping. I know what's going on out here. I'm on the dark side. I got women that are doctors and lawyers out here with $250,000 worth of student loans that'll spit and hot tua on my dick right now for a couple of hundreds of dollars. Don't tell me what's going on right here. And these are women in their 30s and 40s that you got out here fake hustling and acting like they're normal and surviving. Please give it a rest. If you don't like what you hear, and I know you don't, you can stop listening, but I deliver the sermon here. I'm the only one that can tell you what's going on. We are in the midst of an economic demise of epic proportion. I don't care if you got a job or not, or a career or not, or a house or not. I'd give a fuck less if you got it. Don't come out here acting like you got it. Because if you ain't making 150K plus, you shit out of luck right now. No denial. Unless you're debt free, which not a lot of people are. Okay? Look, it's quiet from these bitch ass niggas and these women in here. It's quiet as hell. Ain't nobody denying shit because I'm literally convicting you by my words. What you're experiencing is conviction. Annually. If you ain't making 150 and debt free, you shit out of luck right now. Trust me. So I don't want to hear shit. And that don't count you low, small town people in Eugene, Oregon, and Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, and Tupelo, Mississippi, and shit like that. All right, and Rock Springs, Wyoming, and all of these motherfucking podunk towns. That don't count you. But I'm convicting you by my words. That's why the shit done fell silent in here. Because a real man is getting up here with the guts to speak this truth. While your arrogancy is preventing you from accepting this truth. Just pure, unadulterated arrogance. See, it's quiet in here. It's quiet. Ain't nobody got no smart shit to say. All right. And if you're under 30, please, you're on the broke capacity right now. Not many of you guys got enough money to do a goddamn thing at this particular point, let alone keep it. So I would assume that anybody under 30 don't have any message for me. I don't want to hear about your morality and what should people do. All right. All you got is theories at this point. You ain't got experience, wisdom, or knowledge at this point enough to survive any shitstorm today. All right, so I don't want to hear anything from you. Trust me, you ain't got it. Very few of you got it. Can't tell me what life is, and you ain't lived more adult years than my dog at this goddamn point. Who wants that? Y'all don't want it. Y'all don't want it. You see, they done got quiet, huh? Yep. And there's still almost 2,000 people in here. They done got quiet because you're looking at your life. And I want you to look at your life. First thing you do is take a look in the goddamn mirror and look at your fat stomach. And that'll tell you where you're headed in life right now. And that's the first thing you can do is unfat your stomach. That's the first damn thing you could do. How about you get your stomach unfat? That's preventing you from bending over and tying your motherfucking shoes. All right, so you can't tell me you're ready for shit, male or female. You ain't ready for shit to pop off. You ain't ready for Nan Revolution. You ain't ready to do shit but rob Walmart. When you wake up in the morning and your biggest decision is whether you tuck your stomach in your pants or let it hang out. Like, you cannot tell me you're ready for life. You ain't even ready to run 100 meters under 15 seconds. All right, so what are we talking about here? Let's get real about who you are. Let's get real about who you are. And stop faking the funk out here. All right, first of all, you are not even physically capable of doing any damn thing. That goes for male or females. You're not even physically capable to jump a fence at this particular point if you needed to scurry up out of here, you cockroach. All right, now, None of you guys got licenses, good paperwork, passports. None of you guys got registered license plates and shit like this. Some of you guys are behind on back rent. You don't even live outside of your mama's house. And you supposed to do what out here? Please. Male or female, please. You live off the system. You're incapacitated. You're not ready to go. You're a woman. You live off child support and WIC. Please. Please. You're not capable. You're not ready to lead. You're not ready to follow. This is a disgrace. People are in a disgraceful position. Then you got the nerve to come over here with a real king, the king of all kings, and tell me about what I should and shouldn't do based on your morality or your Bible thumping. If you don't get your goofy ass out of my face, I deserve to do whatever the fuck I want to do, whether you think I should or shouldn't, because I can. That's what winners do. And I don't care how I fucking won. I won. These niggas don't got investments, gold, silver, S&P 500, real estate, land. They don't got a goddamn thing to their name but an opinions. But opinions are like assholes. Everybody got one, and all of them stink. We want winners. Who's winning? Who's losing? We gonna separate the men from the boys today. We gonna separate the boys from the girls. Who gives a fuck about what you think or what you feel? Can you win or lose? Can you do the job or not? That's all that matters in this world. And that's all that ever will matter. And that's all I'm listening to are the winners, the shield, the top producers, the top 15%. And if you can't make it, you can't make it, motherfucker. You ain't got it. Let's be real. If you need me to prop you up, motherfucker, you can't get it because I can't prop you up. I got to do the main event. I got to do the main event. But these niggas out here ain't got no toolbox telling me about some opinion. Yo, toolbox is a butter knife, nigga. Get the fuck out of here, man. These men out here got the nerve to think because they can talk, they should be heard. That's false. Because in the past, in order to talk, you had to have stripes. There was a time that if you didn't go to war, you couldn't talk. You couldn't talk amongst a group of grown-ass men. You didn't fight in war? No way. If you couldn't even put your fisticuffs up and fight pugilistic, you couldn't box, you couldn't talk. If you didn't knock a nigga out, take a nigga's life in Vietnam, you couldn't even talk. What? You didn't go through basic training? You quit basic training. You got a dishonorable discharge. You couldn't talk. All you guys got is syphilis and gonorrhea discharge. You guys realize we letting weak men run society because they're keyboard warriors. There was a time that if you weren't over 18, you couldn't talk amongst the grown-ass men. You couldn't even say a word. Your job was to listen. And if you said a word, you better say some shit that made some sense. Because if you didn't, you might get slapped. This is why we have rank and hierarchy. This is why you can say he a G6 and a G5 and a G7. This is why you can say you're a manager, a supervisor, a subordinate, and so forth. This is why you can say you in business class, you in first class, or are you in coach? This is why we have hierarchy and rank. We live in a world where rank don't mean nothing. Broke niggas can talk. Like what? Broke niggas can tell us how to get women. When? When in the history of the world has broke niggas ever been the definition of how to get women? Like, come on, man. We can't continue this bullshit. I got to call the bullshit out. We can't let black men continue to tell us how to win in life when you're the lowest on the economic scale of niggas in the world. We can't continue. Black men represent the lowest on the economic scale across the board. How are we listening to black men tell us what to do as a group. You're looking at a winner telling you, but how are we letting loser niggas telling us how to conduct ourselves in life? Why? I know these things hurt you. I know these things hurt you. I know my words hurt you. But you know what hurts you more? Is going home to that dingy fucking place you live. Going back to that twin fucking mattress with your feet hanging off the edge of the bed. You're riding a pissy elevator up to the 6th floor. You ain't got no car, no driver's license. You're riding around with a busted headlight and expired registration on your car. That gotta hurt way motherfucking more than my words. When you live that on a daily basis. The fact that you can't keep a man as a woman and you just got hopes and manifests left, that's gotta hurt you on a daily basis more than my words. My words just convict you. I'm just a mirror. I'm just a reflection back of the life that you're trying to run from when you jump on the internet to give me your opinion. That's gotta hurt more than the words that I say. Because you got to go back and live that reality. I don't. You got to go back and live a reality of 2 kids by 2 different men, and neither of these men want to fuck with you. Now you got to convince me that we going to be a power couple. You got to live that life. I don't. You got to go live a life where you got to beg for pussy from 100 women and get 3 women to lay on their back, and 3 of them are fat, cockeyed, and knock-kneed. That's your reality. It ain't mine. That's got to hurt more that you got to get nuts from a woman that got a pussy the size of an elephant. That got to hurt more than what I'm doing outside and what I'm telling you. That got to hurt when you walking around here with an ankle bracelet. That got to hurt waking up knowing you losing in life. And the only way you can possibly be a winner is on the internet comment section of a successful man you wish to be. But you have no humbleness to submit to that man and tell him, Coach, I'll give you my last life savings because I was going to spend it at the weed dispensary, but I'm going to give it to you to give me the secrets to how to win in life. Nah, you're going to choose to smoke weed tonight. That's got to hurt because you're an addict. That's got to hurt that you can't afford to get the goddamn transfer on your bus and you got to walk 52 blocks to get home in the middle of the winter. That's got to hurt. Not my words. In Timberland boots. At that, 52 blocks because you ain't got no phone. Your phone done fucking battery done went down because you got an iPhone 11 and now you can't order a Uber because your motherfucking car gonna get declined. This has gotta hurt, and you're in this position right now, and you bring that pain and strife to my goddamn live chat. But I know I convict you. I know I'm convicting you at this particular point, but you need to be. And that's the way you win. To recognize you're a fucking loser. All right. And I won when I recognized I was a loser. I had to look at myself and say, I'm a loser. I want to be a winner. But you first have to realize you're a loser. And I'm going to tell you, man, if you ain't making over $115K, $115,000 a year, you're losing in life. You're going to get consumed and gobbled up by this economy. You're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. You're going to get gobbled up. They're eventually going to get you. All right. You're eventually going to get got. It's only a matter of time. If you stay stagnant, they're going to get you. Okay? Because there's no way you can keep up with everything. There's no way you can keep up with rent, electric bills, and streaming services, and you're certainly not enjoying life. You're certainly not enjoying life and going on vacations. You hear these losers, you don't need but 2 vacations a year, loser. All right, there's 4 seasons. That don't even make sense. It doesn't make sense to do 2 vacations a year when there's 4 seasons. Spring break, winter vacation, skiing, summer vacation, nigga, and the fall. Apple dapples. There's 4 goddamn seasons. 2 vacations is the goddamn bare minimum. Get the fuck out of here, bro. All right, fuck out of here, bro. That's loser shit. Loser, you're getting consumed. Just say the goddamn Jaws is on my goddamn ass right now. You're a loser. You have consumed, you've petitioned yourself to lose. Yeah, did the bonus vacation. This summer lasting 90 days. There's 2 summer vacations, nigga. Like what? But 2 vacations is good enough. Okay, all right, nigga. Again, I'm telling you, people are getting consumed where they basically minimize their lives. There's only so much you can minimize. There's only so much. Well, I only get 2 weeks of paid vacation. You're a slave. You only get 2 weeks of paid vacation. Slave. So you're telling me you can't go on vacation and lose money? Slave. Look, I'm getting everybody today. This is the main event. So you get 2 weeks of paid vacation. Okay, you went to summer and spring break. Okay, when you going to go on winter break? Can't go skiing? Well, I got to ask for time off. Slave ass nigga. Well, I got to take an unpaid vacation and slave. Well, I got to work. I got to earn money. I can't take an unpaid vacation. Do you guys realize every time I go on vacation, it's unpaid? It's unpaid. So I lose money from what I would have done making work here, and I lose money by paying for the vacation. But y'all not slaves. Okay, I'll make you feel better, but we're not slaves. You're convincing yourself of this. You're convincing yourself to be a loser. Does Coach even have receipts? You must be new here. You must be new here. But, you know, I'll do some super chats and then I'll get to the show, the main event. We're going to do 5 hours. Magnificent Adrian, the adorable one, says Nelly Furtado just quit music after 25 years due to the body shaming she received. She likes being fat. Let me just tell you, that's another one. Okay, so Nelly Furtado got all that love from you black guys, only for her to quit at the end of the day. So black guys, you're not enough. That's what I hear. Okay, because she could have made a grip, but black guys don't pay. All right, so black guys don't pay. Here it is right here. So black guys don't pay. You can't make money off of black guys. All right, so fat booty Nelly Furtado quit. Comes after years of body shaming. I told you guys. Didn't I tell you? She gave up. And all you black men that say she's perfect, guess what? It wasn't enough. Because you're at the bottom of the barrel. You don't pay. You don't go to concerts. All you do is you oogle over a fat booty white bitch or a Latina, and it don't pay the bills. I tried to tell y'all. I tried to tell y'all. Y'all niggas don't matter. Neither does your opinion, because your opinion is not backed up by money. This is why women don't fuck with you niggas. All right, because you guys are no paying ass niggas. All right, your opinion doesn't matter. She could have made a whole career dancing in front of you niggas, but she would have been broke at the end of the day. So she said, I'll just quit. Right? Where y'all at, bro? Where y'all at? Y'all ain't put your money where your mouth is. All right, she should have said that, because y'all black niggas went on to praise her on the internet and said she had a perfect body. All right, but she said, fuck that. Shout out to DG Seymour. Since 2022, quarter four, the U.S. job market has been in contraction. Additionally, I've held 3 different positions in tech companies since 2022, and the only people who benefited from DEI were women. Based on my firsthand experience, women of all races, even Muslim women, benefited from DEI. So, you know, yeah, there's the bottom line on that one. Men typically never benefit from these things. Shout out to our brother Joseph Grove, says, acknowledge the great one. We in here. Thank you, Joseph. Joseph. Candyman says, truth bombs. All right. Delivering the truth, whether you like it or not. At this particular point in my social media career, I'm at the point where I don't give a fuck if anybody agrees with me at this point. But I know people are going to agree with me because I'm right. But I really don't care. Like, I'm not trying to win people over. It's like, I'm not. Like, if it hurts you, it hurts you. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If you agree with 60%, I think that's good enough. 60% of the stuff that I tell you, if you agree with it, that's good enough for me. All right. But I'm well beyond the point of winning people over. All right. So you're like, man, you can make more numbers and you can win more people over if you lie to them. And no, I don't care. I don't care. I think being authentic is going to make me do this a long time. You will see these people come and go, and they'll make their courses and sell you a coin. They'll come and go. I'll be here forever because, well, I'm authentic. I'm one of the only authentic content creators in here. Shout out to No Government Name, says, Coach, keep preaching. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. And the real ones will recognize there's no tricks and magic over here, bro. Really, to be a man, it takes just hard work and dedication and discipline. I mean, and much more. Ambition and not lowering the standards to fit into the minds of losers. And really separating yourself from losers and staying the fuck away from losers. Stay the fuck away from losers, man. Shout out to Macaroni and Tony, says, I can tell who is not on locals because you've shown us your layups. And if others had those layups, they would return to the plantation. This is a fact. That's what this is a fact, guys. Look, if you've been with the women I've been with, y'all would have fell in love a long time ago. Y'all would never even come back if you've been with the style and quality of women I've been with. Even my worst women are better than the women you can get. All right. And so, yeah, if I paid for them or not, it doesn't matter. Y'all would, even if you paid the woman, y'all would have been in love with these women. Y'all would have fell in love and been broke. Right. It's nothing to me. Because I listen, women are great. I like women. I love them. They're great. All right. Especially when they know who they are. All right. When they don't know who they are, they become quite annoying. But I continue to show you how to do this. I show you receipts. I show you on any channel. You can see what I'm doing. I don't hide much. The only thing I hide are my mid women. That's the only women I hide. If they're mid, I just don't even show them. All right. Or if I think that, you know, this person could be around for a long time, I don't show them. If this person going to come and go, I just show them and leave them and move them on. Kevin Sullivan says, here's tuition. Keep spitting these facts and smacking these hoe-ass niggas. These hoe-ass niggas need to be smacked. And if you don't know, please just say you don't know. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? As a man, just say you don't know. Right? Coach, I don't know. Can you tell me? Don't tell me a loser strategy. Because trust me, I've been there. Chris says, Coach, you're 100% right. I made the decision to get a vasectomy because the family court mafia is crazy, but does not mean I will lay back and coast in life. I got to set an example for my son. Boss Up 2026. It's Adam 316. Be an example to your son. Your sons need to see your fathers win. All right. Sons need to see fathers win. Brandon says, keep talking that. Talk, Coach. Everyone needs to be slapped because we have fallen into the abyss as men. I salute you, General CGA. That's a double up. Okay. Shout out to one more. Man, we got a couple more that I need to acknowledge, but let me do this, man. Jeez. Iggy says, guys rest on the past as if they were still there suffering. He says, give them an excuse to refuse to execute in the present and make the changes in their own mindset to boss up and succeed. Exactly, man. Yo. Better boss up. They live in the past as if you were out there picking cotton. You weren't. You're You're out there, you live in the past as if the conquistadors fucked over your women. You weren't there, bro. Right there, you weren't there. Nigga, boss up, bro. You ain't got no time to hear this bullshit. You're only as good as your last day as a man. Let me do this main event just so we can get this shit out of the way, man. I promise you I will do this. And listen to this here. I gotta do this. Okay, listen to this. This is another example of people listening to the wrong message and then finding out it's the opposite once they get there. This goes for men and women. This is a woman that says right here, high achieving women. These are women that have degrees and all of this stuff. All right. All right. High achieving women have become the men they want in their relationships. Okay. High achieving. And take a look at the woman. Take a look at her. You can see what we got dealing with here. Us high achieving women have become the men that we want in relationships. Guys, the red pill, I've been saying this for a long time, but let me let her speak on it.
High achieving women have become the men that we want in relationships. We did everything right. We did the school, finished the school, got the good job, got the good house, got the good car and life and dog and friends and everything. And I never thought that achieving these things for myself would literally make it impossible to date. I thought that if women were able to accomplish these things for themselves and push themselves and be driven, there's nothing stopping men from being in that same position. And lo and behold, here we are. What happened? Like, where, what, why? Women are looking for a partnership now, right? Like, we're not dating because we need to. But the problem is, men are not sharing in that vision. They still are subscribing to a hierarchical model. They still need to be needed in some capacity.
Wow.
So there's two outcomes. Either I prove that I'm high achieving and don't require support, which makes me unlikable. But then if I did actually need someone for a financial incentive or whatever else, this provider role, then I'm a gold digger. So what do? Moral of the story, it's difficult to be in a position where there's no more improvement needed on our side. I don't think women should have to demote themselves in order to be palatable to men who need to be needed. I think the solution is men should be more driven to want to be wanted. But then when they try to do things that women want, other men are shaming them back into this toxic cycle of hierarchy. So
toxic.
I guess this is my plea for men to stop falling victim to a system that doesn't serve you or anyone anymore. Or don't. That's fine.
Oh, man. Wow. Wow is all I can say. Now, she's right halfway. A broken clock is right twice a day. Here's her problem. That's your problem. Now, you're older. You're already ugly. All right, okay. Kevin Samuels would say, you're average at best. You got a deep-ass masculine voice. You're below average at best. You're overweight severely. You're a feminist. I mean, you have bangs. You got bangs. I mean, there's just too much here just to even. So it wouldn't matter if you were high achieving or low achieving, you would be in the same position. Okay, that's number one right off the top. So let's just say you are a high achieving woman and then you meet a high achieving man that you want to rise up the toxic hierarchy. Somehow we're supposed to rise up and do better, but not up a toxic hierarchy. Contradiction there, ma'am. Then his reward is this. In her mind, this is logical. In her feelings, this is logical. Hey, I have a degree. I have a PhD. Kevin Samuels. Forget the fact that I'm marginally attractive, below average in looks. I'm overweight severely. I have a bad attitude. I'm a liberal feminist. I mean, forget about all that. I rose up the ladder. See, it don't work that way. And she started off right. We become the men that we become the men that women have always wanted. Yeah, but the problem is it doesn't work vice versa. So why should I thump my chest, pound the ground to get this as a reward? This doesn't make sense. So this does de-incentivize men from becoming better because they're looking at it as, well, what do I get in return? You have become what you women want to see in men, but that's not how men see women. So this is where we have the problem. But of course, when I say that, Kevin Samuel says that, it falls on deaf ears. We're just misogynists. All right, we're just, what women will say is, I'll just avoid men like you. Unfortunately, we become the achievers. And then they have to deal with us. Then they just jump on here and say,
what happened? Where did all the men go?
That's what they jump in here and say. Well, what happened to good men? What happened to the men that I can manipulate? So they see a group of loser men down here that have no incentive to growth. No incentive for growth because men live their lives through women. And if they can't get women, they'll become less of a man. All right. Then you have men that become higher achievers. They become the top 20% of men. And then these women don't fit into that model because those men then say, why do I need another me? Why do I need another me? All right. I already have me. All right. Let's say you're a guy. You make $500,000 a year, $250,000. Why do I need another woman to bring that amount in? I need a partnership. I don't need a partner. Okay. I need someone that when I say it's Christmas time, here's the Christmas lift. Use the credit card. Go get the Christmas lift for my family members and yours. Go get the gifts. Then wrap them and put them in the gift room. All right. And then she says, well, we can hire someone to do that. Well, why do I need you? Why don't I just hire a woman that does that? What are you here for? Okay. So it's difficult for women to accept this reality of nature to where they are in a crunch and then they will deny that they're in a crunch. In fact, we can go back to this right here. I'll show you some evidence. I'll show you some evidence of something that has been said more than 20 plus years ago. This by Newsweek magazine. Newsweek magazine put this article out. This is about the second or third time I've done a stream related to this typical subject matter. In 1986, Newsweek magazine called it the marriage crunch. And it says, if you're a single woman, here are your chances of getting married. This is not a new thought. This is just people that are ignorant. And they're ignorant of the facts of male-female dynamics and hierarchy. They're just going to say, we'll become successful and then men will want us. Now, that's what men do. All right, men become successful in hopes that women want them, but that's not always the case either. We're going to talk about that from the male perspective. Well, an iconic report, it says here 20 years ago, but this article was written here in 2006. So this was 1986. 20 years ago, unmarried college-educated women over 30 got some bad news, and America took great pity on them. They got their feelings hurt. Essentially what happened was they got their feelings hurt. The impetus was a Newsweek cover story, June 1986, titled Too Late for Prince Charming. It showcased a study by Yale and Harvard researchers suggesting that 30-year-old white college-educated single women have only a 20% chance of finding a husband. But by age 40, that probability fell to 2.6%. Okay? Okay? 2.6%. You can see this here on this particular article here, dated 2006, them taking a look at 20 years ago, which is now 40 years ago. But they knew this. Unfortunately, let's take a look at here. They call it the Mrs. Myth. All right, we don't want that. A Newsweek cover story called The Marriage Crunch said it's too late for Prince Charming, cited a study by 3 researchers from Yale and Harvard. It dropped the bombshell on never-wed white college-educated women 40 and older. They are, quote, more likely to be killed by a terrorist than find a husband. Again, let's go back to this and frame it. This is obvious.
What happened? Where did all
Now, I just want to let you guys know, Newsweek did backpedal 20 years later, and I'm going to show you that. So for people that know this part of the main event, they backpedaled on this one. This man shortage widely ballyhooed by the media. No, I don't want to sign up. It says created a wave of near hysteria amongst women of a certain age who had it all except the husband. At the time when their sisters were marrying at the median age of 24, these baby boomers were just told that the bachelors of suitable age were so scarce that past 40, they would only have a 1.3% chance of snagging one. The idea that these women were doomed to be members of the so-called Lonely Hearts Club did indeed alarm many, recalled author Susan Faludi, then in her 20s. But she, for one, was skeptical of the report. It says right here, it started the ball rolling that she says of what was to become her seminal 1991 book, Backlash, the Undeclared War Against American Women. The real issue to her was the way that the study used to beat women over the head for having pursued education and jobs, aka the penalty. Okay, we're gonna give women a penalty. The article says there's a penalty for pursuing career and job. The women said there shouldn't be a penalty, so she wants revenge on the study. Okay, this is essentially what we're dealing with. They want revenge on the world. Basically, hey, just because we're degreed and educated doesn't mean we're less valuable. Now, the book emphasized that women and men who marry for the first time later in life aren't social misfits or unlovable leftovers, but represent a fast-growing and relatively new marriage phenomenon. Yeah, we're just progressing. The men aren't progressing. Says Levin. All right, Levin.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
I want to give women like me a sense that their fate was not sealed. Okay, ignoring the reality. The Newsweek report was also refuted by the Census Bureau demographer, who concluded that those over 40 women actually had a 17 to 23% chance of making a first marriage. And as for the man shortage, the reality was and is that there is slightly more unmarried men than unmarried women between the age of 40 and 44. Now, that doesn't mean they're available to him. All right, there's more unmarried men. That doesn't mean that these men want older women. Okay. Still, the National Center of Health and Statistics report a woman in her mid to late 20s is 5 times as likely to marry for the first time as a woman 40 to 44. And as she ages, her chances lessen. There you go right there. Lessen. All right. You have less of a chance. You can't just convince men that they should think how you think. And it says today the median age of first marriage for women is 24.5. Remember, this is 20 years ago. And for men is 26.9. But those who would have spread doom and gloom about older women's prospects based solely on statistics don't take into account that many prefer the single life and opt for cohabitation. So there you go right there. Women that don't want to get married. Okay, what about gay men and men that came out of prison? See, there's a lot of men, but these men are not desirable to women. Okay, there's a lot of unmarried men. They're undesirable by women. These women want the men at the top. Now, let me skip, because you see where this direction is going. A whole bunch of denial and cope. Okay, a whole bunch of denial and cope. I'll skip to it and go to this by NPR. And as you can see, I've done my research, and this hasn't been things that I've been picked out. I actually presented a counter argument to the original argument. All right, I didn't hide anything, but this is from NPR. The year is 2006. 20 years later, marriage study doesn't hold up. So they're saying, oh, hell no. All right. Oh, hell no. This is not true. They're just basically going to debunk it. I'm going to give them the opportunity to debunk it. And I'm going to scroll down here. All right. I'm going to scroll down here because basically the top of the article says the same thing as what I previously read. All right. The article says more women are more likely to get killed by a terrorist than find a mate. Okay. So you heard that. They say it's untrue. But let me scroll down here. And I listened to this article and I read it. This woman says, I debunked this. She was one of the women featured in the original article. She was one of the women featured in the original article. And it says right here, see if I can find it. Okay, I gotta scroll down. Okay. It was a quote from Sleepless in Seattle that quoted the article. And let me see right here. Oh, it says right here, this is the woman featured in an article. Well, I would say that in my early to mid 30s, I was probably as much focused on marriage as ever, aka that's you. Okay, as she got through later.
And that's
But I also, at the same time, when I turned 30, I bought a condominium. Okay, she's latched herself down to real estate. I really truly wanted just to continue to live a full life. So she's not even ready to get married. All right, until her mid 30s. 10 years later, she married and became the mother of 2 stepsons. Okay, so this is supposed to be the woman featured in the original article in 1986. They come back as a means to say she beat the case because she ended up buying a condominium and ended up marrying 10 years later and became a mother to 2 stepsons. This is supposed to be defeating. Oh, she found a mate. She had to marry a divorced man, aka ye old.
And that's you.
She settled. She settled. Okay, now let's just get this straight. This is not the guy she wanted back in the day. This is not the guy this little piglet wants right here. All right, they want top tier nigga. And she bought a 1-bedroom, 3-bathroom condo. It's right on par as what I told you. They will move the goalpost to frame a win. All right, I'm going to move the goalpost over here and frame it as a win. I got married at the end. So she got married, what, by 44, all right, or 40. I got married. I found my mate. The other woman that ended up talking on this particular stream by NPR of this interview, her name is Hazel Weiser. All right. If you hear their voices,
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
If you hear their voices, they sound very you-ish. All right. But anyway, it says right here, Hazel was also in the original article, 37 at the time and unmarried. She says after the article came out, she made fun of the whole thing. She says, I think I called my friend up and said, we don't have to go to aerobics class anymore. And we can eat as many Dove bars as we want to. And that, you know, I don't have to worry about keeping myself in shape. I kid you not. This is right here. So she's 37, unmarried. She then says, well, just like you men going your own way or you red pill rangers, well, why try if I'm doomed? Wiser too, married about a year after the study was released at 38. Now she watches her self-confident 17-year-old daughter prepare to attend Wellesley College, which, if you don't know, that's an all-female feminist school, if you will. All right, so you see what's happening here. All right, so anyway, you're seeing this in bold black and white. All right, so it sounds like she won. She ended up having a kid afterwards and a 17-year-old daughter, and now she's going to Wellesley. I believe that's in, I don't know what state it's in, but it's very much known as a progressive liberal feminist college. All woman, by the way. I don't know if it's still all woman, but it was back in the day. They made a movie about it with Julia Roberts, if you don't know. All right, so there's that. Going back to it. Let's see here. They said they tracked down 10 of the 14 single women. This is ABC Snooze here. All right, ABC Snooze here. They tracked down 10 of the 14 single women featured in the Marriage Crunch and found 8 had found husbands and were still married to them. 2 remained single by choice, and that's the 10 out of the 14. If they want to get married, women can get married. The Marriage Crunch was based on the study that we've already talked about. We're not going to go over it again. And then it says, as someone who has always dreamed of getting married, these statistics did worry me for a bit. But Catherine Strobel Skemeka, a 30-year-old financial and estate planner at Morgan Stanley living in Chicago, when she was featured in the article, it says when she read The Marriage Crunch, she was stung and said that she worried about the projection from time to time. However, she said she never totally believed she would be doomed to Spencerhood Everybody wants to be happy and find their soulmate, but I guess I figured it out. I figured it would happen if I wanted it to, aka manifest. Okay, so what I'm looking at is a bunch of people who settled. All right, these aren't people who chose their mates. These are Hail Mary buzzer beaters. Come with me, Hail Mary. So they ended up forcing themselves to accept a possible mate. All right, this is the last ditch second effort. All right, I'll take what I can get. This is what typically I deal with women in their late 30s, 40s, and 50s. Why claim that as success? It seems like that's moving the goalpost. So they forced it in there and said, okay, I'll marry this guy. Schlub. They were still married at the time of this printed article here. All right, so it's just settling. Shout out to Ashanti here. All right, I didn't mean to show her. It's just people that ended up settling for somebody. These aren't people that are finding soulmates. We know this. But they're going to frame it as a win. For the men in this situation, if you become more single and successful, the likelihood that you will find a mate slims down as well. The number one reason is normally men settle in their earlier years when they have nothing. Their hope is that this woman is going to build with him. And typically it happens to a 50% clip, depending on where you are, that it will end in a divorce. So when you have less money, you have less to select from, as opposed as to when you get more successful, you think you're going to have more to select from, but you're going to then raise your standard, and you would never even consider marrying a woman like this to make ends meet or financially. So as to when you are poor or broke or looking for love, this woman can come along and she seems like a good deal. But let's just say you become 30 and successful. This is what this woman's even admitting. It's harder for her then to find a guy who is already on her level or above. She would then have to take a man that settles. So you have less options. Another one driving factors of this is because once a man achieves success, he doesn't see a reason to pair with a woman like this. So then you will look at it and say, well, why would I pair with a woman like that? What am I getting from her? So he tends to stay single a little bit longer. Then he probably says, I deserve a woman that's a little bit better looking, to the point that he might even pay for it and find a trophy wife. Or the social stigma is that he's wealthy. Why does he have a wife like this? Okay. This is presented across social media. Damn, you're in shape. You're wealthy. Why is your wife look like this? And to that, there is social pressure and stigma related to this. So he's then not going to choose based on social stigma. Hey, he lives in a nice neighborhood. He goes to nice restaurants and bars. Why is he walking around with this? And does he need a woman like this? Probably not. He could use a woman like that to do what? Get a nut busted. But then she will even then now say, well, I had him in my clutches. He busted a nut. Why didn't he stick around? Okay. And thus her standards begin to believe that she can get that top tier man. All right. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see, but this is the marriage crunch across the board. I'm willing to bet that if they did this study again, they would come up with the same results. All right, with a few exceptions to the rule here and there. Again, exceptions prove the rule. So you will find a couple of women that did a Hail Mary 4th and 30 buzzer beater. All right, and they did you will find a couple of these that got a first down after a 4th and 30. I mean, the sun shines on a dog's ass every now and then, and a broken clock is right at least twice. If they conducted this same study today, this is just based on what she's saying. And women of the likes that are saying, I choose to say single. Why? Because they can't get a man on their level. They're looking for partnerships, aka a weak male. And she has bought herself out of it. As a man, you have to realize when you hear women say these things, what they're saying is they're buying their way out of X, Y, and Z. If a woman says she wants a partnership, she's buying herself. She has her own money. I have my own money. She's buying herself out of doing feminine things. This is typical. Not always. It's typical. That means she doesn't have to cook or clean, or she doesn't have to have dinner ready. That means you have to have dinner ready for her. All right, let me give you an example of this right here. All right, just because she worked and got education and all that, she hopes that you overlook that she's a subpar in looks and she's overweight and that she has to be cooking and cleaning. Let me give you an example of this.
Here cooking tonight after he works.
12 hours, see? This is what you need to do when you come home from work. Just like I do every other night, okay? I know he's going to say, well, you should be cooking every night because I pay the bills. But guess what? Guess what, buddy? That's not how it's going to work around here. You're going to put in some extra work when you get home.
Well, why don't you go to fucking there while I'm doing this?
Because I need to make sure you're doing it correctly. What are you talking about? Don't try to push me out of my kitchen.
Yeah, well, you don't need to be up in my space while I'm fucking cooking.
I'm not in your space. I'm just monitoring the situation. I'm making sure you're doing what you're supposed to do. And when you're done, you're going to clean all those dishes in that sink. Because they're not going to do themselves, and I damn sure ain't going to do them. Not after the day that I had staying home all day. I'm stressed out. So after your little 10-hour shift, what was it? 12? I think it was 12 hours. But after your little shift, you're going to do those dishes. And you're going to serve me dinner, too. They don't even look.
You already know. So again, this is what partnership is. This is what happens when she says, I work my way up. I got a degree. I'm educated. I got a job, right? I make $100,000 a year. She buys her way out of that and buys her ability to talk you into doing that because you make less or equal to her. Now, as soon as you make above that, you will see that this is not where you want to be. Now, are all people to that extreme? No. All right. But when you're a low budget guy, you will tend to be on that level because you got into it for partnerships. So you never know what's going on here. This is why I don't believe in partnerships. I don't believe in 50-50 relationships. I believe that I'm the provider. I got the leverage. All right. I don't need another you. I don't need a woman that makes exactly what I make because we're still going to be equalized. And then you think you can do this to me. All right. Then you might say, well, we can hire a maid to do that. Okay. But what are you here? Because I'm going to fuck the maid. Okay. Ladies, never let another woman in your house. All right. I would never let another man in my house. Ladies, never let another woman in your house that can do what this guy desires for you to do. Because I'm going to fuck that woman too. All right. In some form or fashion. So if you leave that opportunity open for me while you're out here being a bulldog in the work marketplace and the live-in maid is there wrapping gifts and making tortas and tortellinis, she getting fucked because you're not available. All right. She getting fucked. All right, 100% under consent, no sexual assault. So never let another woman into your house that could do what a man expects you to do. All right, so yeah, man, you're going to find that both of y'all pregnant at the same time. Anyway, that's the main event. We got to get to these super chats because we were cooking. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. All right, you never let another woman into your house. All right, a nanny, an au pair, a maid, they getting the dick. All right, they getting dick down. If you a woman in my house, you getting dick. That's rules. When you walk in, you getting some dick. All right. I'm not living the rules by you normal ass niggas. You 50K a year making ass niggas. All right. I'm a different nigga. All right. You 5-figure niggas. All right. I'm not a 5-figure nigga. I used to be, and I said I'll never be one again. You 5-figure niggas. I'm not a regular nigga. All right, but you regular niggas, shout out to our brother here. QD Exec says, lost leader Punani is one of the greatest terms I've ever heard. He says, I spit coffee on my screen, LOL. Keep putting hands on hips and ashes on backs. And fuck your uncle while we at it. 100%. Lost leader pussy. I give you the game, man. I give you the game. Gary says, Coach, you're 100% right. Men from the past joined the military. Sailors, pirates, was to get enough money to marry and or steal another culture or a race of women. One thing that changed, it's not direct or forceful like the past. It's more manipulation through finances. That's what it is. Like everything we do is the same. We just manipulate each other. Like I like you and you like me and we're partners and we grow together. And it's all about money. But it's the same thing. Like we just don't beat each other up for it. Like, we don't push around and beat each other up and pillage and rape and ambush people and steal people's land. All we do is then we're like, but I like you and I think there's a connection and I gave you sex, so you should give me something in exchange, like a relationship. It's the same thing. Right? But people don't know it, man. Shout out to Kevin G. Says W Stream. Keep preaching, Coach. Thank you for the support. Dr. Love, no matter what these invisible forces do to sabotage this live stream, he says, keep preaching and empowering these young men. These men need to stop crawling on their knees for one child and understand that they can create 10 more children. Keep on preaching, coach. For guys, I said, but what if I want to have kids? I always give you a solution, and it's never going to be based on your flimsy ass religion or your fake ass morals. And then you get mad at me that it's not based on your religion, your flimsy ass religion, and your fake ass morals. Bro, I can't give you the ultimate win. I can just give you to give trade-offs. If you want to be a Christian and you want to marry one woman, nigga, you up shit's creek at this particular point. She gonna give you one kid. This is a question you ask for a woman that wants to get married. How many kids do you want to have? This gonna give you the goddamn answer. She's gonna say 1, maybe 2. And then she's gonna be halfway on the 2. I want to have 1 kid. All right, she's 30, 29, 36, 1 kid. Now, you're going to say, well, that's all I can afford. Okay, again, that's your situation. It ain't mine. All right, but you can have kids, a variety of kids that you can support, but you got to get her on in an ability to where she's going to play her role, where she doesn't put the role on you. Well, why don't you leave work early? And why don't feminist bullshit? Why don't you take care of the kids? Why don't you cook them dinner? All right. Okay. Guys, this is not what men are designed here for 1 kid and 1 IVF goddamn autistic kid at that. Right? 1 kid they can guarantee. Why? Because they're older. All right. My mother had me at 20. Right. My father's second wife had 5 kids. Right. And she was like 22 or 23. She ended up having 5 kids. All right. So the reason why women can only give you 1 kid is because they're old. And they already got jobs and careers that they don't want to step back from and get a gap in their resume, blah, blah, blah. Hey, it is what it is. I don't care. But 1 kid ain't enough for me, bitch. All right, look. 1 kid ain't enough. I'm a man. All right, that means I'm going to squirt in you once. I'm going to squirt in you once. You're going to reproduce 1 kid for me? Thank you very much. Please. Please. All right, so what's stopping me from having other kids with other women? You? All right. Look. You're stopping me from having other kids from other women because you want to only push 1 kid out your Pinocha. I don't think so. I'm going to have other kids by other women. You're not going to stop me just because you want to push out 1 kid. No, that I'm not giving up my life for you. All right. This is insanity what you fall for. And then you bitch niggas come over to my platform acting like I'm supposed to follow these goofy ass rules. Are you crazy? Why are you crazy like that? Because you've been conditioned to be a bitch ass nigga. Right. No, you giving me as many kids as I tell you. Why? Because I got leverage. I tell you to have kids. Now, bitch, if you don't want one, guess what? Move your meat. There's going to be another woman in here. Get the fuck out of my way. Where's the next woman? But when you don't have leverage, you can't do that. That's why I want men to have leverage. I don't care if you get phone numbers from these rusty ass whores. All right. I don't care if you get phone numbers from these buck-tooth ass cockeyed women. It means nothing when you have no leverage. I don't care if you drop a nut here or there. It means nothing. Eventually, you cannot call your shot like Babe Ruth. Men are giving up their power, and you're wasting your seed on strags. Kids are the goal. Not if you don't got leverage, you broke nigga. Guys, listen, somebody said, so kids are the goal. I tell you, men are fucking lost. The only reason for a marriage is procreation. It's kids. That's the only reason you marry. In the Bible, they said, be fruitful and multiply. It didn't say divide. It didn't say subtract. It didn't say add. It said multiply. The only reason you get married is to have kids. But you marrying old broads for what? Why would you marry an old broad? I keep telling you that. Why would I get with a woman that's 40 and 50? That's the only reason you get married. You men are gone. You men are gone. Who trained you niggas? You don't get married to no old broad for what? You're not having kids with her. She just wants to get married. That's her fucking fantasy. I want motherfucking kids from a 20-year-old Filipina. And then she's going to talk me out of it at 46. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You guys are crazy, man. You guys are some weak ass men. You guys are insane. All right. So I can give her companionship and shit. Like, what? That's no reason for a man to get married, especially if he's fertile, which you typically are up until your 90s. Why do I get married to an old woman? Why do I have children? Why do I get married to a woman that has had children with other men and raised them? And she don't give me no kids. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You men are so lost. It just frustrates me because you guys have been trained by who? The media, R&B music, old black women, mammies. And if you don't want to have kids with the woman, don't marry her. And if you don't intend to have kids, don't get married. I don't want to have kids. Well, fuck, screw off marriage. Just be single and fuck, travel around the world like Ricky Nelson and fuck everybody when you get there. That's what you're going to do. There's no point other than that. It's that simple. But you're not having men lead you. You're having pussies lead you and fake lukewarm Christians and old women that run pastors at church. This is just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy what men think, man. You guys are lost bozos out here, man. Men are bozos. You don't get married for love. You get married to multiply. That's what you get. You get married for kids, nigga. Now, if you want to not get married for kids and be a stepdad, go fucking for it. Nigga, knock yourself out. Don't let me stop you. Don't let me stop you. But there's no point for having marriage without kids. None. There's zero. That's just a want. That's just what you want. If you want to do it again, knock yourself out. But if I'm 50 and successful as a man, why do I get married to a woman that don't want to have kids or just want to have one? No, why? Just so I can fulfill her dream of ultimately defeating the statistics of finding a goofy ass husband. Fuck out of here, bro. Anyway, shout out to G Wiz, says to celebrate my freedom and what feels like a raise after getting a divorce. I went to Mexico last month after vetting a hot young mamacita. And I have receipts that the free agent lifestyle is the best. My buddies can't believe my new lifestyle. Hope you're proud, coach. I am. Shout out to you. Callie West says, but coach, is it considered spiking if a woman wanted Cosby to drop the pill? Quaaludes was the ecstasy of the 70s and 80s. The victims were still buying Cosby sweaters for Bill after the incident. Them hoes were volunteers. Salute. That would be synonymous to women that do perks and Molly and then later on say that you spiked their drink. And you're like, it was a recreational drug. We all did it. I took some. But if he spiked it, yeah. Shout out to Mr. Commander with the co-sponsorship for the day. We're almost done. Shout out to you. Shout out to Callie West, says, thanks for showing off the free agent lifestyle. Boss up season or die trying. Man, fight. Fight, man, fight. Take Donald Trump's word. Fight, man, fight. Fight, fight. Shout out to Tranisha, says, if the woman loves the man more in a relationship, wouldn't that contradict men are in love, women are in business? No, it actually would prove that she's in love. All right, men are in love, women are in business is a warning. Okay, and she says fathers have to draw up dowries and transfer ownership of a woman because clueless women are disastrous for society. This is a woman, by the way. If Diddy loved Cassie more, they both would have been okay. I think Diddy loved Cassie more. Cassie was using Diddy. So I believe Diddy loved Cassie. It didn't seem like it because he was doing Diddy parties, so was allegedly J-Lo. But, I think Diddy loved Cassie more than Cassie loved Diddy. Cassie saw Diddy as a means to an end, to the point where she saw no other man was even possible other than Jay-Z. She was like, where do I go now? So she became a dependent eponymous. But by the way, women have to demonstrate that they love men more in a relationship. Otherwise, it's just business, which I don't mind doing business with women. All right. Again, a lot of guys don't want to do business with women. I don't mind doing business deals with women at all. If you want to have babies under business, fine. If you want to You know, give me some pussy under business, fine. If you want to, I don't care. All right. But we're going to draw out a contract. Like, if you want to get in a relationship and make it just business, I'll do it. All right. I have a woman that just be like, this is my wife. She's the face. All right. And then she know I'm fucking another girl. Like, I'll do business with women. But what I ain't going to do is being manipulated. All right. And finessed and cheated on and backstabbed and, you know, I'm not going to do that. Typical bait and switch. I'm not playing those games. I'm too old for that shit. Okay, but I'll do business with a woman any day of the week. One of you hoes want to be out here, coach, I'll be your bait. I'll be your face. I'll be your wife in here. I'm 22 years old, pay my way through college. Okay, cool. All right, you can be the face. You can be my girlfriend that I pay for. I don't give a fuck. All right, if you bad as a motherfucker, I'll do it. Drop the contract, sign here and there, date here, right here, dot that I, cross that motherfucking T. 1099, you get paid under the table. I don't give a fuck. All right, but what I ain't gonna do is in here deal with this fake love and shit. All right, when you a 4th and 30 bitch and you ain't got nowhere to go and shit, and you think I'm the best thing that you possibly can get out here, and you trying to finesse, nah. Right? I mean, I'm straight up real. Other dudes will hide the shit. You want some kids? Co-parenting agreement right off the rip, all right? And you're going to have your role. This is what the fuck you going to do. Bitch, if you violate the contract, I'm taking your ass to court, all right? Right off the rip, co-parenting agreement. You want to have some kids? Right here. Sign here, date here, sign at the X here, initial this right here. Let's do business, bitch. All right, let's go. You a 4th and 30 bitch and you want some kids? Here we go. You're taking care of them goddamn kids. Them kids belong to me and you legally and joint and physical. All right, don't ask me for shit. All right, I will drop off this and there, and I'm going to have other bitches that I'm impregnating. Let's go. Let's go. I'll give you a kid or two under them contractual obligations. No other man going to be raising these kids other than me. All right, there it is right there. These kids belong to my trust. You bitch ain't getting nothing. All right, you getting paid on your monthly allowance. Come on. I ain't afraid. Let's do a deal. All right. Let's talk turkey. Look, these other guys want to deal with love. What men want is love. They want to be loved and cared for, and they want to believe that they got the only dick this woman actually desires. Guys, she's going to fuck somebody after you. All right. This is what you're getting for a monthly. Take care of it. I'll take care of the kids. This is our custody schedule right off the rip. Let's make a deal. But you will find, here's the funny thing about it, and I know we're going overtime. What you will find is that women don't like this particular agreement. All right. They will rarely make this type of agreement. They'll want marriage. They'll want kids. They'll want everything. Soon as you put up the contract, them bitches start skating and ice skating and scrambling. Why? Because it really is about business for them, but they don't want you to know it. But once you start doing what? Let's make a business contract. Let's sign this, date here. Let's put things. Let's stipulate things. You're going to see them start pivoting. They're going to run. Which then you go, oh, what is this about? I thought it was about love. Well, this makes it feel weird. They're going to be out of there. Here's a prenup. Here's this obligation. We're going to clearly define roles. You're going to sign. They're going to fucking get out of there, bro. Because they want ultimately, they know what they're going to get out of what you're giving them. They're going to take that fucking birth certificate and run right over to the goddamn county and file that shit. And then when they want to dip, they take your ass to child support. And then they get to get whatever they want out of you. That's how they want it. It ain't about love. They know what the game is. They know what the game is. They want to be able to control what they want to do, not have you under their control. All right, so as soon as you start saying, let's do it, baby, let's sign up. All right, you're going to live at that motherfucker. You're not moving into my house. There will be no baby crib over here. You're going to live in this townhome. This townhome is rich. You can get this out of them.